Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorites, face filter sunglass enthusiast and world famous harmonica player, Adam Friended.
What's up, man? That was fun. What we were talking about before the stream started, oh my God. We're talking some mad shit about some other content creator that we can't tell you about.
Yeah, I want everyone to know that the reason we're late, we were here. We were both sitting on our computers on Zoom just talking about something completely unrelated to the stream
for like 20 minutes.
For like 20 minutes, so...
But that's okay. Let's get into this video. We don't need to throw any other content creators that you all know and probably love under the bus.
So,
but we will be talking shit about them later in the week. So
that's true. That's true. Right. And this is an interesting video because we're probably going to be smack talking some people that other people like as well.
Maybe I don't really. This is kind of friend on friend violence.
This is friendly fire all the way. This is very interesting. A very, very interesting conversation that not really got much play to my eyes, but it deserves a lot of play. It's Christopher Rufo, who, if you don't know who Christopher Rufo is, he's basically the guy who has been crafting all of the anti-woke legislation that all the states are using. They're basically just taking his form, like he creates the actual forms for most of the laws, and they just take it wholesale and make it a law. That's why all the bills sound very similar. So he's been really pushing very hard to fight against wokeness through the legal system. And he's having this debate with Nick Gillespie. Did I say his name right?
Gillespie.
Gillespie? And who's the other individual in this conversation?
Not sure, but we'll get it as we go.
Right. And essentially, they're both libertarians, right?
Right. Yes. So they're kind of against the Stop Woke Act. Legislation on principle that they don't want more government legislation. So they're saying his legislation might have a chilling effect on free speech. So
right.
But Christopher Rufo, I mean, he comes in hot here. And I mean, rhetorically, Christopher Rufo is no slouch. Like, he knows what he's talking about. I think rhetorically, Christopher Rufo definitely has the win. And he keeps asking them a question, are you for basically the Civil Rights Act? Which, do they ever really answer? I'm not sure.
I think they say they're not. I think they do answer at one point. The other guy's name is Zach Weissmuller. Mueller. But yeah, it's very interesting because basically the conversation is this debate about how to stop the spread of wokeness from infecting all of our institutions, particularly schools. And as you know, Christopher Rufo is trying to stop this via passing laws and bills, which is not a very libertarian position. Christopher Rufo is not a libertarian by any stretch of the imagination. And the two libertarians don't like this because they basically don't like government doing anything whatsoever.
Right.
And so they're kind of proposing libertarian-esque free market solutions. And I guess when we watch the debate, you guys can make the decision about which way you think will be better at stopping wokeness.
This does the Stop Woke Act has introduced some free market solutions because it's gotten school choice off the ground in some areas. So, so they may get their wish. This debate is so heated for who these people are. That's why, I thought this would be good for the Sunday stream. So,
hey, Sargon in the chat says proof that libertarians are worse than fucking useless.
Wow.
I guess we know where
Sargon's I guess the Sargon arc is complete, right? Sargon, weren't you at one time kind of a libertarian?
Classical liberal, yeah.
Classical liberal is usually defined as an American.
That was many years ago.
What happened? Now he's like Christopher Rufo till I die. Okay. Strong words.
Hi, I'm Nick Gillespie with Reason, and this is our latest live stream featuring myself, Zach Weissmuller, my colleague at Reason, a video producer and author, and the one and only Chris Rufo, the Manhattan Institute affiliated scholar, researcher, journalist, and activist. Chris, thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you. Sorry, I got in right under the wire. Thanks for your patience.
That's no problem at all. No problem at all. Zach, good. Zach, are you coming through loud and clear?
Yep, I think so.
Okay, so what we're going to talk about today is Zach recently released a video documentary about the Stop Woke Act and related Florida laws that dictate or would have the state dictate what is allowable or unallowable speech in higher ed and in certain types of corporate settings. We'll get into some complications of that. Chris, you were instrumental in kind of coming up with this bill, and we're going to run a short clip right now that shows you next to Ron DeSantis. Then we're going to ask you what you were trying to accomplish with this bill. And from there, we're going to have a long, wide-ranging conversation about what's going on with trying to control, what's going on in the battle over controlling what's being taught in schools and in the culture in various ways. But Zach, you want to run that clip?
Believe in education, not in
Best governor ever. Soon to be president of the United States.
indoctrination.
And that's, I guess, my first question for you, Chris, is what? How did you choose what to wear when you are standing next to the governor who is signing legislation based on, part of your work? It's like that, do you rummage through the wardrobe, or is it's just laundry day and you show up in a maroon blazer?
Yeah, you just show up. Yeah, I think so. I try not to worry too much about it. But
so this is like really weird and bad persuasion, I think. Because if Nick and Zach are on the side of they're against Christopher in this debate, what's the point of playing a clip where you don't actually learn any useful information about Chris's position, except that he apparently influenced Ron DeSantis, one of the most popular governors in the United States at the time?
Well, and to just make fun of what he was wearing. So, I mean,
I don't know. It's just very, very strange. Very strange. Unless maybe it's because I'm not libertarian. So it's like, is that if you're libertarian, you say, oh, he's with a governor passing legislation, so that's bad. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It was a weird tactic.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
But to the point of it, I mean, that was a great day. It was very exciting. I had been actually at the launch event when the governor announced the Stop Woke Act. He's got an amazing team of policymakers and comms professionals. I got to spend a lot of time with him, flying down from Tallahassee down to Central Florida. A truly amazing accomplishment. And I think that what's fun about it as an intellectual, as a writer, as a think tank scholar, you have an idea, you run a campaign, and then at the end you're celebrating with the governor and he gives you the pen that he signed the bill with.
What do you hope, quickly sketch what the Stop Woke Act does and, why is that a good thing? Why is it a necessary thing?
Yeah, the Stop Woke Act is really the culmination of a long campaign on looking at critical race theory in public institutions. And the Stop Woke Act followed, I believe, 15 or 16 other states and really went a step further. It's a much bolder piece of legislation. And it basically says something very simple. It says teaching that one race is inherently superior to another, teaching that one should feel a sense of shame or inferiority because of your skin color, and a whole other set of kind of what are called divisive concepts, are not in line with the values of the state of Florida, not in line with the legislators and the voters and the taxpayers. And we're not going to be promoting those racist ideas through public institutions. You still have a First Amendment right. You can publish a book. You can stand on the street corner. You can go on online. You can say whatever you want, but we're not going to have taxpayers subsidize the idea, for example, that one race is inherently superior to another.
Okay, and that's even
in with one thing because just to be totally accurate about it, it's not just about publicly funded universities. The Stop Woke Act also required or banned private corporations from having certain diversity seminars that had these so-called divisive concepts. in them. So
That's right.
it does certainly, take things to the next level. How do you feel about that aspect of the law, Chris?
Well, I think I think it's fairly simple. Is that there is a whole host of speech and behavior that is restricted by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and presumably this would already be included in that. I think, for example, that if a corporation tells a member of one racial group that he is inherently inferior because of his ancestry, I personally think that that is a violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Many state attorneys general that I've worked with in the past 2 years agree. And yet corporations were doing it over and over and over. So the design of that section of the law, which is unique to Florida, is that you're essentially strengthening and elucidating and clarifying in legislative text the principles of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and you're applying them in a direct way to solve a direct harm that is being done to employees in the state of Florida and, of course, other places. I've reported on this at length. These are the kind of racial re-education programs that we see in many corporations that try to break people down on the basis of race, try to shame and humiliate people because of their ancestry.
So
and the Stop Woke Act simply says we're not going to do that anymore.
Okay, so I mean, your broad context for this is that the 1964 Civil Rights Act had effectively already eroded many of the, at that point, more conventional, traditional distinctions between public and private activity. So
two things. First of all, Rufo is very intelligent in how he went about this, in that he does couch all of what he's trying to do in pre-existing civil rights legislation. And that makes it incredibly difficult for people to attack it. And also, if there's a legal challenge, which there will be, and there are some legal challenges, though I don't think any of them have ever finished, so we don't know how that's going to end up. Because you can just say, well, wait a minute. This Stop Woke Act law, all it does is just sort of re-clarify things that should already exist in existing civil rights law already, which makes it a very strong argument to defend that point, which is great persuasion. It's a great legal tactic. But I thought it was interesting that Nick, the language he uses, he said the civil rights legislation erodes, protections between, or erodes the difference between public and private. So it's very obvious from the beginning of the conversation that Nick doesn't like the civil rights legislation and how he already feels about things of this nature in the first place.
Yeah, because you're telling a business owner what to do.
So, and I looked it up. There's a lawsuit in Florida right now against the Stop Woke Act that is being funded by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression.
Really? Fire?
Yes. Fire, yes.
Fire is filing a lawsuit against the Stop Woke Act.
Yes. Are you familiar with Fire?
Yes, I am. That's Height's co-authors organization. What is
Greg Lukianoff?
Yeah, Lukianoff. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Yes. That's why I'm
good.
like. See, this is why it's totally. It's like friendly fire.
Right. It says they filed the lawsuit saying that it chills free expression and promotes unconstitutional censorship on state college campuses.
Right.
So, interesting.
Yeah, they bring that stuff up in here. The Christopher Rufo is going about it correctly. It's just bizarre to me because it's what he's really exposing is that none of that civil rights legislation was really intended to be used to protect white people. So
yeah, well, it was. I mean, it wasn't obviously
right
passed.
Right. But this runs up into the new definitions of racism, right? With privilege plus power, technically what they're doing is not really racist. They're just talking about the facts, right?
Yeah, but see, this is why liberal, when I say liberal, I mean liberalism, not like liberal conservative. This is why liberal universalism is so important. and
Yes.
universalism in terms of that the law has to apply to everyone equally. Because we looked at like Canada, when Canada just recently passed its anti quote unquote conversion law, all it says in the law, it's a not universal law. It's not a universal law because all it says is you can't, a psychologist or a therapist can't try to basically convert someone from being gay or non-binary to being straight. It doesn't say the inverse of that.
Yes.
And
Which
so,
makes it not universal.
right, exactly. No, it makes it not universal, not. But
Right.
and so now the people that defend this will say, "Oh, well, we live in a society where being straight and being a cisgender is the norm, so you wouldn't expect that." And it's like, okay, well, when they passed the civil rights legislation in the '60s, they didn't expect. No one at that time period, where when blacks were literally second-class citizens, no one could have perceived of a future where, well, maybe whites will need protection against racism in the law. So it could have been very easily for them to pass legislation like back then, because it just was so inconceivable that whites would need protection based on their race. But lo and behold, here we are in the year 2022. And now we're like, oh, it's so good that they wrote the language to be universal and to apply to everyone, because now we do need that kind of protection.
Exactly.
That's you always got. That's why you always got to be careful. You always got to think ahead when you're sort of passing these sorts of laws, and you always got to make sure that the rules apply to everyone equally.
Right.
So you're building off of that to say we're going to start applying it to certain kinds of DEI training that we see in private companies.
That's
Can
right.
you give me an example of like what's one of the statements that corporations was foisting on people to say, okay, you need to feel inferior because you are white?
Sure. You can look at my archive at City Journal or on my website. There's tons of stories that I did on the Fortune 100 companies.
But just what's the paradigmatic example?
Sure. I would say this. So, for example, the Sandia Nuclear Weapons Laboratory, which is a private corporation that contracts with the government to produce our nuclear weapons, took their white male executives on a 3-day white male re-education program. It told them that all white men are racist. It told them that individualism and hard work and the rugged pursuit of excellence is a racist concept perpetuated by white males. It had them apologizing and repeating statements denouncing their white privilege, their male privilege, their heterosexual privilege. And by the end of it, they were writing letters of apology to fictitious women and people of color, simply for the fact of being white men. And
in Florida,
in the state of Florida,
I'm just asking, like in Florida,
in the state of Florida, that kind of activity would no longer be permitted.
Okay, was it being practiced though in Florida?
No, the nuclear weapons laboratory is in New Mexico. It's just an example from different corporations.
Okay.
But look, I mean, we know in Disney, I had another story with Walt Disney Company, their quote unquote anti-racism program. I don't have the details. Again, you can look at the reporting, but it was probably one of the most horrific that was being practiced in the state of Florida. And actually, when I exposed it, the folks at Disney, the executives, were so embarrassed by it because it was so obviously racist and discriminatory and illegal, in my view, even prior to the Stop Woke Act. That they actually nuked the entire program from their internal servers. And so, listen, corporations know that this stuff is wrong. They're bullied into it by DEI consultants. And the Stop Woke Act is very simple. It says, look, if you're going to do business in our state, there are certain guardrails that were established, again, by the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And we're simply codifying and clarifying them and updating them to the new challenges that we see. So I guess the question for you guys is simple. If you are critics, and you are, and that's fine. That's why
I think with the tech companies, some of or maybe a lot of the woke stuff is intentional with the tech companies. They have a lot of young people involved in making high-level decisions at these companies. But as he just said, like with Disney, I think with a lot of these older companies, they're just so like, since they view the current incarnation of wokeness as the continuation of the civil rights movement, which it's not. It's actually the opposite of the civil rights movement, because liberal civil rights principles. They basically, you just have these DEI consultants come in. they have these woke, we're going to train your employees not to be racist. Consultants come in and they're like, yeah, whatever. Like they don't even look at this crap.
Right.
They just kind of like hand wave it all in.
I completely agree.
I'm here. It's fun to debate. But if you're critics of the Stop Woke Act, would you also not be critics and seek the abolition of the 1964 Civil Rights Act?
I think that's a great way to kind of frame the debate.
What do you think?
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. But one of the things that's interesting is, Zach, you talked to one of the plaintiffs in Florida who challenged the Stop Woke Act
Yes.
because the corporate part of it has been put on hold because a judge ruled that it was overreach. Let's just listen to her, and then we'll get to that. And Chris,
Sure.
I agree. I mean, I think it's a brilliant strategy, both rhetorically and legally, to frame this in terms of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. I think Zach and I actually disagree a little bit on that because I'm probably, from a libertarian point of view, I'm more comfortable with certain aspects of public accommodations legislation than Zach might be. But we'll talk about that in a second. But let's look at an actual business owner in Florida.
This is brilliant debate tactic here. So Christopher Rufo totally sets him up for, like, puts him in a position where he basically has to say, yeah, I'm against the Civil Rights Act. I'm a fucking bigot here. Right? It's just, but instead of losing his shit, which honestly, Adam might have lost his shit there. Adam might have gotten triggered. He's just like, that's a very interesting question. We'll talk about that in a second.
Well, because first of all, I'm pretty sure that both of these guys are in favor of getting rid of the civil rights.
Right, but
legislation.
Nick Gillespie less so. But the other guy seems to be like, hell yeah, get rid of the Civil Rights Act.
And to be clear, it's not because they're racist. It's just because they have a very super ultra libertarian view that, government shouldn't be telling private citizens and private businesses, anything.
Right.
So,
sure. Well, okay, so if private corporations are literally discriminating against people, how is that a free market? Like, it's
not.
Like, sooner or later, you don't have free market principles.
Of course you don't. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by free market, right?
Yeah.
Because the libertarian response would be, well, if one business won't, say serve black people, then some other business will because there's like an untapped market. I don't personally buy into that argument because that ecosystem literally existed in America for many, many, many years. And there weren't all these companies rushing to,
because
fill the gaps.
Yeah, because culturally there was a prohibition against it. Like if you opened a business in the South that catered to blacks, you were untouchable, basically.
Or you would be considered like a company for blacks. White customers might not want to do business with you for that reason.
Right. So you're limiting your market potential.
Right. It's far more complicated. But to be fair to Nick or Zach, I believe when this comes up, their position was, and I guess we'll see it. I believe their position is maybe we needed the civil rights legislation like back in the 60s, but we don't need it now, I think is their argument.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more complicated, nuanced than maybe we're giving credit for.
Sure. You can openly hate on white people and describe. There's just, everybody understands that there's a culture that's developing that's completely unfair.
Yes.
And they would like to fight back against that. So,
well, I would argue and this is what this is kind of going back to what I said earlier. I would argue that we totally need civil rights legislation nowadays, not because the way, as you said, the way the culture is right now, businesses cannot get away with discrimination against minorities, but they can completely get away with discriminating against white people,
which they're doing, getting away with it.
And they're doing it very, very openly in a lot of avenues. So I would say that's exactly why you need civil rights legislation more now than ever. Like it's just as much, not obviously not as much as back then, but you still need it. So
Yeah,
It doesn't make
before it
sense to me to
gets-
just throw it out now.
Yeah.
For
Who was
business in
against the
many
Stop Woke
ways. Diversity is good for business in many ways. Companies with diverse leaders are shown to be more profitable.
Sarah Margulis and her husband co-founded Honey Fund, a Clearwater, Florida-based company that administers online cash wedding registries. They're plaintiffs in the case against Florida, arguing that the law restricts their freedom to provide diversity training seminars to their employees.
What was in the trainings that you believe might have run afoul of those kinds of restrictions?
So one thing that comes to mind is the idea of privilege, that white people or males have privilege that non-white people or females don't enjoy. And I think that
You like that? It's like, it's white people. Well, I'm white. It's males. It's white males that have the privilege.
I mean,
I don't have the privilege as a female. I get the sympathy points, but the males,
it is just total bigotry. And it's
yes.
it's invisible to these people, which is why you have a legislature and judges to come out and say, hey, guess what? You're fucking discriminating.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it's annoying because obviously there was a time period in American history where white people had massive privilege and males especially had massive privilege. But in the current year, where do all the white males have all this privilege? Like, in what avenue of life do white males have massive privilege? Because I don't see, like, you look at the
We
stats,
can't
I
even
just
play
don't see it.
grab ass at work anymore. What kind of privilege do we have?
You can't even slap a lady's behind anymore in work.
Right.
How can you say white privilege for males exists anymore?
Yeah, where's the
Yes.
me? That's just, you're one step away from a Me Too.
There you go. There you go. No, but seriously, it's when we live in a society where basically people can go on Twitter and say, and journalists can go on Twitter and check marks go on Twitter and say, white males suck and any problem that they suffer is their own. When you look at mental health stats and when you look at life stats, women are graduating from college in record numbers. Women are going into fields of law and medicine in record numbers. I think the only field in which men are graduating and getting more jobs on average than women is like programming fields, like very specific programming fields in very specific STEM fields. And like, that's it. Every other avenue and every other career, I think women are doing better than men at. And you look at, men are, there's way more depression in men. There's way more anxiety in men. There's way more
suicide.
Well, there's way more suicide, but also, there's very interesting stats where someone was talking about this on Twitter and I responded to it because they're so disgusting and how they're talking about it. When you look at stats, like men are having way less sex. Than a lot before. And this guy was saying, this like guy who's claiming to be a therapist, though, it's unclear whether he's actually a therapist because his original Twitter profile picture turned out to be a fake stock image. So maybe he's lying. But this guy who's a therapist is claiming like, oh, I have all of these male clients and it's all like them whinging and whining because, they're nice to women and women just don't give them sex anymore. And they don't understand that the patriarchy is dying in America. And they, women don't deserve them sex, blah, 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 blah. All this kind of like insane bullshit. And I'm just like, where is all this white male privilege manifesting exactly?
Yeah, good question.
There was now I don't know the full story on this, but there was a clip that's been going around on Twitter, and I don't even know if the story is really broken into the mainstream at all, where there's supposedly the story is now the facts could be changed here, so it's highly dependent on the facts. But supposedly, there was a case where a black gentleman got into some kind of verbal fight with a cashier it was like a gas station or some kind of small like 7-Eleven or something. And there was a white, and I'm only saying the races because it's relevant to this conversation. There was a white firefighter who was like in line behind him. And apparently because the black guy was yelling at the clerk, the firefighter the white firefighter got into some sort of verbal altercation with the other guy, and apparently this like turned into them going outside and getting into some kind of verbal fight, which turned into a physical fight, which then turned into supposedly the black guy getting a gun out of his car.
You're missing the part of the story here.
What am I missing?
So there's like a verbal altercation. The firefighter asks the guy to leave. The guy leaves and comes back with a gun.
Right.
And then the firefighter basically pushes him out of the store. They start fighting in the parking lot. He still has the gun, and the firefighter gets him on the ground. He hands the gun off to his girlfriend, who's asking him to stop, and then
I think during the scuffle he drops the gun at some point. I don't think
I saw a screenshot where he was handing it to her. He literally hands it to her. Yeah.
Okay.
So he hands her the gun, and she shoots him dead.
The firefighter.
The firefighter, yeah. The white guy. And there's no charges against
anyone.
Yeah.
Right. And so
if
far,
this was Kyle Rittenhouse, where would he be?
Right. And so the woman who shot the guy is not being charged currently. The guy who started the fight and apparently drew the gun in the first place is not being charged with anything as of yet. And to me, now maybe I'm cynical here, but to me, it's hard for me to imagine that the only reason the people that are not being charged is because it's a black-white race situation. And if the races were reversed, like this story would be 100%.
Yeah, it'd be the next George Floyd.
It would be George Floyd 2.0. Everyone would be talking about it. It'd be like this huge thing. Everyone would be saying it's racism.
These two white supremacists here, obviously conspired to kill this poor innocent black man.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly how the story would read.
It's so annoying because I feel like as a society, we were progressing. We weren't there yet, but we were progressing towards a situation of accepting colorblindness and actually trying to look at people and their actions independent of their skin color and their ethnicity. And now we're just backtracking. And you have all these people that are, basically just being racist against white people to sort of make up for the past.
Mm-hmm.
And being sexist against men.
Well, the stereotype is white people are racist. So obviously you look at that situation and you look at the white guy and you think, oh, well, he's a racist. So he had it coming. That's the way people literally look at it.
All people saw with that clip, all they saw was there's a white guy.
Oh, I know.
Who's larger, who's like, putting this black guy in a chokehold, and you don't know what's happening. There's a woman standing there with a gun and she's yelling at him to stop.
Yep.
And that's all. Obviously, you don't see any of like the build up to how that situation got to that point, essentially.
Yeah. Yes.
The concept of that, the idea of that is not something for us to shy away from understanding and actively trying to mitigate in our business.
I think proselytize is a better word when you're talking
I
about
would agree.
Privilege, white privilege. You're talking about proselytizing. Right.
So, Chris, I would say that challenges your assertion that, corporations are all just being forced into this. I mean, Sarah is someone who clearly thinks that this is valuable for her company and agree or disagree with the
I said that the fortune.
I'm sure the racists in the South agreed that not serving blacks was good for their companies too. I mean, that's the parallel here. So the whole thing is, I mean, without having that greater context, it's you're missing a giant piece of the puzzle.
Fortune 100 companies. Please tell me, Sarah's company is not a Fortune 100, right? Is maybe, how many people work for Sarah's company?
The big corporations are the only ones that are being bullied into this, but someone
totally. There's going to be hyper progressive people. She's obviously one of them, recruited to do the lawsuit that they want to do.
I love how he slides that in there. So Christopher Rufo is so smooth.
Our good friend Dialogue Always is in the chat.
Did you see? Well, he can come on if he wants. Did you catch that? Oh, Christopher
I didn't.
Rufo.
I was reading the chat. What is that?
So Christopher Rufo is so smooth here. He basically says, oh, yeah, she's not a Fortune 500 company. She's obviously very progressive, recruited to do the lawsuit.
Right. Which is true.
Of course. Of course, she's doing it. This is all theater. It's all
Right.
theater. She's like, Christopher Rufo's right on the money here.
Well, the other two complainants on that lawsuit is a franchise of Ben and Jerry's,
Right.
who Ben and Jerry's is like super ultra woke if you've ever seen them on Twitter.
Of course. Yeah.
And a diversity consultancy organization.
When's Ben and Jerry's going to come out with vanilla privilege? I'm just waiting.
Oh,
for
that's
it.
a good one. That's a good one. But no, dialogue always in the chat says every time color blindness is used here, it's used to mean racism blindness, but they claim it isn't. When I say that we as a society are moving towards the direction of color blindness, in that we're not judging people's actions on the basis of their skin color, how are you in your mind twisting that around into racism blindness? That doesn't make any sense.
CRT is literally racism blindness. Like, we're sitting here telling you how this stuff is racist against white people. And you're like, no, it's not. It's not race. White privilege. Whiteness isn't, that's not creating negative stereotypes of white people. Just because whiteness means all white people are racist genetically, that's not racist. No, of course not. You're the one with the racism blindness, DA. Come on.
Thank you so much, Matrix07012, for the 500 Kazarkazarks. Says DEI is used by corporations as protection against disparate impact lawsuits. Disparate impact comes from civil rights acts and violates the assumption of innocence, making the act illiberal. Abolishing or severely trimming it is a logical position to take. Well, not. Here's the problem. Like, essentially what you're saying is that because corporations are incorrectly misinterpreting the civil rights legislation and thus basically doing all this stuff that's racist against white people or sexist against men in order to fulfill something from civil rights legislation that they are wrong about, that you should cut down on civil rights legislation. That doesn't really make sense. What I think would make more sense, and also it'd be very difficult to cut down on civil rights legislation, because if you try to do that, you're going to be labeled racist and sexist, and most people would, perceive it that way, regardless of whatever your intentions are. I think would be a far more effective strategy and far more correct in terms of actually what's happening would be for someone who is white or is male and who is being discriminated on the basis of being white and or male to successfully sue a corporation under the civil rights legislation. To me, that would be far more powerful, because then companies would actually have to consider, if they're afraid of being sued, they'd actually have to consider, hey, we can't just blindly follow kind of this DEI stuff, a lot of which is anti-white and anti-male, because they can sue you that way too.
Yeah.
So that's how I would go about doing it.
There's communist businesses that share. All power to you. You can be a communist business. You can be a left.
Not all
business.
power to you, because the state of Florida says you're not allowed to do this.
I'm sorry. Can you say again? I can't hear you.
Go ahead, Zach.
I was just saying it's not really all power to you, because the state of Florida has said you cannot conduct these kinds of seminars that you find useful in your own company. I mean, at what point do you say, this is state overreach in this endeavor to, squash wokeness or whatever the end goal is?
Again, I think I'd put the question back to you, Zach. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, in my view, prohibits this, but certainly prohibits other things. We have a long history, more than a half century of workplace association.
Should all
if you reject but hold on. If you reject the legitimacy of this bill, which is a fine argument, there's a principled libertarian argument to make it. Do you also reject the legitimacy of the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
He's really trying to. It's interesting because on one hand, Chris is very cordial in the way that he's speaking, but he's being very brutal in what he's trying to do, because he's really trying to kind of box Zach in here with this, I want you to come out against the Civil Rights Act.
Well, I think it's an important aspect to the conversation, though. I really do, because these racist stereotypes are being foisted on white people in the same way that racist stereotypes have been foisted on black people for as long as America has been around. So you're either against that or you're in favor of that. I mean, if you think we can have a strong American style society, multicultural, multi-ethnic society, I feel like you have to have certain guardrails so that racism doesn't run amok.
I agree with the last thing. I agree with the second thing you said. I don't necessarily agree with the first thing that you said.
Okay.
Because the way that I view what Chris is doing here, this is the pro-felicity position, because I would imagine that Chris thinks that Zach and Nick are not racist, and that any desire they would have to get rid of civil rights legislation has nothing to do with them being racist.
Right.
It's to, as he said, is even Christopher acknowledged, you can make a principled libertarian argument against that legislation. But to most people, if you come out against the Civil Rights Act, you're just going to be labeled racist and sexist. That's how you're going to be perceived. There's nothing you can say after that point. You come out against it, you're just perceived as being racist and sexist.
This position needs to be established. It's important.
Well, but I don't know if it really is that important.
How is it not? Look,
because they're obviously against it from a libertarian perspective.
Okay, so repeal the Civil Rights Act then.
Yeah, but so what in terms of like how this debate is perceived by an audience, that's useful to making, well, maybe you could say like this. It's useful that getting people on Chris's side, and it's also useful to show that in this kind of debate about how to stop wokeness, that the libertarians are like no shot, essentially. Because if their position is really rooted in this getting rid of the Civil Rights Act, that's something that's so perceptually bad.
Yeah, it's
that
toxic.
It's such a toxic position to put forth publicly that it will never persuade the average American. And it's hard for me to imagine a Republican governor in any state in the United States, signing off on trying to get rid of the civil rights. I mean, they couldn't because of the federal law, but if to do something like that, to try to limit civil rights legislation, it's such a disaster. Like, I can't even imagine trying to go this route. So maybe, to be fair to Chris, maybe it is a useful strategy to show sort of the weakness of the argument.
Most people on the left don't even accept that racism against white people exists.
Right.
So you're going to come out with your political strategy and say, we are going to repeal the Civil Rights Act because we feel, it served its purpose. I mean, first of all, that's not going to solve the problem of woke racism against whites.
No.
Like, that's not going to fix that. You're just basically saying, okay, we've opened up the ability for you to fight fire with fire. Now, if they're racist against you, you can go ahead and just hire whites. Like, what? This just feels, it's bizarre. It's bizarre.
No, I agree.
This is why I do feel like he's got to press him on this, because this is an important, we have had this policy play out for 40, 50 years now. Mm-hmm. You have the ability to assess whether or not it has been successful. And I do think from a libertarian, free market, capitalist, raw perspective, it's been wildly successful. How is it not?
I don't know. You have to look at all the different little aspects of I'm sure there are successes and non-successes. I don't know each one point by point. So
I feel like, and many libertarians have made this argument, that they say we didn't need the Civil Rights Act because the free market was going to step in. They talk about the busing situation where, if they have segregated busing, you're really asking the busing company to run two lines, right? One line that is profitable and one line that may be profitable, maybe not profitable, because you're dealing with a tiny percent of the population. Or you set up this situation where you have one, blacks in the back of the bus type thing, which is obviously, not fair and openly not fair. So They're basically saying the free market would have come in and solved this anyway. But I really don't know that that's the case. There's the power of, culture to still overcome. And I don't necessarily know that the culture would have overcome as quickly without the law stepping in.
Mm-hmm.
The law stepped in and the culture was forced to change overnight. And,
Right.
still many rebel against the culture because they felt it was heavy-handed. But you just have to weigh those pros and cons. And without having a conversation, weighing those pros and cons, without them coming out and making their argument about why the Civil Rights Act was not successful, what are we really debating here?
Joshua Sorry for $20 says, thanks so much. Says, you guys are wrong on the historical point. Companies were barred by law, not the market or culture. While not a huge part of it, white small business owners were part of the CRM because they wanted to serve all races.
Okay, so the local laws in the South were prohibiting the businesses.
Well, I know that there were some laws that did that, and I know that was part of the the one example everyone brings forward is Plessy versus Ferguson, with it was the train company itself that was doing a test case against the law because from a business perspective, it was more expensive for them to have separate cars on the train for black and white people. So I know that's true for that example. I don't know if that's true wholesale for most businesses in the South. So I don't know the answer to that. If you have like a link or something or an article that talks about the laws that barred black people from business practices or for like being customers in the South, I'd be interested to see it. Because to my understanding, while there were some laws like that, most of it was self-selecting. Most of it was businesses making that choice themselves. So I'm not sure that it was all I'm pretty sure it was mostly not the law.
Wasn't the Supreme Court case around like a certain stretch of road where there was no places for blacks to even fill their cars with gasoline or, stop to get a bite to eat? That's bad for business. It's bad for commerce.
Right. No, but the argument is, did that exist by cultural pressures, or were there actual local laws that prevented companies from serving black people?
They go back.
I don't think there were that. I don't think there was a law that said a restaurant can only serve black people if they go in the back. Like, I don't think that was a law anywhere. I think these were all self-made decisions by business owners in these places in the country.
Well, it could be decided at the business owner level. It could be decided at the city, county level, state level. There's all these different levels of.
Yeah, but that's important to know, because then that, like, if all of this was just laws, then the libertarians say, well, look, these are all just racist laws, and if you get rid of the racist laws, this would allow businesses to serve the black community in the 1950s, 1960s.
Sure.
Right, but I don't believe that is the case, to my knowledge. So,
what's up? I almost hit the end screen button.
Well, I would say that it should not be. We should not be expanding civil rights law at this point. If anything, it should be like we need to be moving towards more freedom of association and more ability for people to set up companies as they see fit and run them the way that they want to see. So, yeah, I do think it's, whether, the original act was constructed in the right way, that was a kind of historical question. And I think it was necessary at the time. But moving forward, I would say we want to be moving away from more intrusive state regulation of how people do business. And, Florida is a place that has attracted a lot of business and investment. And I think that the more that they are start, implementing a management strategy, I guess, basically from the State House, I think that.
Okay, so I found a website that has a bunch of examples of Jim Crow laws.
You're pausing in a bad spot, but anyway.
Well, we can go back because I wasn't really listening.
I know.
Um,
He's making a very important point here.
and not all the states. Most of the states, the laws of separation were for government things like school, libraries, government-run transportation, railroads. Most of them had things against intermarriage stuff. But two of the states, which are probably two of the most notable states, Alabama and Georgia, did have laws that were against private restaurants to be able to serve and seat white and black people together.
Right.
So
They
that
had
so that would be
laws,
an example.
segregation laws.
Right. So that would be an example that libertarians could point to say, oh, get rid of that and the businesses will, serve both. But then I'd have to say, well, what about, I'm curious in the other states like Kentucky, Louisiana, Florida, Missouri, Mississippi, that at least according to this list, didn't have those laws. And I'm assuming they also segregated in most of the businesses. So I don't know. I'd be curious. There's got to be some libertarian out there that's done some study on this to try to make the argument, to look at every state that had laws and what was culturally enforced and was legally enforced.
To see. So yeah, I do think it's, whether, the original act was constructed in the right way, that was a kind of historical question. And I think it was necessary at the time.
He says, I think it was necessary at the time. So he's in favor of civil rights.
Well, at the time, yeah.
I mean, okay.
But moving.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that it was necessary at the time. I guess he's saying that it's not necessary at this time for the racism that's taking place today, which Christopher Rufo is obviously against. So
forward, I would say we want to be moving away from more intrusive state regulation of how people do business. And, Florida is a place that has attracted a lot of business and investment. And I think that the more that they are start, implementing a management strategy, I guess, basically from the state house, I think that puts that kind of pro-business environment in danger, and that's not a good thing that I want to see. As
sure, but you've seen Florida since the passage of the Stop Woke has record business growth.
But wait! You can't attribute anything.
The friendliest place for business in the country.
When did the Stop Woke Act pass? When did the Stop Woke Act pass?
The Stop Woke Act pass.
Is Nick? I guess Nick is not supposed to be moderating the conversation, right?
I don't think so. I mean, it's just a conversation.
Okay.
I mean, this is not like a debate. Come on.
Well, no, it is. This is like 100% debate. There's a lot of talking over in each other.
Oh yeah, it's great.
But yeah.
I don't know the exact date. You're going to have to.
You could say you've seen business growth since the judge struck down that part of the stop. You can't really.
You're making an argument that somehow this hurts the competitive business environment of Florida. There's no evidence of that. In fact, I think it's the opposite. Florida has shown, the state of Florida has shown to actually be the most business-friendly state in the country. And again, I'd be curious to answer my question. You kind of hedged it a little bit. You didn't quite give a clear answer. I probably know why.
Well, okay. Yeah, I know. Chris is pulling out the knives here. But before we get into that, I feel like they're kind of talking past what's important, which is what's more important. Do you want to live in a society where you can be racist against black people or white people? You can be sexist against women or men, where companies can openly be racist? Do you want to live in a society where companies and the government, let's just say companies, let's simplify it, that companies can be openly racist to whoever they want, but, those companies are making a little bit more money? Like, I don't want to live in that society.
I'm like, is it my company?
I mean, like,
of course not. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. That's why I'm just the rules of the road have always been you can't be a racist fuck.
Right. Well, I feel like
those rules have served us well. I mean,
right. Having a strong economy is very important, and we've talked about this a lot. But I feel like in all these conversations, we're sort of talking past the sale, which is, well, okay, I'm sure there's lots of things as a country we could do to make more money by sacrificing the quality of our life. Like as an individual, people make that choice every day. You make a choice as an individual. I can make more money doing X, but I'll be sacrificing the quality of my life. I could be selling nudes on the internet. I could be doing sex work. I could be stealing from people. I could be doing all sorts of things. There's so many times that we're making decisions of like, well, I can do this, but I don't think it's moral. Or I could do this and I'll make more money, but I think I'm sacrificing the quality of my life. Maybe I could take way more shifts in my job, right? It doesn't have to be something illegal. I just take more shifts in my job, but I'll be so overworked and tired and blah, blah, blah. Like we as a people and as a society make the decision of trying to balance quality of life versus making money. And to me, I would prefer to live in a society that's not, that doesn't have private companies be openly racist and sexist against anyone. I'll take that over, making a little bit more money.
Right. No, I'm with you. I agree.
But let's say on the other side, if there's a business in the Florida Panhandle and they want to train their employees that actually, everything went wrong and during the Civil War, and whites are the superior race. If they wanted to train that, I would oppose that. To me, that should be illegal. Right. You should not be able to compel your employees
it should be illegal
to believe that one race is superior to another. But you are saying that you would like to, just as this woman would like to say that whites have inherent racial guilt. You would say actually, well, a kind of white supremacist business should have the equal right to say that no, actually, whites are kind of inferior or superior on an ancestral basis.
Yeah, actually, who would apologize to certainly no libertarian would say, you know what, white supremacists should be banned. What does that even mean?
They're not banning like white supremacists. They're just saying
but you're just saying the law says that if you have a business and then you teach this, you make your employees sit through a meeting where they have to listen to this bullshit, that is illegal. I assume then there are fines, et cetera, that go into all of, into protecting, into making sure that kind of speech doesn't happen. You're putting everything into an extreme motion. What the woman was saying was, I don't know anything about her, but like she wasn't saying that whites are evil, and that, or anything like that. She wants to run a business a certain way.
Sure.
And I think within the greatest latitude possible, that should be allowed.
If you were in a employee training,
right,
that was basically a white supremacist Nazi style training, right?
Right.
I can imagine you could call you could call the employment board, right? And they would probably be all over that.
Mm-hmm.
If you were in the same kind of training saying, whites have white privilege and white guilt and whites are inherently racist, and you called the same employment board, they tell you shut the fuck up. They tell you take a hike. Like
they'll tell you we'll look into it, and then they just never will.
Christopher Rufo is doing the right thing here. He's appealing to the intuitions of fairness. This is so unfair.
Yeah.
So and even the way Nick phrases it here, he's like, if you were in some sort of white supremacist training, I'm sure there's laws against that. So, you'd be fine.
Well, this is very interesting. This really shows how we all kind of reason backwards.
Oh, of course.
Because I don't follow Nick very much, but I would assume, if he's libertarian, that he's pretty against woke stuff. I mean, he called it bullshit,
right,
earlier. So I'm assuming that he's against all the woke stuff. But interestingly, because he's kind of, his main principle isn't stopping wokeness. His main principle is being libertarian, which is fine. But since that's his starting point, he's so against like this kind of government regulation that he's willing to make the argument that, well, is it really so bad what that woman said? like, can you really compare what she said to teaching white supremacy? And to me, that's so fascinating because if the argument wasn't, I would be willing to wager if the argument that Nick was having wasn't waged around government action, he never would have said that. He would say, "Oh, what this woman is teaching is horrid, and she shouldn't be teaching it."
Well, I think this is why I think the laws that we have around freedom of religion are probably more apt here. Because if some business owner came out and wanted you to sit through some sort of Christian presentation, where your job was on the line based on, you accepting some sort of Christian values, I feel like that would be against the law.
Yeah,
I don't
of
know,
course.
there's probably certain exceptions for certain organizations. Like if you get a job at a Catholic church, you probably don't have a leg to stand
But
on.
yeah, but for a
Right.
a non-church, non-religious
Yeah, you get a
organization,
retail job at Walmart, and all of a sudden they want to
Right.
proselytize to you at work about Christianity.
Yeah,
That's going to be wrong.
sure. And I mean, I'm curious if Nick would be in favor of those laws or not. His contention seemed to be that he's like, well, he's kind of trying to have his cake and eat it too with with Christopher, because he's like, well, I'm against going to a job training where they teach you white supremacy, but, is teaching white privilege really the, inverse equivalent of white supremacy? It's like, it's not exactly the equivalent, but it's still racist. Like,
Right.
it's still bigoted. It's still making a lot of judgment statements about someone because of their race. And I think it's just inherently not even true in today's world on top of that.
There's also two people's freedoms are in conflict here. There's the business owners' freedoms who they're advocating for, and there's the employees' freedoms who has to sit through this garbage and smile and pretend like they agree with it.
Right, but generally more libertarian-minded people don't really care much. That might be unfair to libertarians.
Right.
They don't really focus much on the employees' freedoms because the thought is, well, they can always get a job somewhere else, right?
Right. Yeah. No. I agree. That's what they think.
And this, you don't want the state coming in and saying, you know what, any more than you want the state coming in and dictating how you cook your eggs or how you cook your meat. In a restaurant, you don't want them saying, oh, and you have to phrase it this way or that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the state has very elaborate kind of restrictions and prohibitions and guidance for the storage of food. I mean, the problem I think that I see with the libertarian position is twofold. One, it's that
there's I forget what it's called. Scott Adams talks about this a lot. There's a very useful persuasion technique where you just make the other side live up to their own standards. It's very useful. It's very hard to argue against, because if you argue against living up to your own standards, you look like a huge hypocrite. That's part of why, when Vosh came out and essentially argued that bread tubers and online communists don't have to live up to their own standards, like everyone's brain melted because it was just so horrible. It was just so horrific that he'd be arguing that. And he looks so stupid arguing it. And I think that's part of why Christopher Rufo has been so successful with his legislation, is because that's really all it is. It's saying you have to live up to your own standards.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's very important.
There's a lot of people who say, well, do you want to repeal the Civil Rights Act? Everyone gets uncomfortable. They say, no, I don't want to do that. I just want history to stop in 1964. And what libertarians do is they mistake the status quo for the kind of liberal ideal. So it's really a defense of the status quo rather than a principled defense of liberty, which takes you, again, in a direction that most people don't want to go, a kind of unlimited.
What do you mean most people? How many corporations, how many corporations now, or how many businesses are creating DEI, concentration camps or re-education camps where the employees are like, I cannot fucking take it, I'm quitting?
Well, first of all, 100% of the Fortune 100 have adopted DEI programs. I have documents.
What is the best way? What is the best way to kind of minimize the stupidity of those programs? And I would argue, first and foremost, because we're talking kind of in principle terms here, is not through law and not through giving the government, which is going to be changing hands at various points, carte blanche to come in and say, you can talk this way, you can't talk this way. I think it's what you have been doing, which is exposing the silliness and the stupidity and the rank
The mere
idiocy.
act of exposing it is not going to change behavior. Because again, the status quo is not the libertarian should not defend the status quo as if it were the kind of classical liberal
What are you
ideal.
talking about? The status quo is what businesses want to do and employees want to put up with and customers want to value. I mean, the world is so different now than it was in 1964. That's one of the reasons why Zach is saying you don't need to keep expanding civil rights protections, because we're not living in Florida in 1964. And this is true throughout the South and many parts of the North, the Federal Civil Rights Act were pushing back against local and state ordinances that disallowed businesses to act how they wanted to. It was it wasn't a government overreach against not government overreach. It was a clash of values.
Sure. Oh, and I think that it was very much necessary. And I think that, again, the Civil Rights Act of the time, I think, was a necessary remedy to a real significant problem. Our problem today, of course, is not as significant. I mean, the kind of level and policy of racism in 1963 was much greater than it is today. But that doesn't mean we should simply say we're going to just turn history off in 1964 and say we're going to accept these as the basis of law forevermore. Societies change and laws have to change. And I think that the kind of libertarian or classical liberal argument, which is, well, fight it through the culture, don't fight it through the law, makes two immense mistakes. One is that the architecture of the law today is the reason that a lot of this stuff exists in the first place, because companies are reacting to what are now kind of abusive and frivolous civil rights cases. They adopt DEI programs as a legal defense mechanism because the civil rights apparatus as it exists today has gone a bit off track. And they're in for huge liabilities. For example, Tesla, I think, faced a judgment of more than $150 million because one contractor had a racist comment to another contractor, in the elevator or something. Some kind of thing is, hey, look, that's wrong. You should get fired, maybe.
So do you support getting rid of the Civil Rights Act? Because that's okay, but then you're just saying, but it's the bedrock, or the flower bed in which
that's where you and I differ, though, Chris, because when you say the Civil Rights Act, there's a lot there. People think of the Woolworths counter and the segregated buses and everything and public accommodations. But if we're talking about the ability to sue a company into the ground because some employee made a racist comment or something like that, I would be in favor of rolling that sort of thing back. I think that's probably excessive, and so I would support initiatives that take us in that direction, and not initiatives such as the Stop Woke Act that are like, well, we're just going to pile more and more categories on top of what we already have.
Let me finish my point, though. So the first problem is that it's a kind of blindness to the fact of where the problem originates from. You can't change something culturally that originates in law.
So I'm just kind of like brief. I don't know anything about this Tesla lawsuit. Have you heard about this?
Just from the VOD, that's it.
Because he said it was about.
I mean, this Thomas Sowell brings this up in his book about the housing crash, how a lot of these companies get a lot of lawsuits, which he defines as frivolous.
I'm sure they
around
do.
Civil rights law.
I'm sure they do. I don't know anything about this lawsuit. I don't know if it is frivolous or not. Christopher characterized it as someone in an elevator saying something, but reading over some articles, the complaints were far more
egregious,
comprehensive. They were black workers at a Tesla plant that were complaining that they were hearing racial slurs as often as 50 to 100 times a day and spotting racist graffiti on restroom walls, workstations, and other areas.
Right.
And obviously they said they felt like they were being paid less than non-black counterparts, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know if any of that's true at all, obviously. But I'm just saying it seemed to be a lot more. For $137 million, charge, it's a lot more than just someone saying something in an elevator.
I like to attribute this to the McDonald's coffee situation where, everybody hears the the case of the McDonald's coffee spilling on some woman and her getting like $1 bazillion for it. When they don't know the details of the case, they rebel. They're like, coffee's supposed to be hot, right? You know, this is
Right.
the justice system run amok. But as soon as you start digging into the details of the case, you realize, okay, well, the coffee was 6 times hotter than it should have been. She got like 3rd-degree burn. She had to have all these grafting surgeries.
Right.
Like, it's very hard to get a jury to commit to some big settlement against somebody if there wasn't like legitimate beef
not
there.
always. I mean, not always. Obviously, we have right now with the what's it called, Alex Jones case, where I think he was
Well, there was
liable for some
legitimate beef
damages.
there, obviously,
Right.
though.
I think he was liable for some damages, not the amount that
Right.
that they're hitting him with is. Well, actually, I don't know if that was a jury though. I think wasn't it a judge maybe that levied that. I think, but yeah,
but a jury
convicted
convicted him, and he did obviously do those things. So,
Well,
I
actually,
mean,
I'm trying to remember. I don't even know if it went to. Did it actually go to jury?
you're contesting the amount of the judgment, not the legitimacy of the judgment.
Yes. Well, to
Which-
some extent, I haven't been following the whole Alex Jones thing.
Mhm.
I just watched Sean's video on it, and some of the things he was saying, yeah, I could understand that he would be liable to some of the charges against him by some of the individuals, some of the families,
Sure.
but not the amount. But actually, no. So the article I was reading is very poorly written. So the thing I was talking about is a new case now. The $137 million case against Tesla was an old case in 2017 that was about an elevator operator, but that payout actually got slashed to $15 million.
Decent
So-
payday.
So it got drastically cut back. He testified that employees called him the N-word more than 30 times.
Mm-hmm.
And he said a Tesla supervisor called them the N-word more than 30 times. Well, listen, I don't think that's good. I don't know if that's worth $15 million. But they were making the claim
Wow.
again that the entire factory was saturated with racism. So
Wow.
is that true? I have no clue. But
What was the context? Was it like a hard R or was it a soft
he said,
A?
"What's up, my?" I don't know what the context was. The article doesn't really.
I
It's
just
say-
obviously. I mean, maybe it wasn't a jury trial. Maybe it was a judge trial where it was just,
I don't know. Yeah. No, it was a
some-
jury trial. It was a jury trial.
Okay.
But the issue too is, and again, because of their argument to Christopher is, if the civil rights legislation has produced frivolous lawsuits, just get rid of the civil rights legislation. But then again, my counter argument to that is that's literally never going to happen. So I don't know why you're wasting your like. There's no reason to waste your time trying to do the impossible.
Yeah, that's
Or
a waste
if you
of
don't-
time.
Or if you don't like that, you can say, okay, well, if that wants to be your long-term project to do that, you go do that. But you understand that's a long-term project, okay? In the short term, you want to deal with wokeness right now. And so, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can pass sort of the Stop Woke Act legislation and then work on your long-term project, your long-term libertarian project in the, down the road.
Yeah, it's hard to say how many businesses are going to be happy to move to Florida. So when people come in, well, it's weird though, because the businesses are getting these DEI
Mm-hmm.
schoolings because they want to avoid these lawsuits. They want to cover their ass. So when there is a judgment against them, they can say, listen, we talked to our employees about this. We've had these various cases or these various seminars. We've paid this much money and this kind of thing. The reason that they're doing it to cover their asses is not going to go away just because Christopher Rufo passes the Stop Woke Act, right?
Right. Well, and even if that's 100% true, and even if there was some magic libertarian button that got rid of the Civil Rights Act, that would only get rid of it from a federal level. most of the states have or would enact laws that would be completely comparable anyway.
Right. If they
So it
don't
wouldn't
have
make
them already.
right. Because like the lawsuit right now that Tesla's facing is, it's brought about by some sort of California's
Yeah, it's California.
Department of Fair Employment and Housing.
I knew it was California.
Right, of course.
I knew it was California.
But this is why, and when you talked about part of the way
Was
to
the
fighting,
supervisor black? I'm curious.
part of the way
Does it say?
I don't know, it doesn't say. But when you were talking about part of the way to fight against wokeness would be to have non-woke DEI training, and some people were mocking you. This is part of what they don't understand, is that you're correct, because a lot of the companies do have all this DEI training for this reason. And if there was a non-woke DEI training that they could still point to when they're sued to still, limit their judgment against them, that still basically fulfilled the insurance role of getting lawsuited against, they would totally choose that instead of the woke DEI crap.
Especially in places like Florida where they can't do the racist woke training.
Exactly. And I think that's what Christopher Rufo is getting at. He's like, if these companies are basically feel like they have to do this, and it seems almost impossible, if incredibly unlikely, that civil rights legislation will be repealed, then you have to fix the problem now.
Right, the immediate problem.
Right.
That they're bringing these programs in to cover their ass and inadvertently being racist as fuck.
Right. You got to stop the bleeding, when you get shot at the moment. Maybe you try to fix some, if you believe that there's some internal damage, you fix that once you stop the bleeding at the hospital.
Libertarians are it's like fighting with one hand tied behind your back because you can't use any of the levers of government, which is why this is such an interesting conversation, because, I don't know that the libertarians have a hand on the government or a hand on the culture, to be honest with you. I feel like they're fighting with both hands tied behind their backs.
I don't think that's exactly true. We're only perceiving that. And that's what's kind of interesting. We're only perceiving that because we're like the fish swimming in the ocean. Mm-hmm. And you just asked how it's like to live in water. And I said, what are you talking about? Okay. America is still probably one of the most libertarian countries in the world.
Of course. Yes.
And so like, if you had someone from a European country come here or an Asian country come here, they might say like, oh, wow, what are you guys talking about? Like your entire country and government and your legal system and your entire culture is saturated with libertarianism. And if you talk to a communist, all they say is neoliberal, neoliberal, neoliberal. They just on a loop, they'll just say neoliberal again and again and again and again. So I don't know if that's true. It's only true from like this. I mean, we're so libertarian. Our country is so libertarian that people are arguing whether we should get rid of the civil rights legislation or not. That's how libertarian we are.
You're right. It's huge.
Right. But to me, I just think that solution is so untenable. And I cannot, especially like in today's environment, in today's woke environment, can you honestly imagine any state or federal Republican coming out and trying to repeal parts of civil rights legislation? Like, can you even fathom how that would look?
Terrible.
Yes.
No presidential candidate could come out and endorse that and stand any chance of going anywhere in the primaries. It'd be campaign suicide immediately.
Right. Yeah. And I do think, politics is the art of the possible. And you have to work with the tools that you have before you.
Yeah. Rufo is doing it right.
He is. Yeah. Well, and that's part of the interesting part of this debate is that, you have two people who, to my knowledge, have not had success passing legislation.
Right.
And you have Rufo, who's been wildly successful at passing legislation.
In record time. I mean, the guy...
In record time, yes, in record time, yeah.
I think he's only been on the scene for a couple of years.
Yeah, right.
He started off on Fox News, and Trump saw him on Fox News and called him up and said, hey, I hear you got some legislation you're trying to get passed. Just so happens I'm president of the United States.
Well, it shows the power of the persuasion of his argument of making
course.
the other side live up to their own standards.
Of course, yes. Also, like the Republicans love it because they've got the Democrats keep hitting them with the racist stick. This is
Right.
perfect for them. They're like, what? We're not racist. You're racist.
Yeah, exactly. The Wooster for $20 says we don't have a free market because of market stock consolidation by BlackRock and Vanguard, who control America's retirement investments. They have been driven by Aladdin AI, Google it, for investments and more recently ESG scores. Well, there you go. I don't know what Aladdin AI is, but there you go. BlackRock has an AI system that tells them what to do. I didn't know that.
I sent Sitch a clip. Well, I don't know if I sent you a clip or just a screenshot, but there was a Republican congressman on CNBC whinging about ESG.
Right.
And the CNBC commentator, and I mean, I think most people who are in the financial news environment realize ESG is just kind of a scam to kind of greenwash these dirty companies. Like they know this.
Yeah.
But this congressman is going off about, the James Lindsay storyline that ESG is just Marxism, the death of Western society, infiltrating our market system.
Right.
And just the looks on the host, the CNBC host face were just priceless. He's like sitting there just going, like, oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's where the politics hits the market sometimes. You just get these weird, ironic exchanges. So I'm a firm believer that the ESG is really just, I mean, it motivates Republican voters, gets them real angry, makes them want to go to the polls and vote for Republicans.
Right.
But I really don't see it as any sort of impingement on companies. If anything, companies are using it as a way so they can be polluters and tell everyone, no, they're using it the same way these companies are using these DEI trainings. Like they don't care about racism or civil rights or any of that stuff. They just want to
Some of them
cover
care,
their
but
ass.
majority of them don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Twitter probably cares, but
yeah, I think some of the newer companies care. A lot of the newer tech companies.
well, because the
care.
Employees care.
Right. But the older companies,
their
they don't give a
church.
fuck.
Yeah.
Right. They have like the board is made up of 70 and 80-year-old people. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff. Right. But I mean, that's the issue, just to be clear, is that the DEI, the people that are doing the DEI trainings, I do think kind of want the Marxist indoctrination. It's just that the companies don't understand that. Most people involved don't understand that. And then the people that are pushing the ESG scores, I don't think they want the Marxist indoctrination. They're just doing as you said, because it serves them for their own financial benefit.
Well, they've come up, a bunch of Marxists have come up with all of these DEI trainings. So they are using them surreptitiously to promote their own agenda.
Yeah, of course.
In the same exact way as if you had, evangelicals were going to come in and do your DEI trainings. And all of a sudden, all the DEI trainings are structured around the love of Jesus, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Law. And then the second thing is just from a practical standpoint, it's like saying, we're going to, if culture and law are the two fists of political change, it's like telling a boxer to go in the ring with one hand tied behind his back. I mean, you're self kind of neutering. What is the point of having
Look at that. You stole the words right out of Christopher's mouth.
Yeah, of course. I haven't seen this before.
Yeah.
Legislators, of having a legal system.
So they're saying Google this Aladdin AI thing.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, so was I, but it's like it's on BlackRock's website. So,
well, it's not a secret, but yeah, they use some weird AI to try to make investment decisions or something. Yeah.
So what is the smoking gun for wokeness here? That they use a robot to pick which stocks to invest in?
Well, that would actually counter the woke narrative because you'd say, well, the algorithm doesn't give a fuck up. Presumably, the algorithm doesn't give a fuck about wokeness. It's just trying to make some sort of financial decision.
Aladdin is an electronic system built by BlackRock Solutions, the risk management division of large investment management corporation BlackRock. How is this? Why are we Googling this? Why do I care about this?
It's just interesting. I mean, I think it's fascinating, but
Well, I mean, this AI stuff goes back. I mean, this is nothing new. Like Ray Kurzweil had a trading program 20 years ago. So anyway.
okay.
System, if you're not willing to use it to improve the law from what it is previously or what it is currently.
I'm not sure. Yeah, but I think we disagree that improving the law is empowering the government to go into private businesses and telling them what they can and cannot do in different terms than, whatever overreach exists. This goes further than that, going into higher education, going into, traditional public schools. You yourself said that your exposing of the way Disney was dealing with it, that they changed their strategy. That seemed like it was effective without the law.
It is. That one example was effective, but for every Disney that they rolled it back, there were 10 others that did nothing, because these are deeply entrenched economic players that don't have to really respond to day-to-day public incentives and pressure. But the other thing is, and I'm glad you mentioned it, is the public schools. I think this is a good section to turn to. Is again, it's like saying, would you support a kind of renegade school district that says we need to teach, Klan ideology as the official ideology of our school system? Of course not. You would. I would hope you would oppose that.
Yeah. Thank you for extending that kindness.
Really, truly. I hope you would say, "Hey, wait a minute. This is not what we want."
Let's talk about K through 12 schools in a second, because the Stop Woke Act actually deals with higher education. Zach, you want to run a clip? And this, the corporate side has been struck down so far. It'll be appealed, and that'll continue to be litigated. But in Zach's Reason TV documentary on this, he talked to a guy at Florida AMU, a legal professor, law professor. Let's run that clip, and then let's talk about how this affects higher education. And partly in that is whether or not is higher education, whether it's public or private, is it qualitatively different than K through 12. But Zach, run the clip, and then let's talk some more.
I really don't like that they pass up the substance of Christopher Rufo's argument here, where, I mean, it's easy for him to laugh and say, oh yeah, of course, I wouldn't be in favor of, them teaching overt racism against blacks, but then just doesn't really step into the reverse of that.
Well, he doesn't have an argument against it. That's why he doesn't want to address it.
Right, but I mean, that's the whole point of this whole debate.
Right.
Look, the culture has decided that being racist as fuck against white people is not racist for some reason. Until you step in legally and say, no, actually it is racist. The culture is going to continue to go down this path where blacks can't be racist. Brown people can't be racist, right? Minorities can't be racist. That's not a sustainable path. It really isn't. So
No,
I wish they would address that. How do you change that? How do you change the culture on that? How do you step in and say, listen, any person is capable of racism. I know that academically you've redefined racism to mean privilege plus power, but that is incorrect.
Well, to be clear, it's not even academic. Like, it's CRT, it's like critical academics specifically have done this.
Culturally, they've done it, though. You talk to young people today, and they bought into this. They completely
I don't
believe.
know. I do see more pushback now than there was, in 2017, 2018.
Right, but so many people believe that racism is privilege plus power.
Yeah.
So many people
Well, they
believe
don't
that you can't
believe
be
it.
racist against white people.
They don't believe it.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, they use
They
it because it
use it, yes.
services their
Right.
what they want to achieve. Until you come in and say no, legally, I don't know how you stop this.
Not be banning ideas, particularly on college campuses.
When you have such a blatant attempt to control thought, and not only control thought, but have the state control thought, that's reminiscent of societies and governments that we supposedly fought wars against.
Leroy Purnell, a law professor at Florida A&M University, or FAMU, an historically black college, is a plaintiff in the ACLU's case challenging that part of the law.
Of course he is, because he's preaching whiteness in his classroom every single day.
Yeah.
He's afraid.
Or the problem is that a lot of the people, it was actually, I'm trying to remember who it was. I read this article, and it was like, part of the problem is so many people still trust mainstream media sources uncritically. And so they'll read a bunch of articles about how the Stop Woke Act does X, Y, and Z and is bad for whatever reason. And they just believe it because they read articles that tell them it.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, well, actually read the law and kind of try to use your brain to think about what exactly you're arguing.
Well, this is just going to take so many of his courses out. he's
Well, I don't know this guy specifically, so I don't want to. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to comment. Like,
so many of these instructors, their entire academic career is based on negative stereotypes of white people. White people are
some of them. I don't know
racist.
this guy specifically. What his? I mean, actually, what was his name? Let me see if I can see what classes he teaches.
But have the state control thought. That's reminiscent of societies and governments that we supposedly fought wars against.
Leroy
Purnell,
a law professor.
Leroy
Purnell?
Parnell. I thought his name popped up here.
Leroy.
Florida A&M University.
Florida A&M.
Let's just take a look at his Twitter real quick.
That's my alma mater. I'm just kidding.
Let's just see how bad it is. Google his name and whiteness real quick for me, will you?
He's a law professor.
Of course he is. Studied under Derek Bell. I'm sure he did. Look at him. He studied with Derek Bell. Of course
I don't know that.
I mean, I'm just speculating here, but
yeah, I know.
If I had some money to bet, I would totally bet it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's the dean. I don't know if I don't know if he teaches anything.
He's a dean of the law school?
Yeah.
Look up his name and whiteness. Google it.
I'm Googling it. No, nothing came up.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait a minute. What is this?
He's clean. All right. In the name of truth, justice, and the American way, I have to retract my statements then.
At Florida A&M University, or FAMU, an historically black college, is a plaintiff in the ACLU's case challenging that part of the law. He's afraid that the law will outlaw discussions of systemic racism.
Okay, wait a minute.
Which he says is...
Yeah, I knew you found the smoking gun. Let's hear it.
Oh my! Well, I don't know if this is the smoking gun against him, but it's funny because he's named on the lawsuit, with all the other ACLU people against the Stop Woke Act.
ACLU? Okay.
So this is part of the law. I can't believe this. It says, at the same time, here we go. For example, section blah, blah, blah prohibits instruction that promotes or advances that racial colorblindness is racist, but does not prohibit a professor or student from espousing the view that racial colorblindness is not racist. That provision would ban large portions of Professor Purnell's casebook, Cases and Materials on Combating Racism and Criminal Procedure, which promotes the view that legal systems have race consciousness and racist origins, even if presented purports to be colorblind.
CRT.
It also limits Dr. Park's instruction that colorblindness perpetuates systems of oppression, despite longstanding consensus among feminist philosophers and critical race.
See, I'm telling you, this is This guy is like the 1960s white supremacist that's fighting the Civil Rights Act. He's going,
Well, I
listen,
don't know
this is
if
going to put us out of business here. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
so wait, that's not even. So this is what I saw first, though. So the next paragraph says, at the same time, the Stop Woke Act allows an instructor to teach that the legal system is not race conscious and that colorblind approaches work to remedy past and present racism despite ample evidence to the contrary. Okay.
Right.
And you know what the footnote is for ample evidence to the contrary?
His book, his textbook.
No, it's worse than that.
Oh no, Derek Bell.
It's two things. It's The Myth of Racial Colorblindness is the first book. The second book is Cheryl Harris's Whiteness as Property.
No way. No
Yes.
way. That's
Yes.
not even any kind of academic work.
I know.
That's just like some journal screed.
I know.
Wow.
Oh my God. I've never read this brief before. This is insane.
See, that's why I'm telling you. Of course they're going to freak out because they're getting rich off this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically racist. They're the racists that are upset you're making racism illegal.
Similarly, the section prohibits instruction that promotes or advances the notion of neutrality or objectivity as racist or sexist, but would not prohibit a professor or student from espousing the opposite view. Dr. Park, and this is a different person, Dr. Park instructs her students on the ways that concepts of neutrality and objectivity reinforce racism and sexism. There is widespread agreement within her field that objectivity is a value extending from Eurocentric colonial thinking that only recognized white European men of upper middle class as capable of reason.
Yeah.
It would be unethical for Dr. Park to teach her students that these concepts are not racist or sexist as required by the Stop Woke Act.
Yeah.
Jesus. This is a gold mine of like insanity.
This is the stuff Nick Gillespie is protecting. This is open. This is freedom of ideas. And
I guess. Yeah. There you go.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. So the plaintiff, Dr. Park, she teaches a feminist theory class. And students read from none other than Bell Hook's classic text, Feminist Theory for Margin to Center. From Margin to Center. Okay, I'm glad you asked me to Google. That was a good thing. His name and whiteness. It actually
it worked.
It worked. Yeah.
Hexadecimal is asking me to retract my retraction, which I do, obviously.
What was your
with great prejudice?
Oh,
because obviously he's involved in this lawsuit because he stands to lose tangibly. He's got a course where he's teaching kids to be racist.
The guy who's talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
Right.
Of course he is. And the libertarians are here supporting it.
Cullivar for $50. Thanks so much, Cullivar. Says, good news. I worked out a deal with Kanye West. If he gets the presidency, he promised $2 billion in funding to a second Jewish space laser to kill off all those gay fish.
Ouch.
There you go.
Thank you for the $50, Cullivar.
Thank you. Chrisen, thank you so much, Chrisen, for $20 says, I'm here to declare my love for my girlfriend Zena, in which she met me in the Laz.
Really?
Sitch and Adam. Well, there you go. Look at that. I spend every moment with her, and I look forward to spending next weekend with her. Add another love counter for Sitch and Adam. There you go.
Wow.
I think
that's
we're
awesome.
I think we're at 3. At least 3 confirmed Sitch and Adam relationships.
The Sitch and Adam community coming through there.
There you go.
I like it.
Don't say we never did anything for you guys.
That's sweet.
Results may vary. That's great.
Is part of FAMU's institutional history. The state created the law school in 1949 to accommodate 2 black law students who applied to the racially segregated University of Florida. In 1966, the state forced it to cease admitting new students until then Florida Governor Jeb Bush signed a law to reopen it in 2000. Purnell worries that if instructors were to characterize that history as systemically racist, they'd run afoul of the law's restrictions around teaching the concept.
I have no way of knowing that my passion for teaching students about history, about change, and about the ability to bring about change, I have no way of knowing that that isn't offensive to these subjective judges of what is endorsing, what is not endorsing.
Well, I guess all racism is kind of subjective, isn't it? I hate this. I hate this fucking argument. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you make an argument that white people are inherently racist, that's subjectively offensive? You think so?
Right. Well, it's annoying too because
fucking
all
big
these
brain legal mind on this guy here.
Right. And I understand that this is kind of the way in which most lawsuits happen, or these kinds of lawsuits happen. But it's annoying because all this stuff is preemptive. It's not like none of these people or these schools have been sued yet for violating the Stop Woke Act.
But they're gonna get sued. They're gonna get the shit sued out of them.
Right. But then if that was the case, we could actually see what they're teaching and whether it's actually bad or not.
Yeah.
But since it's all preemptive, it's all theoretical. And then very often they'll try to put forward their best facing arguments, you know.
Of course. No, I'm done. Look, I'm Team Rufo all the way on this. I can't wait for the lawsuits to start coming out on this stuff. Yeah. Like they need to dig in. They need to put this stuff in front of juries. Oh yeah, this is just, subjective racism. It's like let's let the jury decide on that.
Mm-hmm.
Endorsing what is promoting, what is not promoting. So I do now live with the idea that at any moment the state can come and take negative action against me because of my.
Look at Rufo's face. Oh God, he's loving it.
Yeah, because it's hilarious.
He's like, yeah, exactly right. We're gonna drag your ass into court and sue you, racist. This is so much just forcing them to play by their own rules. Yeah, you guys have been suing people like crazy for racist remarks and whatever, racist conduct at work. But you can be racist as you want, as you feel so inclined to be in university classrooms. Like, let's see how your white students feel about this.
I thought.
I mean, this is an incredible clip for a couple reasons. The first reason, though, first and foremost, is that this is a law professor. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a law professor who hasn't read the bill. I mean, a law professor who's I mean, astonishingly ignorant of the actual content and the text of the law. The law says very clearly that you can teach about systemic racism as a concept. There's no prohibition against that. I would challenge you to find me the line or the section of the law that would prohibit that. And so I would say either maybe less charitably that this person didn't read it, doesn't understand it, or maybe more charitably trying to demagogue around it, to try to kind of create a reenactment of the civil rights drama in our current time that, again, as you stated, doesn't apply in the same way. But you can absolutely discuss systemic racism. Actually, among the divisive concepts, there's no prohibition against discussing the idea of systemic racism. And there's also a prohibition.
But you know exactly how they want to discuss systemic racism, though, right?
Yeah.
Sitch, the systemic racism is a product of whiteness.
Well, what I read, it was that they wanted to attack neutrality, objectivity, and colorblindness specifically.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Or also a note in the law that says.
And here's the thing too. So and I think we had this conversation. Maybe it was with Dialogue Always. It was with somebody about the colorblind laws. And it's like, yeah, you can pass a law where the law itself doesn't mention race, but obviously the law is still targeting a specific race in some way. That can exist, but that means the law isn't colorblind. Okay, you're being very disingenuous if you say that, because all it means is that they're just trying to be there. It means that someone is dishonestly trying to craft a law to appear colorblind that isn't really colorblind.
Right.
And whenever they pass these laws, it goes to court, and the judge says this law is, the judge isn't like, well, I read the text and the text doesn't say the word black people in it, so it can't be racist. Like, judges are not like idiots.
Right.
They say, oh, well, this law is designed to have some sort of disparate effect on, a minority community or something, and therefore it is actually racist, and they
Right.
throw it out.
It's not colorblind.
It's not colorblind, right?
There's this concept of colorblindness that goes beyond just the text of the law. Yeah.
Right. And you could totally, as a law professor, talk about those laws existing without saying that the concept of colorblindness itself is racist. And that's really what the law, from my reading of it and what Christopher Rufo seems to be saying, that's really what the law is trying to prevent, is that you're saying that the concept of colorblindness itself is racist, not
Right.
some application of it.
Right.
Specifically, none of this prohibits a discussion, a kind of neutral, objective discussion of any of these terms. You can all talk about them in the classroom. And then
what does it accomplish then?
Purnell, well, let me just say real quick, because Purnell, he also authored a book about the concept of a colorblind legal system, and how that he believes that's completely mistaken. There is language in here, just displayed right now, about how you can't say that racial colorblindness is racist, for instance. So that was one specific concern of his.
Sure.
And so the idea here is, by saying these broad concepts and then you can't endorse them, well, what if that is what he believes, that promoting an idea of racial colorblindness is just a way to paper over systemic racism in the system, and therefore you're banning him from really talking about systemic racism and saying that it exists. It creates a chilling effect, is his argument.
And it creates a chilling effect in classroom discussion. I mean, look, everything creates a chilling effect. A couple things, though. I'd like to finish my original point. The first point is that I think it's a misreading of the law and likely a deliberate kind of demagoguery about the law. But the second point, again, for libertarians, is this is a public institution. This is chartered, funded by taxpayers. It's enabled into being by the legislature. And again, the principled libertarian argument is to tell the professor, that's great, all well and good. Maybe on libertarian grounds, we oppose this specific measure, but we actually support abolishing your institution altogether. And I'd like to get you guys, I mean, do you support that? Would you like to just abolish?
No, I don't. I have a BA, 2 masters, and a PhD, all from state universities, state-supported universities. In many cases, state-supported universities get less money than private institutions from public sources. That's a red herring. That's a red herring.
I don't really
we shouldn't
see
be
any
talking.
reason why
I mean,
I be running a university.
Okay, that's fine.
You would have more luck telling me that I should support the abolition of any mandatory education. That I might go with you, whether it's public or private. But
that's fine.
No, that's not what's at issue here. The question is that do you create an educational space?
But you get into a very bizarre position, though, right?
I'm not in a very bizarre position. I don't think.
Hold on. We support the existence of these publicly financed, publicly chartered institutions that are created by legislatures, but we oppose the public having any say in what goes on inside of them. I mean, it strikes me as this kind of what you create and what we've seen created, and this is empirically validated, is fiction of academic freedom, of freedom of speech, a kind of surface level allegiance to it. But you don't have any of those things in the large public universities.
No, I do, because what is the point of higher education? You're having adults going to this institution to either seek knowledge or skills for the job market. That should be, these are all consenting adults that are involved in this. To the extent that the government should or shouldn't be funding it, that's kind of a side issue, which we can discuss.
How is that a side issue?
But
that's fundamental. You say that you're against intrusion of the government.
Chris, you're not libertarian. Do you think all publicly funded or publicly supported education should be disbanded?
No, I'm not libertarian at all.
Okay. Well, look, there's a difference between being libertarian. Milton Friedman, when he was talking about school vouchers, was not saying that all education should be privatized. Sure. The state need not necessarily provide it, but it can fund it. So There is
That's
no
just the premise,
fundamental
though. I just
libertarian
feel like
argument.
if you're going to have a state institution, ultimately it has to reflect the values and the will of the voters of that state.
At a higher
And so
education.
no.
Chris, I will be the libertarian.
What's the
and you want me to
value
be
then?
and
Wait, if
say
I
that-
may, Zach,
okay.
Zach, if I might.
So this is weird because they're not really making a distinction here between state and private colleges. And
Nope.
I would have thought that even Nick and Zach would have said, well, with state colleges, maybe it makes more sense for the government. I mean, it's a government funded and run school technically. It maybe would make more sense for, the government to have a say in sort of what can and cannot be taught to some extent, but that private universities should be their own thing that are unregulated from those sorts of standards. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying that there shouldn't be any standards on any state schools either, which that's very strange to me that would be a position that they're arguing for.
I don't know that they are. They seem to be in contradiction because every time he brings up obviously racist type policies, they're like, no, we're not in favor of that. So,
well, they seem to be saying that the Stop Woke Act shouldn't be implemented on state or private schools. They're not making a distinction between either.
Right.
Which I'm surprised to hear them not make that distinction, because that's usually what people, fall upon, those lines.
I just asked, what are the values of Florida, of the voters of Florida? Is it that we should never talk about systemic racism, or that every discussion and every research project by every academic should have to go through some kind of ballot initiative process? It seems ridiculous what you're proposing, Chris, that you create.
My problem is my understanding of CRT and systemic racism is they're basically teaching systemic racism is white people's fault. they're putting out this incredibly racist idea that any disparity is the responsibility of white people in general, which I just like that idea. Like, if you want to talk about systemic racism without the negative stereotypes about white people, knock yourself out. I mean, obviously, I think there probably is areas where legitimate systemic racism exists, but they define it in a way that it just implicates white people.
So it's actually worse than that, because it's not just white people. It's living in a democracy.
Yeah.
That is implicated as like the threat here. And, not living in some kind of weird Marxian anti-liberal country, essentially, is what is being pushed for with systemic racism.
Right.
But, I mean, and the other problem is that most people don't know this. Systemic racism is a bullshit term, because all it really means is that
disparity.
Yeah, it just means that there's a racial disparity in some outcome for something.
Right.
That's all it means. That's all it means. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't
about the cause.
Well, it does sort of, because the cause, is always pushed at, as you said, white people and living in democracy, essentially. Yeah. But that's all it means. So, like, for example, you could say the NBA is a systemically racist organization. Because it is. There's a disparate racial outcome in players in the NBA. Okay. Now, does that, what is the reason for that? I don't know. Should something be done about that? I don't think so.
Yeah.
And so but the problem is that since the term racism already has such a powerful sledgehammer in America, and it means something. Like, when most people hear systemic racism, what they think it means is that there's some sort of intentional racist actor that is pushing a system or society in some direction. And it's like, well, that's not the way that these sort of CRT people are using the terminology. They're using this kind of very sneaky way. So,
yeah. They're using it to denigrate groups.
Right.
Which they're acting as though the conversation around systemic racism is one involving some sort of search for truth. And that's not remotely what's going on.
Right.
And I don't think until you dive into that particular part of the debate, you really can have a substantive debate about this.
Right, I agree. And it's interesting to see them sort of defending the concept of systemic racism.
I'm not even convinced they know what it is. I think they could be coming at this from the perspective of old school civil rights.
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know their understanding of CRT. So I know Rufo's.
Right. You create universe.
This is why I'm always talking about the negative stereotypes. I feel like we know enough about human psychology to know that groups tend to like to promote themselves, as godlike, honest, all the things we think of as admirable. And they like to take other groups that are not them and disparage them, lower their status. That's a thing that happens regularly, almost unconsciously. Now that often ends up leading to things like racism and bigotry of all kinds. So we should be aware of this and try to curb that behavior culturally and legally, so it doesn't get out of hand. This obviously, this is how genocides happen. So until you're having that conversation, until you're saying, listen, I believe wokeness is leading towards a situation that's really political. It's not a search for truth. It's about denigrating certain groups. Until you have that conversation, I don't think you're really talking about wokeness. So,
right.
And this, I understand, free speech. We want to be able to talk about everything. But at the same time, you have this other pressure there that no one is really checking. And many people don't even really think exists. So we're kind of like the Cassandras here saying this stuff is racist. Now, obviously, we're not alone. Christopher Rufo, though, is really kind of the only public figure that's pointing this out. And a lot of Republicans have latched on to it because it is politically expedient. And so it's obvious to them.
Right.
Like if it's useful, it's obvious. It's always obvious if it's useful, right? If it's not useful, then it's like, what? Whiteness isn't racist, Adam. What are you talking about, right? That's impossible to see.
Cities that allow for the production of knowledge and the discussion of that. And there.
So I found this guy, Zach Weissmuller's article that he wrote for Reason.
Okay.
Basically, it seems like his main point is he thinks that state government regulating the free exchange of ideas is a bigger threat to liberty and American values than wokeness will ever be. That's what he said. Which I don't think you can look at it in those binary of a way, because like on
there's
one hand,
different levels of free exchange of ideas. Obviously, there's free exchange of ideas and inciting a mob to kill people, right?
Right, and but what I would say is, I would say you can't look at it in that sort of binary way, because, like, obviously at the end of the day, the organization that has a monopoly on violence is always going to be a bigger potential threat than like a private business or a culture or something to that extent. But what that ignores is that the reality of the situation is, if you allow culture to basically run unchecked to become rampantly racist, what does the culture do? It votes into power people that pass racist legislation. And it's sort of like, if it's true in the South, like in pre-Civil Rights Act, that all the regulation, all the segregation was passed by law, not by individual businesses' decisions. If that's true, that doesn't really bolster the libertarians' argument. It only bolsters the theory that they're saying, but it doesn't bolster the reality, the practicality of what they're saying, because it's showing like the reason those laws existed was because the majority of people who live in that society voted for those laws or voted for the politicians that would enact those laws.
Yeah,
that's why those laws existed.
Of course.
And so if you allow to run unchecked, like woke, racist, Marxist ideas, then you're basically rolling the die where you're saying, well, we're going to allow a huge segment of the population to basically become indoctrinated with something that wants to destroy our very country. And you're confident that those people will not vote into power, people that will then enact those ideas into, law, which I'm not confident.
I'm not confident at all.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know why you would be confident on that. That's very risky. I'm not willing to take that risk.
Well, I'm not confident on the. We're getting into a situation where I'm not confident on either side, because the people, like the backlash could be just as bad. Both sides want to elect more extreme candidates to fight the other side, which is just. I mean, we're in a bad situation.
Yes. No, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Ridiculous what you're proposing, Chris, that you create universities that allow for the production of knowledge and the discussion of that, and there are going to be some limits, I assume, violent overthrow of the government, causing immediate violence, fighting words, but other than that,
look, that's exactly what they're promoting, though.
Yeah, right.
So he mentions it point blank there, but that's what they're promoting, Nick. That's exactly what they're promoting. They are promoting a violent overthrow of the government. And why wouldn't you if you think objectivity is racist? I mean, it just cuts to the core of it. They basically are saying every institution, including the ones that are giving them degrees, are racist.
Yeah, well, they're saying that the concept of the colleges itself are racist.
Yeah.
People in most states are like, that makes sense to let it go as far as possible.
Sure, but the people of the state of Florida have expressed their will through their representatives in the legislature, through the governors.
That what Florida A&M University
is in line with the values of the people of Florida. And again, I would also say, even from a broader perspective, I agree that the purpose of the university should be the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit of truth. It should be done in a way that those are the highest values of the public university system. I don't, like you, I guess, I don't support abolishing them. But when they're off track, when they're not supporting those values, when they're not pursuing those as the telos or the highest principle of the university, it's up to the voters to institute reforms. And what we have is a situation where there is not, there's a kind of...
Zach is like, why? Why? It just, if you do anything, it just pisses them off. Don't do anything.
A kind of written idea of academic freedom, but the actual on-the-ground facts. I've talked to a lot of professors in the UF system that are conservative, that say, I can't express my opinion. I can't do the research I want. If I say that I'm conservative, I won't get tenure. My ideas are suppressed. I'm forced to go through these diversity trainings. I'm forced to wear BLM T-shirts. I'm forced to mimic the kind of ideology of the far left.
Clearly,
I'm forced to attend oppression exercises that deem me a white male oppressor.
Nobody should have compelled speech. Nobody should be forced to wear a BLM T-shirt. And I would love
the hands-off position has yielded this as the status quo. This is a problem for people within the system. It's also a problem for the public to say, hey, wait a minute. If you're professoriate, if you're faculty, because of the hiring and because of the funding and because of the selection process, is now in many public universities 20, 30, 40 to 1, dependent on the departments, between progressives or liberals and conservatives. Right. You have a massive imbalance in faculty. You have an administration that has adopted DEI as the highest principle of the university.
How does this stop?
And they're forcing professors to bow down to left-wing diversity ideology. They're forcing professors to sign diversity statements. They're forcing professors to be hired on the basis of their commitment to these ideologies. You have a huge problem. And yet, what I'm hearing is that, well, you can't do anything about it because, government bad.
Who said nobody can do anything about it? But then to say that you cannot talk about certain things, you cannot talk about certain concepts. If
there's
students
no prohibition on talking about anything.
If students feel aggrieved, or taxpayers, they can have lawsuits, they can bring charges up against people, throw that up. That does not seem to me to be a particularly workable solution.
You can't say that they're not being prohibited about anything. There's prohibited concepts that they're not allowed to touch.
This is a blind acceptance of the status quo, mistaking the status quo.
Well, but wait a minute. He said if people are aggrieved, they could sue, right? Which first of all, the Stop Woke Act and laws like that is a framework which allows people to sue in the first place easier than the current laws. But then secondly, if their position, and I don't know, maybe Nick has a different position from Zach, if their position is, well, the civil rights legislation was necessary in the 60s, but not necessary now, and they had a button that did away with it, then no one would have any grounds to sue for anything.
Of course. Yeah. None of that stuff would exist.
Right. And it's just, it's hard for me to see right now that when private companies are so captured by wokeness, where, you know, I understand that some parts of it are because of the civil rights legislation, and afraid of lawsuits, but that's only a small piece of the puzzle. That's legislation that's been around since the 60s. Okay. That's legislation that's been around for 60 plus years or so.
Right.
Why is that doesn't explain why wokeness is a problem now. It doesn't explain why wokeness has totally captured business now. Some legislation from 60 years ago that's been in effect that entire time. So obviously you have all these private businesses that have been ideologically captured by this culture for whatever reason. And so I don't buy the idea that, well, they're just going to solve it on their own. I mean, maybe eventually, but why? What's the point of waiting? What's the point of rolling that dice?
What's the culture that they've been captured by?
By woke culture.
Right. Which is essentially what?
Cancel culture.
Right. Canceling for what?
I don't know what you're trying to get me to answer.
Canceling for racism, sexism, homophobia,
yes,
right?
Right. Yeah.
But my argument is always they're trumped up charges. They're not genuine racism, sexism, homophobia. They're just they're basically going after people that they perceive as political rivals, using trumped up charges around diversity and inclusion.
Let's be clear. For politicians, I think that's generally the case. They're all trumped up charges. Now, with individual businesses that are being sued, I don't know. I'm sure some of them are legitimate, examples.
Brett
of
Weinstein was
sexism.
trumped up charges.
Well, yeah, obviously, right. But I'm sure that there are
James Lindsay trumped up charges.
Who went after James Lindsay for in a lawsuit?
James Lindsay, they're always going after James Lindsay.
Oh, you just meant publicly, right?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not talking.
What
okay,
about
you're talking about like
Joe Rogan? Is Joe Rogan a sexist, homophobe, racist?
No, you don't understand. This is what I said. We have to be specific about. You have to separate what the culture is doing, what politicians are doing, and what kind of lawsuits are being filed. Okay. Right. There's lots of trumped up charges. I'm not denying that.
Right. Well, I'm saying that the culture is against racist, sexist, homophobes.
I understand.
And that they're perceiving racism, sexism, and homophobia everywhere.
Right. And so because private businesses are cowards, which they will be by their own self-interest, because a private business main goal is just to make money and just to placate. They're going to do whatever is easier and cheaper, generally. Right. That is a private business general thought process. And if they perceive it that culture right now is basically is captured by wokeness, and it's best to keep your head down and just placate that, that's what businesses will do. And I do not buy the argument that, well, if you let the businesses sort it out, some businesses will just, they'll fight back against wokeness and figure it out. I don't think they will. I mean, how many times have we seen, go get woke, go broke? It keeps manifesting, and yet businesses are very slow to react to this change at all. And so I don't have this faith and trust in institutions whose job it is to make money and to keep their head down. I don't see this blind faith and trust in those institutions to do something that's for the moral good of society, which would be to, push back against wokeness and racism, which is what wokeness is.
Yeah.
I just don't see it manifesting. And I don't see it manifesting right now. And I haven't seen it manifesting, for the last 6-7 years.
We're in Salem. This is
Yeah.
The witch trials right now. Everyone's afraid. Everyone's afraid the girls are going to point at them and say, oh, sexist, racist, homophobe. The reason that I'm talking about the trumped up charges is to make the connection between the Salem witch trials. Like, witchcraft isn't real. Like, these girls basically created a cult around themselves that gave them power to manipulate people. That was empowering for them and fun. A lot of people are doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And until somebody steps up and says, listen, witchcraft isn't real.
Right. Well, Evergreen was a great example.
Of course. The perfect example.
It was 100% trumped up charges against Brett. And even, I don't know if you saw recently, Destiny had his Steven Crowder debating college kids video.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that where he was arguing with kids about wokeness?
Yeah, I tweeted about it because for some reason, every time somebody calls Mr. Girl a pedophile, Destiny loses his fucking mind. But every time somebody calls Brett Weinstein a race realist, it's like crickets. I don't hear anything.
Well,
I hear nothing.
That's not fair. Okay. Because I saw that part where they're talking about Brett Weinstein and Evergreen, and the guy does accuse Brett of being a race realist, and Destiny is pushing back on him, saying, "Wait a minute."
Well, the girl accused him of being a race realist, and he didn't say anything. So
okay, I don't know. I don't remember who it was. There's some part where they talk about Evergreen.
Yes.
At some point. Yes. And Destiny does push back and say, "Well, wait a minute. This guy's an evolutionary biologist."
Yeah, but he doesn't contest the fact that they're calling him a racist.
He does contest that. I completely disagree with your interpretation of this situation, this interaction.
Okay. Well,
but anyway, my point was that girl, even she still today in 2022 has this wacky interpretation of what Brett was doing at Evergreen, all those years ago.
Of course. Yeah. Because of that's the religion she's in.
Right.
Yeah, it's not based on truth. It's based on denigrating their political opposition.
And I think I think what Chris said in the beginning, that the conversation is very apt, which is that I think it's dangerous to walk into a fight where one side is saying, we're going to use the law to destroy you. And you're like, well, I'm not going to use the law to protect myself. Which is I just think that's a very dangerous way in which to sort of fight back. But
I was listening to some podcast and they were equating the current woke situation to the Salem witch trials.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Andrew Doyle. Andrew Doyle's got a new book out, which I read actually. So he talks about this in the book, but he says that the thing about the Salem witch trials is many of the elites who had the power to stop this at any time didn't because it was advantageous to their political aspirations, right? As long as the girls were going after people that they disliked, their political enemies, everything was fine and dandy. And he even points out several examples when the girls go after someone that is basically on their side and untouchable. And they just make up some excuse like, oh, well, this, obviously he can't be a witch because of this or that. And they move on. The girls realize the limitations of their power until somebody steps up and does this with wokeness. We're all just being manipulated by this shit.
Right.
And that's why I just feel, I'm at a loss here because I respect Nick Gillespie and I don't know the other guy, but Reason magazine and the libertarians are usually pretty smart about this stuff, but they just seem completely out to lunch with what's going on here. The current situation, the way I see it, is impinging on individual liberty, on individual rights,
right,
in a massive way.
Right.
I see it as a religion that's just forcing itself into all of our lives against our will. And until You step in, and this was the great thing about the United States, separation of church and state, freedom of religion, as they say, or freedom from religion, until people step up and say, listen, this wokeness is a religion that I want to be free from, and I don't want it in my workplace, and I don't want it in my life. I don't want it in my kids' school. Nothing's going to change. So, Team Rufo.
Totally.
Some kind of liberty. And you're saying, well, file a lawsuit.
No.
Well, so if you recognize the basis of the law to regulate the behavior of the institution, but you can't pass any new laws, we have a crisis in our universities. Our universities
What's the crisis? What's the crisis in our
is that you have conservative state universities that have excluded conservative academics and administrators.
Wait, conservative state universities have excluded.
They use the public dollar. They use the public charter.
Look, Sean's in the chat. And this guy, Sean knows everything. Sean's going on about the Salem witch trials. In Salem, you had to produce evidence. Salem witch trials were more legit than this. Stop strawmanning Salem. Obviously, he's joking around. So, Sean,
you had to listen. It was listen. The evidence procedural requirements for witchcraft was very strong back in Salem.
He is right. I don't know if he's read Doyle's book, but he is right about how they did have to produce evidence, and that's kind of how they
but
stopped him at certain times.
Well, obviously, what was the evidence? Finger quotes evidence.
Well, this, in the situation now with the wokeness, I mean, they're basically contesting that evidence even exists.
I mean, that's true.
So
I guess
we're completely off the rails here.
There you go.
Use public resources to promote a far left-wing ideology, not just in the classroom, which again is fine, whatever, not a huge problem, but more importantly through the organs of the administrative apparatus. You have, some universities have, multi-million-dollar budgets for DEI commissars that are there to regulate the minute behavior of students, to have professors bow down to diversity ideology.
Does the stop
and I'm supposed to believe that, well, you can't do anything about it.
No, wait. Stop. You're making all kinds of leaps and bounds here. But first off, does the Stop Woke Act also apply to private universities?
No. Correct.
No, it's public universities only.
Oh, so this whole time this only applies to public universities. Wait a minute. It applies to private businesses though, because that's what the lawsuit's about.
Right.
I don't know. I'm confused, but
pulling funding from DEI departments is a separate proposal that you might be to the extent that federal funding is going to that, you might be able to get libertarians on board with something like that. What we're talking about with the Stop Woke Act is you're prohibiting certain concepts, adults teaching other adults about these concepts, whether you agree or disagree.
That's not true. I'll read line 104. This may, the previous prohibitions may not be construed to prohibit discussion of the concepts listed therein as part of a course of training or instruction, provided such training or instruction is given in an objective manner. And
what does that mean?
That means you can't force students to believe that they're inherently inferior because of their ancestry.
Yeah,
but you can talk about it as a concept.
You
can
force
have an
anybody
discussion.
to believe anything, but you can endorse and say, I believe that this view of the world is correct, and I'm going to teach a class that way. That is academic freedom. That is kind of fundamental to just a liberal society. The idea.
So I don't. This is so weird. So there is no academic freedom. I don't want to say there's not 100% academic freedom for public school teachers at all. Then there shouldn't be. And we all accept this. If there was 100% academic freedom for public school teachers, you could walk into a public school and they could say, okay, class, today I'm going to read from the Bible. I want you all to put your heads down in reverence to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Of course. Right? Yeah.
Like that's, so I don't even understand the argument that's being made here. And I mean, you wouldn't want, can you imagine walking to a public school and you find out your teacher says, all right, class, today I want you guys to learn about anal sex. And here, let me put on this hardcore pornographic video so that
obviously,
everyone can watch and learn about. Like, it's just, this is
it's
such a weird
it is
argument to me.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, like
There's no
obviously
such thing as academic freedom. What the fuck
like
is he talking
there are
about?
there's like so many restrictions on, especially there's like so many extra restrictions on public school teachers, because public school teaching, since going to school, especially like pre-college, is maybe he's only talking about college, which is optional, but
Sure.
it's still like being funded by the state, and it's still like under the guise that there should be some state standards here. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me that there's just this 100% academic. I mean, if there's 100% academic freedom, your teacher could go into class and say, okay, class, I know that you came to this school. I know you came to this law school to get a degree to teach law, but we're going to color today. And I'm going to give you a grade based on your coloring. Like, it's a silly argument.
You outsource the parents are responsible for educating their children. They outsource that to the state. The state can't just teach the children whatever they want. It has to be signed off by the parents.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Which,
and,
it's worked through school boards and curriculum assessments and all this different. I don't know what Zach is literally talking about here.
Yeah.
That it's the marketplace of ideas, and
the marketplace of ideas. No, and let's talk about the marketplace of ideas.
Okay,
it's not a marketplace of ideas. When again, a marketplace of ideas is predicated on the idea that there are a kind of unlimited number of potential competitors that are operating in the private market that can compete against one another for customers, that can compete against another to produce, in this case, educational material, ideological content, and so forth. A public university is a publicly financed cartel, and in the K through 12 system is a publicly financed monopoly.
Is there any limit? Let's go to K through 12 in a second, okay? Because we're still at all higher education is elective, so it's a separate category.
But it is not in a competitive marketplace. It's subsidized. It's created and subsidized and governed by the state.
4,000.
Again, even in a principled libertarian philosophy. A principled libertarian kind of looking at classical economics would say, in the conditions of a cartel, such as the public university system, in the conditions of an economic monopoly, such as the K through 12 system, state intervention is justified. And so the idea that the public universities are a free marketplace of ideas is so contrary to the basic facts on the ground. It takes a kind of abstraction, a leap of abstraction that takes you out of the realm of reality.
It takes a basic look at reality. There are
I like that he says it takes a leap of abstraction is the nicest way to say, like, you're insane.
I know.
It's a very nice way to say
we got it though.
Yeah, that's
4,000 four-year colleges and universities in the country. The vast majority of them, and the vast majority of students, I think it's something like 80 or 85% of students go to state-supported schools. There is massive choice. It's true.
No, that's not true.
Wait. Chris, just let me.
That's a weird. I don't know. I'd have to look at the stats. I think most people that go to state schools go to schools that are close to them, don't they?
Sure. I don't know.
So, I mean, so to say like there's like 4,000 schools in the entire country, it's like, well, okay, but if most people, they only have one or maybe two, near them, it's not.
Well, I contest that there's massive choice when it seems like definitely all the Ivy League schools are taken over by wokeness.
Yeah, but those aren't state schools. Right?
Well, he's saying that they're elective. Well, if you want to accomplish certain goals, they're not elective.
Right.
Obviously, if you want to become a doctor, college is not elective. You can't become a doctor without going to college. So, I mean, I guess you could say it's elective if you choose to live under a bridge. I mean, if that's your alternative, then sure, it's elective.
Mm-hmm.
But not in the real world.
Says in 39 out of 50 states, more students attend the college within their home state than attend out of state.
Yeah, because
there's still
cheaper,
some.
Of course.
Still some. It says the average distance traveled by a student to that's on the top colleges. Says says people from New Hampshire are most likely to study out of state. Wasn't New Hampshire like tiny though?
I mean, they're not even getting into the problem of the Ivy League schools churning out this woke ideology and those people becoming
Thought leaders.
the thought
Yeah, no.
leaders of our
Right.
society. Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And then
And I think you're right, is that I don't think there is a lot of, even if someone hypothetically had access to every state college in the country, I don't think there is a lot of ideological diversity pushing back against wokeness in any of these schools whatsoever.
of course not. Yeah, you live in a dream world, Nick, if you think this is not ubiquitous. It's just, I mean, it's human nature. It is. We're a deeply religious species.
Finish my comment. There's no question that the academy is, and particularly elite schools tend very hard left. And I'm somebody, I went through, undergrad, graduate school, I have as much education as you can get. I was virtually, with the exception of my ex-wife as a grad student, I was the only libertarian that I met for most of those years. I understand, what it is like, and it has gotten worse in the past 30 years. There's no question of that. But to say that there is no possibility of choice, there is no academic freedom, or to say, given the certain circumstance, now all we're going to do is empower the state and actors of the state to change the way things are allowed to be discussed, that doesn't seem to me to be a very workable solution.
There's
That's
a good point. That's a good point. I'd like to respond. So first of all, it's not prohibiting discussion. That's the kind of most challenging portion of this to defend on a political basis. But this is really targeted at administration. This is targeted at DEI seminars. This is targeted at the orientation programs.
But that isn't in the prohibited concepts and in the way the law is enacted. It does hit classroom discussion, and it hits whether or not professors feel a chilling.
It provides a special exemption for classroom discussion that I read off earlier. But it's really, I think, fundamentally targeted at administrative behavior, injecting these concepts.
I mean, I don't even think at a private school, but I 100% don't think at a state school that a teacher should be able to go up in class and say, let me teach you why the Nazis were right. I don't think we have to put up with that as a society. I don't think we need to put up with why the Nazis were right being taught in class.
Okay. The Overton window exists for a reason. It really does. Yeah. Right. All of this fighting is to push people outside the Overton window. It's basically to say what you said could be categorized as something outside the Overton window. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and call you a racist, sexist piece of shit and get you thrown out of your university job. But, I mean, we're not really contesting where the Overton window is. We all seem to be in agreement on that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do feel that the things that we've pushed racism outside of the Overton window, correct?
Well, certain forms of racism.
Well, that's exactly, you're making my argument for me.
Right.
I think the wokeness stuff is basically a way to sneak racism back inside the Overton window because it's racism against a certain people that we all are allowed to be racist against because they're the power brokers of our society.
Right.
So I do think racism obviously is outside, but, there's an asterisk next to white people, which is it's wrong.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $20, says, have you guys seen how a lot of Twitter reacted to Kanye West? I kind of got blackpilled about how racist everyone seems to be or becoming. No, I haven't seen. Are people being, when you say people are being racist against Kanye, or actually, what do you mean? Are you saying people agree with Kanye?
I
being
saw,
racist to Kanye? I don't know what you mean by that.
I did see, I can't remember the live stream, but I did see a live stream where I was like, okay, this is a little uncomfortable. They were talking about how Kanye is basically right and just, brave enough to say it. Brave enough to say what everyone else is thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, that's horrible. That's terrible. You obviously watched Kanye's on a tear now. So you watch Piers Morgan, where Piers Morgan was trying his hardest to get Kanye to understand the difference between individuals and groups. Like he's just hitting him over and over again about, you can't. You're talking about certain individuals that are a part of that group, but that doesn't necessarily mean the whole group. And Kanye's like, no, it means the whole group.
Well, Kanye he's waffling back and forth in that entire conversation. But it's just, Pierce doesn't make the argument that he should make, which is like, Kanye, you understand that if you play the game of racial identity, that you and black people are going to lose that pretty badly, right? Like, I don't know why you'd want to open this door, Kanye. This is bizarre. Like, it's just so, like, he's like, I'm going to blame all Jewish people for some bad experiences I had with Jewish people. It's like, okay, well, you don't want people blaming you for all experiences that, bad experiences they've had with black people or something. Like, it's such a bafflingly obvious trap that he's like that Kanye's walking into. And I'm surprised Pearson pointed out to him, but.
Yeah, it's sad.
But I know I missed it. So are people being like agreeing with Kanye and they're being very anti-Jewish or anti-white?
Yes, people are being anti-Jewish. Yeah.
Right. Well, I did see that. I did see people being anti-Jewish because of the Kanye thing. So.
Forcing students to bow down to these concepts and using the public funds to promote and endorse these concepts as the truth. But the second problem, and I think that it's an even greater problem, is, as you said, somewhere between 85 and 90% of college students, university students, attend state-affiliated or state-financed colleges and universities. And so I know that a libertarian, if you said, well, 85% of the breakfast cereal that Americans consume is produced by the government, you guys would go apoplectic. You guys would say, we need 1,000 breakfast cereals. May 1,000 breakfast cereals remove. We need to remove all regulation and financing for the breakfast cereal cartel administered by the state. And yet when it comes to public universities, it's like the kind of the principles start to dissipate.
I think
if 90% of students attend state universities, how is this not at minimum a cartel and at maximum really? If you said, well, 90% of oil is produced by state oil,
I agree with you
this is a monopoly.
Yeah.
Break it up.
I agree with you that it's
regulate it.
I agree with you that it is a cartel, and I want to see what the measures I'm interested in are things that break down that cartel and move it. Nick already mentioned there's a lot of choice out there. There's conservative leading universities. I would like to see that get pushed further.
If 90% of students are attending state universities,
accreditation.
There's a wide variety among state universities anyway. Different schools.
There are many departments of the government that you can appeal to. That strikes me as a weak argument on libertarian grounds.
No. What I agree with you that when public funding is involved, it does call for a different type of oversight than if it's the private business. But you've already made it clear that you don't care about that because private corporations should be forbidden from teaching certain types of concepts.
I'm not a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian, and I deal in the realm of reality.
What I'm saying is we're going to get to K through 12 education in a second. Zach, did you want to finish your thought?
No, my only point is that if it is a cartel, and I tend to agree with you that there are cartel-like tendencies there, that why wouldn't the effort be towards breaking down that cartel and making it easier for universities to get accreditation? Yes, disentangling federal money from the universities, getting rid of federal student loans. All this stuff is things that libertarians can get behind, and I think would help with a lot of these problems.
This is the building your own internet argument here. Like, why regulate this internet when you could just build your own internet? I'm seriously anti-Zach at this point. Zach just doesn't Zach doesn't seem to understand.
Yeah. Well, you're right. This is the build your own Twitter, build your own Facebook.
Yeah.
But even then it's like, okay, well, why don't you push for legal change to do that, and I'll push for legal change to do this, and we'll see whoever wins.
Yeah.
Or we'll see whichever one gets enacted first. And
yeah,
there's a reason that Christopher Rufo's laws are being enacted at lightning speed, and the sort of like very widespread, broad changes that Zach and Nick want to implement are not happening. And even if they were to happen, it would be very gradually over a long period of time.
Well, they can't really happen anyway because they don't understand how Western liberal democracies work.
Well,
So-
I mean, yeah, but I'm saying like theoretically, even if they could be implemented, it would, it would be very slow change over a time period.
I just, I'm in the never camp. I
agree.
Libertarians don't really.
Like, yeah, the idea that there's ever going to be a total ban on federal funding or federal scholarships for state schools is not a thing. Like,
Well,
I don't even know why you said that. That's just
voters,
so outside the
voters
realms
like
of reality.
state. Look, even Nick Gillespie knows.
Yes.
State schools are a good deal. He's got like 16 different degrees. Okay.
From state schools.
Yeah. Voters like these things. They want these programs. They want to send their kids to various colleges so that they can say, my kid is educated. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. We want our tax dollars going to something.
Well, and I guess this sort of counter, and maybe this is sort of an interesting evidence of this. Like, the conversation is essentially Christopher saying, I think we should use the rules and ideas that currently exist to fight back against wokeness. And Nick and Zach are like, I think we should completely try to revamp and tear down a lot of the ideas that currently exist to fight wokeness. And now, obviously, on its face, you say, okay, well, one of those is going to be more practical and faster. But we can see that that's kind of the story of wokeness itself. You have, the Marxists for years, for decades and decades and decades, have been trying to push Marxism in America and in the rest of the world and been failing. And it's because they were doing what Nick and Zach are doing in this conversation. They were pushing for a radical redressing, a radical change of the current system, which most people don't want. Unless the situation is very bad. You have certain times where economics and social situation is so bad that people call for radical change. But usually, when things are okay, people are not willing to make these radical changes. And so that's what wokeness is. Wokeness is the sneaky Marxism that finally realized, hey, instead of calling for this radical, changing of everything, why don't we kind of like pretend like it's something that's like conforming to your normal values?
Right.
Like, why don't we just pretend, we'll use the guise of racism and sexism to kind of sneak Marxism into the conversation.
Well, and we'll invade the bureaucracy as well. We'll get all these low-level mid-manager positions and surreptitiously put it in the public schools. Yeah.
Exactly. We'll use the system itself to sort of implement our wacky ideas.
Right.
Right. And so it's like, okay, so I mean, wokeness has already shown that Christopher Rufo is correct, because wokeness, it's wokeness versus the hardcore Marxists. The hardcore Marxists lost the debate to wokeness for that very reason. That I think Christopher Rufo will win this debate in terms of how it will be enacted versus, Zach and Nick.
Yeah. He's already winning. And it's driving people to the polls. It's going to get more Republicans elected.
Right.
The Republicans are going to get elected on stopping this stuff. I mean, Republicans understand, especially Republicans are the perfect people to be receptive to this, because they've been getting hit with the racist stick for years now. They're like, we're not racist. Fuck you, racist stick. So they're loving this. They're going to elect more politicians that are going to enact more of this stuff. And they're going to be able to hit them back with the racist stick and stop the racist stick hitting. It's like a win-win.
Well, I can see why Nick and Zach are upset by this, because since the 80s, libertarians and neoliberals basically had a lot of control over the Republican Party, at least economically. And now, because there's been this resurgence of right-wing populism, and because so many of the corporations have become beholden to woke ideology, it's becoming very clear, maybe for the first time in a very long time, to people on the right, that you can't have this kind of laissez-faire attitude towards business where you let them do whatever the fuck they want.
Oh, yeah, totally. Well, they thought you could, but they didn't kind of envision this situation.
Right. Well, it's like they were letting the right was pro letting business do whatever. Non-libertarians on the right were pro letting businesses do whatever they wanted, because businesses at the time were generally doing things that they're generally enacting right-wing social policies anyway.
Right.
And as soon as that shifts to the businesses start enacting left-wing social
Right.
policies, suddenly it's like, wait a minute, maybe we can't just let businesses do whatever they want.
When every television station in America went Pride Year, it's like all of a sudden, they're like, oh no,
that you're talking
maybe our businesses should be neutral.
about, because it would weaken the power of these institutions to the degree that the ideas are just being subsidized and not truly triumphing in a marketplace of ideas.
I'm fine with that. I actually support all of that. I'm working on some model legislation to address some of those points. But the fact of the matter is that we still have a situation in the here and now where, roughly 9 out of 10 college students attend state government institutions. And so you have to deal with that problem. And again, I think the libertarian problem and classical liberal problem is that you want to deal with it in abstraction. Well, I'd prefer I'd prefer, that all the universities are private, or I'd prefer, massive regulatory reform. But A, that's not practical. It's not going to happen in the near term. And you're still left with the problem that, what do you do with the institutions that exist today? So you're preferring an abstraction, which is easy to defend because it's not really in the political realm now.
You went to Georgia.
That the institutions today be able to everyone be treated like adults that can discuss ideas like adults, and not have the governor of Florida saying, what concepts are allowed to be endorsed in a college classroom or not. That would be my preference.
That's great, but again, that's not the main focus. And as I told you, there's no prohibition on discussing the concepts. I've read you the legislative language.
If they're endorsed, if they're endorsed, it is.
Okay, so let's
you think that, hold on, let's get an example here. You think that a University of Florida professor should say, in a classroom, I hereby endorse and will inculcate into you, and it will require you to believe that Nordic people are the Aryan race and are vastly superior to the other races of the globe.
Is that happening?
Academic freedom to say so.
Yeah, I don't know how that person gets hired in the first place, but honestly, whatever crazy thing some professor is teaching, it doesn't matter what I think about it. It matters what
yes or no.
If the students want to take their class. So.
Yeah, he's saying yes, Chris.
Yes. Okay.
He's saying it.
Then that's a principled position. If you think that you have
what happens is when you start
Nazi-style talking points in the classroom.
There are white supremacists who teach in universities in America. It happens. I wouldn't want to take their class, but yes, there are terrible ideas that get put forward in college classrooms. I'm not going to argue with you.
The whole question.
Why do we have to, why does society have to put up with that? Why do we, are we so beholden to sort of
cucked?
Binary.
Cucked is the word you're looking for.
What is the word I'm looking for?
Cucked. Are we so cucked that we can't tell people to fuck off?
Yeah, as a society, are we so cucked to a binary worldview where everything has to be all or nothing? There can be no middle ground where we can say, okay, teachers have, broad freedom of speech and academic freedom to some extent, but they can't go in a class and say, let me tell you why the Nazis were right and we should exterminate, the Jews. To me, that's just preposterous that we can't, construct a society or a system of laws in which we say, okay, well, let's regulate some behaviors, especially for public schools, what the teachers can say.
We can't have
still ensuring, broad academic freedom.
We can't have some universal truths and still have academic freedom. I'm just wondering where, no one's trying to cancel Zach for endorsing a Nazi curriculum. Is the Nazi curriculum okay in public schools? Because that's where the CRT is.
Yeah,
that's where they want to have privilege walks and teach whiteness.
Right. He said, he said he's fine with white supremacist teachers teaching white supremacy in school.
Well, he said in college, I think.
In college. I'm not fine with that. That's crazy to me. Why should we be fine with that?
I'm not fine with it.
No. I mean, I wouldn't be if there was some college teacher that was teaching class on why the age of consent should be abolished. And they were some they were some pro pedophile map person. I mean, who the fuck would be okay with that?
Mr. Girl. You set me up. Why?
I didn't set you up.
You totally
I didn't set you
set
up. I
me
did not set you up for that. No. So I feel like everyone's like, I'm fine with that until you like reach whatever they personally don't like, and then it's like, well, are you really fine with it? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
How about we teach libertarians are retarded? How about
Yeah,
that?
exactly right. It's just I just
How about we
I don't
teach
think-
libertarianism as a mental illness? How about that? What do you think of that?
Well, he would be. Yeah, I mean, he would be fine with that probably, but
How about we teach that libertarians are Satan worshipers? What do you think?
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just I
How
just
about
don't buy
all
that we have to have
libertarians are
this.
hermaphrodites?
I don't think we have to have this completely like universal binary. It's all or nothing. I think there's very few situations where you need that.
I mean, it is so much about the Overton window here. Like
Right.
that concept just explains this perfectly. They're basically in favor of abolishing the Overton window. So this conversation should shift to what, where is the concept of the Overton window
Well,
useful?
no, so no, the problem is, and I don't think this is what Zach is getting. It doesn't abolish the Overton window. All it does is it abolishes legal protection for people. Like it's actually the opposite of what Zach's saying.
Okay.
It abolishes legal protection for people that are just outside the Overton window. Or who are the people? We don't want to protect the extremists, okay? We don't
Right.
want to protect the pedos, but we want to protect the people that are like just outside the Overton window who are
Right.
saying like wokeness is bad. Because the Overton window is right now, you have to be woke or you're racist. That's where the Overton window is
It
right
is, unfortunately.
and you want to protect people that are just outside that realm who can push back and say, maybe we need to pull the Overton window a little bit in one direction or the other.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, the problem that we're experiencing now is the Overton window has been narrowed so much that just anything is outside
Right.
the Overton window.
And I don't buy this idea. And here's even the thing too. Even if you want to believe and you want to argue that the only reason colleges became woke in the first place is because of some sort of government law, even if that's your argument, okay? You understand that if you abolished whatever the law was now, that wouldn't unwoke the universities, right? Like once you dig the hole and you jump in it, you're in the hole. Even if it was the wrong decision to get in the hole, now you have to climb out of the hole. So even if laws made the universities woke, getting rid of those laws won't make them unwoke.
Of
Because
course.
all the people that now make the hiring decisions at the universities are fucking woke. So they're going to keep hiring more woke people. So you do have to actively make laws to unwoke the schools.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to get the digger over and fill that hole in.
Yeah.
Question
think it
is
should be
whether
regulated.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I think.
hey, I'll
let-
give you credit for being principled. You don't want to.
let's
you
shift
want
to
to
a
allow
sep-
free reign to
let's
kind of,
let's shift to K through 12 education because
Let's do it.
this is the focus of earlier laws that were coming out of Florida that you were involved with, Chris. And again, you are on a hot streak. You are Neil Young, like circa 1970. Whether or not you're going to have like the next 5 years, you're going to just be pumping out great album after great album or not, it's not clear. But let's turn to K through 12 education.
Yes.
And some of the concerns that are being raised here about limiting what is, at what level is public education controlled? And Chris, do you want to talk about your efforts to
Yes.
essentially have the state, and when we say the state, we're talking about at the state level,
Yes.
control, like ultimately what is the domain of what is taught?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would prefer in the abstract that each school district set its own curriculum. There's more latitude, there's more decentralization. I've advocated for universal school choice. And in fact, my work on critical race theory, according to the governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, was a contributing factor for them actually passing universal school choice in Arizona after they passed an anti-CRT bill the year prior. And so I think we're probably largely in agreement on decentralizing, on creating more options, on universal school choice. I think we can say bracket that aside. But again, the reality is two things. The status quo is really twofold. that the public education system, like the public university system, is a cartel, more actually a monopoly. You have 90% of the student basis. And the curriculum in the state of Florida and in most other states is already set at the state level. And so you're trying to say, hey, what do we decide as a people that we want to transmit, the values that we want to transmit? And I'll concede, private corporations is a tougher argument. Public universities is a tougher argument. You've made some good points. I've tried to defend the best I can. But K through 12 argument, there's the K through 12 schools. I mean, the fact is very simple. The state sets the curriculum. It's a 90% monopoly control. And then it's also minors who are in many cases compelled to attend.
No, they are always compelled to attend.
And I think that you should have the widest latitude. I think, frankly, that the state could say, the state could actually go much further and say, this is what we do teach. This is what we don't teach. This is the behavior that we want. This is the behavior we don't want. And I actually don't think that that's even the right. I think that's a duty of legislators. Legislators actually have to do that because you're shaping
what are
the values of kids. And you need to make sure that those values are in accordance with the people in the state.
You consider yourself, I mean, just as a backdrop statement, it's like when you talk about, a state like Florida, which has millions of people and tens of millions of people, to talk about the values of that state, that is an abstraction, I think, where you're just saying, okay, you know what, they all believe this one thing, or this is the orthodoxy that we're going to impose on everybody throughout the state. But what I was going to...
an abstraction. That's actually very, very personal, very intimate. And you have
no, but you're acting as if there is one. So somebody who lives in the Florida Panhandle and somebody who lives in the Keys, they are all of the same hive mind that is Florida. And we're going to impose an orthodox, centralized educational curriculum on them.
See, I see this completely opposite. I see wokeness as imposing a centralized orthodoxy on people. And what Christopher Rufo is doing is fighting that orthodoxy in the same way that you would fight any sort of religion in public schools. So I feel like they're on the wrong side of this fight. I feel like they're the people who are arguing for constricting personal freedom are the woke people, and they're fighting on their side, whether they like it or not, whether they think they are or not. I don't feel like they're fighting to increase personal liberty. I feel like they're fighting against that.
Right, they haven't. But the issue here, I guess, is that for a lot of the woke indoctrination in a lot of these schools and institutions, it's like the law didn't mandate that schools or institutions or businesses become woke. No. It was through sort of non-legal channels that this indoctrination occurred. And so they're just completely against the idea of using the law as a remedy, essentially, for this infiltration, I guess you want to call it.
Right. But the law did come in. I mean, there was a time when public schools were Christian schools. That was the orthodoxy. So
yeah, it was totally. It's totally insane that like my parents had to sit through schools where teachers would read them like, passages from the New Testament and do prayers in school. Like that's just that shit crazy to me.
So in order to live up to the freedom of religion put forward in the Constitution, laws came in to fix that. This is just an extension of that in my eyes, but it's not being framed that way.
No, that's an excellent point. Is that that's actually a very great point.
They're arguing for the freedoms of the teachers, but not the students.
Right. No, but that's a very good point, and that would be a good point to levy at Zach or Nick or sort of a libertarian, which is to say, well, I mean, technically we had a law that said, separation, or at least it's been interpreted to mean separation of church and state. And yet there's all these schools that were not, adhering to that were still making kids pray and all these other things. So you did have to enact separate laws or have separate judgments in cases to make sure that those laws were put into effect correctly. And that's essentially what the Stop Woke Act is doing. It's saying these schools are not living up to the standards of our liberal democracy that are already enshrined in our laws. And so we need to just be very clear and clarify them.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the status quo, A, and then
Yeah,
B.
but wait, you were just saying
in a republic, you have a legislature, you have an executive, and you have courts that can.
As a
can
conservative, traditionally conservatives, and particularly on the school issue, were always saying that local control is better, and they were always trying to move things out of the state house.
That hasn't been the case in decades.
But that isn't what you're doing here. With your legislation, centralizes power in the state house.
No, it doesn't.
And then
the power is already centralized. There's no change in how these things are.
Okay, so now you had been haranguing us for like putting up with the status quo, but now you are saying, I want the status quo, but I want to be in the driver's seat. I want my ideology
not at all.
to be in the driver's seat.
Good point, but it's not right. As I said, no, I actually support an all of the above approach. I think that I've advocated for universal school choice. Mm-hmm. I would support a bill that says we're spinning out curricular control to local districts, local school boards. I would support that.
I mean, this is a very weird argument that Nick's making. I mean, I guess it's more of an argument. It's not like a useful argument towards the conversation as a whole. It's more of an argument of just trying to pick for him to say that he thinks Chris is being hypocritical, because like in practice, if Christopher Rufo managed to get every county's school board in Florida to enact their equivalent of the Stop Woke Act, like that's no different than having the state enact it, essentially,
right? Like
from a state level. So, like, why is that important exactly?
Oh, pushing things down to the local level.
And like, yeah, because I mean, obviously, like, there's some things you want to exist on a local level, but there's some things you want to exist on a state level, and there's some things you want to exist on a federal level. Right. And part of the reason of that division is like, if you live, if on a local level, you live in a county, or say it's even more local, say it's a local school board, for a local school. If it's some like super hoity-toity, white, upper middle class, rich, super duper woke area of the country, does that just mean that every person that's born there is doomed to basically be indoctrinated by wokeness and Marxism just because where they live? I mean, that doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, or fair.
Right.
I also don't. He made a little comment there about how, as if Christopher Rufo wants to use the state to enact his own personal ideology, but I don't see it like that at all. I think there is an ideology that has already been enacted based around the civil rights movement, based around prohibitions on racism, that Rufo is just saying this is the current status quo, and there are certain programs and people who are not living up to that status quo.
Right.
And he's calling them out. So it's not like he's saying, I want to change the system to my ideology. He's saying we have an ideology, and there are these various programs that have worked their way in, even though that ideology, even though they've been prohibited by the reigning ideology.
No, you're absolutely right. And actually, that would be an excellent way. It'd be an excellent way for Rufo to phrase this going forward. Would be, I'm not enacting my ideology. All I'm saying is that all sides have to live up to the standards of the civil rights movement. Okay?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. That's all these laws do. It's saying everyone has to play by the same rules, that we've been playing by for the last 60 years. That's
universalism is the ideology that he's saying.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm not implementing. There's no new idea. There's no new ideology that's being implemented by any of these Stop Woke Acts whatsoever.
Right. He did kind of say that at the beginning, so it's just we've kind of backslid here.
Right. I'm just saying that should be like, just keep reiterating that point.
Yes. This is not something new.
Should have a kind
should
of
it be to the parent?
Power?
Should it be the parent? Ultimately, the parent or guardian of the kid who actually controls where the school dollars go. That's what's revolutionary in Arizona.
Yes, of course I do.
Yeah.
But I also think
why aren't we talking about your efforts on that as opposed to your efforts on saying, okay, these are certain concepts. these are certain books, these are certain themes that cannot be taught, that should not be taught anywhere.
Where have I said that? Well, I'm not saying that there are books and themes that cannot be taught. I think that certainly the pornographic materials should not be included. And then school districts and school classrooms and parents, frankly, as a kind of veto force as participating in the institution, should have a sense of curating a curriculum. You have limited time. You choose certain books and you don't choose others. That's not banning a book. And the fact is again, I think that the kind of
I'm not talking about that, but I'm just saying why aren't schools? I mean, isn't the easy? And I think this is something that we might agree on, both from a conservative and a libertarian point of view. If you have universal school choice, issues about what the school curriculum is disappear as a public matter because schools will put out curricula, and parents will either choose them or not.
And that's exactly why I support it.
And so I'm curious now, listening to this, do you think that is like Nick kind of making an accelerationist argument to some extent? Almost like he wants schools to become so woke that like everyone who's not woke basically goes to a private school in order to like destroy public schools or to weaken them? He's
doing the same thing the woke people are doing. He's like behind the scenes working to destroy everything.
Like, I kind of feel like that's the argument he's making, or he's sort of alluding to, but
I don't think so. He can't have that stance that he has on public education. He can't march out here with all his degrees if he's making that argument.
Right, that's true.
Flogged for it. I've advocated for it. I've worked. I think I have some contribution. Certainly the activists on the ground in Arizona, but the legislators and the governor whom I spoke with all said, "Hey, CRT was a huge boon for us to get universal school choice after having tried for over across 2 decades." And so I'm happy to take a very limited credit because look, I support that. But even in Arizona, where I think you now have 25,000 families that are going through the application process to get their dollars, you're still going to have, for the foreseeable future, a public school system with 70, 80% of K through 12 students. And so you can't simply say, well, we have choice so we can abdicate responsibility. And the problem with the classical liberal or libertarian view is that what happens is that the refusal or the fear to act in the public sphere cedes the territory to the people on the far left who have no such compunction, no such hesitation, and they will go all the way until they get dominance over the administration, dominance over the curriculum, dominance over the ideology that's transmitted from the state to the child. And so you have this problem that I think actually, spans across all three of these domains we've talked about, where
I think that's completely true. I think you should end it there.
Totally.
It's 100% true. Yeah. You can't say that I'm not going to fight something in the court system because your opponents will.
Yeah.
And they'll come after you hard. And they're going to win.
Cancel culture is the perfect example of that, obviously.
Right.
Classical liberals, libertarians really are not willing to dismantle left-wing civil rights apparatus. But they're unwilling, and they really come out furious about any kind of right-wing civil rights apparatus or civil rights
such as
campaign. Well, you say, well, I wouldn't get rid of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, but I don't support strengthening it to protect people from their public.
No, you should read Reason's voluminous coverage on why masterpiece cakes shouldn't be forced to bake cakes they don't want to. I mean, would you argue that under civil rights legislation, that if you're talking about this, that Christian bakers, whatever that means, people who are Christians who bake cakes should be forced under civil rights law to bake gay wedding cakes? Whatever.
No, I would not. So I think we're probably in alignment there.
But then that changes your embrace of the Civil Rights Act.
I think a small, a small three-man bakery is not comparable to a multi-billion-dollar publicly funded kind of state organized public education system. And so they're categories that you cannot compare.
If you want to disrupt the left's control of the public schools, isn't the best way to do that is to give people the right of exit through giving them money?
I'm advocating for both.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Well,
pragmatic.
because you don't get both. You don't get both because what you're arguing is if Ron DeSantis is in charge of things and you agree with Ron DeSantis, you're okay. And for me, what I worry about, and Zach, why don't you pipe in after this? But what I worry about is like, okay, I don't particularly go along with Ron DeSantis on a lot of stuff. I don't want Charlie Crist. I don't want, Lawton Chiles, if we go back in Florida governor history, or Jeb Bush necessarily. I want to be left to, make my own decisions where I send my kids to school, how I run my business, what kind of colleges courses can offer.
I agree, but that ship has sailed.
So there's a complicated idea here that I don't think people appreciate, which is that having a set of principles is very important. Because having principles and understanding what your principles are and understanding what your first principles are a good way of preventing an individual from getting sucked into just blatant tribalism of supporting something or being against something because of team blue, team red. So that's important. But the nuance comes in that when you exist in the real world, you have to understand that when you're trying to enact change in the world you want, you're usually trying to push things towards the principles that you want enacted in the world. Like, you're not going to get what you want 100%. You just have to you're just trying to nudge things in that direction. You're always trying to nudge things in that direction, and people are trying to nudge things in other directions. And
of course.
I feel like Christopher Rufo understands that. He's like, I'm nudging things in the direction that I want. And I think the problem is, and this is part of the reason why I don't think a libertarian party has ever been successful in America, is that since libertarians are so fixated on their principles and their first principles, which is good to some extent and understandable, it kind of puts them away from the idea that, well, no, when you're interacting with people that disagree with you and you're interacting in a system of politics that's based around, getting people to vote for you and based around compromise and selectorate theory and all this, blah, 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 you need to not look at it like, I want my principles or I want nothing. It's like, no, you need to start just pushing things in the direction that you want. And I don't think Zach and Nick appreciate that you need to nudge things towards the direction you want, not plant your flag in the ground and say, I'm not moving from this spot, because guess what? Everyone else is going to move from that spot and you're going to be alone. And, you're going to be shouting in the void to no one, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of individual freedom, obviously.
Of course.
I mean, the reason we're against the woke stuff is because it impinges on our individual freedom, obviously.
Right.
And I think it impinges on other people's individual freedom to the detriment of all kinds of things like movies, culture, art. Wokeness it's like a religious movement to me. I just see it putting all sorts of limitations on all kinds of things. And the reason this debate is so interesting is because they see it completely opposite. They see anything government does is putting restrictions on people's freedoms. But government also, it can restrict people from restricting you, which is what I see going on here. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's a great way of framing it. That's what the Stop Woke Act is trying to do. It's the government trying to restrict people from restricting you, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
And promoting ideologies that will restrict you now or in the future.
Right.
Many, many decades ago, again, you have a government monopoly in K through 12. You have a government cartel.
I know the way to destroy the public monopoly as long as
you have a government enforced HR.
Okay. So, but the problem is, first of all, you might think the way to destroy the government monopoly. And even if you're right, it doesn't matter if you know how to do it. If you don't have any political will to get it done, it doesn't matter.
Or political support, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Which this is the thing about. I mean, it's difficult. Libertarians are very individualistic, which is good. Like I said, I'm for individual freedom as well. But sooner or later, to get something done, you need public support.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But they a lot of times almost seem against the idea of even encouraging public support or rallying around public support.
Well, it's anti-individualism, so it makes
Yeah.
sense. It's kind of like how, to some extent, communist movements have so much problem because they basically no one will let anyone be the leader. So it kind of devolves into like mob nonsense, essentially. It's like the ideology itself kind of prevents people from organizing effective political movements in the first place.
Yeah.
And to me, I've accepted the idea that like my personal philosophy and my personal morality, I understand that that can't necessarily be enacted on like a governmental level. Like that, I think you have to have like kind of different views of how different systems, should run according to not only what you want, but what exists currently, what is practical at the moment.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like having a diversity of thought, and I mean the woke stuff would not be a problem if it was just a competing idea. The problem is that it's getting state backing and getting corporate backing and becoming the state ideology. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah, no, that's sort of true. Like, like if it was just a competing idea, I would still not like it. But but you wouldn't necessarily have to want to regulate it. It's only you want to regulate it because that idea, like state schools, has monopolized the conversation, has monopolized the culture to such an extent. I mean, you get banned on Twitter for misgendering people.
Yes.
You can, like, you'll get in trouble on YouTube or any of these platforms very often for just not, like, Destiny got kicked off of Twitch, for his Kyle Rittenhouse position. And then, he got kicked out of Twitch's partner program for his Kyle Rittenhouse, the truckers, which got misconstrued as violence, which I don't think in a million years that would have ever happened. If he said the same statement he said about the protesters, if he said that in reverse and he had like the reverse position, the anti-Kyle Rittenhouse position, I don't buy for a second he would have got kicked off.
Oh, you're saying it's trumped up charges? Imagine that.
Right. And then he ended up getting kicked off of Twitch, the entire platform, just because of which was even for an even weirder reason, just because of his position on that trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in sports.
Yep.
And so I just like, yeah, you have to like this idea, this woke culture, this woke idea has got a stranglehold on a lot of institutions in our country. And I do not buy the notion that it's just the markets are going to solve it. No, I think you do need to pass laws to solve these sorts of issues.
Is it worse than the religious rights stranglehold on the culture in the 1950s?
Well, I mean, I wasn't alive back then, so I can't say.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but
I would guess that it's comparable.
I'm sure.
Would.
I mean, like not the 50s, but in the 20s. I mean, part of the reason that abolition was passed was because of religion.
Well, no, I'm saying, back in the 1950s, it was very much a like Christian culture. I think the 1950s is when they got "In God We Trust" posted on the money, right? I mean,
right, yeah.
So it was a kind of a thing where people were willing to say, these are our national values. I feel like wokeness is kind of becoming that, and the people who are appalled at this are the people who are just outside of the religion. They're like, wait a second here, this is like not a thing, not a universal idea that I can buy into.
Right. I don't want to put white privilege on the money,
But if that was a thing, they would be all down for it, and
of course
politicians would be like, yeah, we have to put white privilege on the money, otherwise they're going to call us bigots.
Right. And the whole point of what Christopher Rufo is doing is like, well, let's try to stop it. Let's try to stop that snowball before it gets to that point.
Yeah. Before our money says white privilege.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Oh God, no! Don't give him any ideas, Sitch. Wait, what are some other things they could put on the money that would be totally offensive? Maybe like stolen land.
Yeah, on the back of the money, it'll be like the crying Native American from the commercials.
Right.
And it'll say like stolen, it'll say stolen land. Yeah. Stolen land, stolen wealth. That's what it'll say.
We're going in that direction.
Yeah, it will say no, each one will have a different one. So like the $1 bill will have the Native American. The $5 bill will have like black slaves.
Right.
And it'll say like stolen labor, stolen lives. And then the 20 will have like women and it'll say like stolen vote.
Yeah, no. That's reality. Can you imagine looking down at that every day? Oh God. Here's your legal tender. Please, no.
Government required HR system in the large corporations. Leave me alone is not a viable political platform in 2020. It wasn't a viable political platform in 1995. And so you have to deal with the world as it is. I would prefer an abstract utopia in which parents can go take their kids to schools in the way that they can take them to restaurants. There's an unlimited number of restaurants. They're all organized by small things. It's tailored to them. I would love that system.
Okay,
but we
Zach,
will not have that system in the next half century. And so
wait,
we have
hold
to
on.
deal.
Why do you want to say
we have
that?
to deal with the system as it is today. And my friends who are in the classical liberal camp, I cannot stress enough to them that abdicating the responsibility of governing public institutions creates a vacuum and a void in which the worst people in the country will take extreme measures to control the ideological transmission from the state to the child, from the state to the student, from the state to the corporate HR office. This must be disrupted. And Florida is doing a great job at actually disrupting it in a way that is meaningful, not just appealing to some future abstract utopian.
Zach, talk
fantasy.
a little bit about your.
So
I just threw. Look at the looks on their faces.
Right.
He just called you Zach a utopian, and Zach is like, "What?" And Chris is like, just gleeful, "Ha ha, bitch!"
Right. Well, also Chris, he does have a tendency to just kind of like go on and on and on and on.
It's great. I love it.
Well, I mean, I agree with him more in the conversation. So I'm like, yeah, but at the same token, I understand it's frustrating if you don't agree with him. But he brings up a good point about the vacuum. He's like, if your position is sort of the anti-government position, all you're doing is creating a vacuum so that all the people that fill the roles of government are going to be basically pushing the political stuff that you don't like.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened with DEI in this country. That's why DEI got completely consumed by critical theory and by Marxist garbage. Is because there was a vacuum for, basically people on the right who are in the DEI space.
Yeah, I think a lot of libertarians don't vote.
Yeah, maybe.
First school choice situation in Florida, and you moved from California to Florida. Why don't you talk a little bit about that? And we've got a few more minutes, but let's do that, and then we'll come to
that's why I don't really understand why. That's why I don't understand why you are saying it's abstract when the momentum has been building and really accelerated through the pandemic. I mean, you mentioned Ducey already. They have universal vouchers now in Arizona. Here in Florida, we don't have vouchers, but we have pretty much unlimited school choice. There's like 3 great schools within driving distance of 5 minutes of where I am. And my worry when you say it should be all of the above is that all of the above is sort of in tension with each other. Because if you're like,
this is an abstraction too, and he should know this if he has kids, which is like, so say you're a parent, and say you actually have the time, right? Which for a lot of parents they might not, but say you actually have the time to like figure out what elementary school you want your kid to go to. How are you going to figure out like whether it's a woke school or not? It's not necessarily like you walk into the school and they're going to say, "Oh, we're going to teach you the concepts of like white privilege and CRT," right? That's not exactly going to be like stapled onto the board anywhere.
Of course not.
And it could be a situation where it's like, well, just one of the classes, all the other classes are great, but there's like that one class that teaches you all this crazy DEI stuff. And so as a parent, when you're trying to like pick schools, how are you supposed to figure all this stuff out? But then even if you can, and then there's a problem. So it's like, okay, so your kid's in school and all of a sudden you get because he's talking about like getting the curriculums. I don't know, unless things are different. When I was in elementary school, middle school, you get a curriculum for each class at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you got a curriculum when I entered middle school. I didn't get a curriculum for my 3 years at middle school. And so it's like, so say I'm like say I'm in 7th grade. I'm in a middle school, and 6th grade was fine. There's no woke stuff. But then 7th grade, I'm in like a super duper woke, history class, and my parents get the curriculum, and they go to school and they complain. They say, I don't want my kid in this class. And the teacher and the principal says, listen, all 7th grade history classes teach this, woke garbage. There's no alternatives to this.
Mm-hmm.
And so my parents say, well, I'm going to pull my child out of the school with all of his friends that he's made and put him in a school full of strangers because of this one class I don't like.
Right.
What impact is that going to have on the kid?
It's going to be terrible, obviously.
Right. It's going to be fucking terrible. And it's going to have the exact opposite effect because the kid's going to say, I don't care about all that woke stuff. I just want to be with my friends.
Yeah.
And now you're screwing me over in my, my young adult life, essentially.
Well, no, he would get a in-depth lesson from me about how to deal with this woke ass teacher. That's what I'd be telling him.
Right, but
I'd say, listen,
exactly.
You've got my permission
to just be a total asshole.
To go up into expulsion, but don't get expelled.
No, I understand.
But get as close to getting expelled as humanly possible. Okay.
Right. But this is sort of reminiscent of what was the conversation, the Tim Pool Jack Murphy conversation?
Oh yeah.
About
that was pre-cuck Jack Murphy though.
It was a pre-cuck Jack Murphy when people still defended him. But what was it? It was about kids being in clubs or schools or playing sports or something. What was it? Do you remember?
It was over the vaccination.
Oh, that's right. It was over the right. Yeah. Exactly.
His kid needed to get vaccinated, and Tim was giving him a hard time, saying you should pull your kid out of the school. And he was like,
"What?" The kids want to play these certain sports, and Tim was saying, from you as a parent, from your ideologically perspective, from your ideological position, you should basically pull your kids out of doing the things they want to do as a child. And Jack was like, as a parent, you don't understand what you're basically, it's easy for you to say this when you don't have kids. It's less easy for you to say this when you do have kids. And they're going to be incredibly fucking like crazily upset with you. And in some respect, it's deserved. So I don't think it's so simple to just be like, oh, well, let the parents choose what schools they go to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. You're doing everyone a giant favor by getting this woke stuff out of school. Who wants this woke stuff in school anyway? I guess the people who want the woke stuff in school are people who are in the woke religion, which I'm sure the people who are in the Christian religion want the Christian stuff in school too, but we all have to make sacrifices to get along. So let's just keep school secular, right?
Right. Well, it's kind of like, and the problem is that you're creating a system where only like a lot of people, like say like schools are completely indoctrinated by wokeness. Like only and say there is some private alternative that's completely anti-woke. Okay. You're basically creating a system where a huge amount, the majority of the population whose parents are not going to give a shit enough to figure out what school to go to are just going to be indoctrinated with this stuff. And so now as a society, you have to put up with all these kids being produced by these schools that are basically parroting like horrible garbage.
Yes. Which is where we're at right now. We're having to put up with that.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is such a broader problem than I feel like they're appreciating. And those people are going to step all over your libertarian rights, by the way. They don't give a crap about libertarianism.
We're in a weird situation because the wokeness religion actually deals with the ideas that we're pitching here and calls them racist. Like we're saying, no, we just want to have a secular education. And wokeness, the religion wokeness, says secular education is racist.
Right.
It's not. You can't have a secular education that's not racist. The only education that is not racist is the wokecation, right?
Right. They believe the Ibram Kendi. There's no such thing as neutral. You're either racist or anti-racist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a weird thing because that's their rationale for pushing this into public schools.
Right.
They're saying right now, as is status quo, all of the public education is built on whiteness and bias towards Eurocentric culture and therefore racist. So therefore we have to change the curriculum to point this out, how racist this curriculum is.
Right.
Yeah.
JMac, our surrogate father, for $200. Thank you so much, JMac. Says, so I'm fairly libertarian, and I feel like you guys are missing some key components to the argument. I really wish you guys had someone in here that could actually answer the questions you're asking, especially Adam. You probably agree with most libertarians than you realized. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. We could talk to someone about it. We're watching a debate. That's literally the two forces that are making these arguments.
Jay is welcome to come on anytime too. Jay, you've been on before, so
right. If you want to make the argument, Jay, or not, or if you know someone else that wants to.
I consider myself really kind of libertarian as well, but I feel like I said, the forces of individual rights are in conflict here. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just Nick and Zach are not making any persuasive arguments in this conversation against Christopher. Now, maybe they're just bad at making their arguments. So I would be totally happy to talk to someone who's libertarian about this subject. I just don't see how it's going to manifest at all. I just don't see how it's going to manifest at all. But there could always be something I'm missing. That's always possible.
And there's a wide diversity of opinions in libertarianism. So at its core, if you're talking about libertarianism as in individual rights and freedoms, I'm there. Like, I want to maximize individual rights.
Of course.
I only want government to get involved where certain forces, whether they be government or private, are starting to impinge on people's individual freedom. And that's where I see wokeness is having a detrimental effect.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's doing. Yeah.
Like, we can't even tell. There are jokes that will get you canceled that wouldn't get you canceled, 5 years ago. Right.
Well, because basically the message that we're pushing and we believe in is that everyone should be treated as an individual. Like, that's the ultra libertarian perspective. Every person should be treated as an individual, not on the basis of their gender, their class, their race, blah, blah, their religion, blah, 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 blah. And if you have a system that's being taught in schools, especially public schools, so it's being taught essentially by the government, that's rabidly anti-individual, that's saying, no, treat people as their group identification, I feel like you need to pass laws to stop that.
Yeah.
It just seems fairly obvious to me.
Andrew Clark says, Adam, you're not libertarian. Well, like I said, it depends about how you define libertarian.
Right.
Like, if you're defining libertarian as privatize everything and get rid of the state, okay, I'm not a libertarian. But every time I mention that, people say, that's anarchist. That's not libertarian. Libertarians believe in a state. It's just a matter of what the state does. Right. So, I think there are people that would classify me as a libertarian and other people that wouldn't. But obviously, that's the whole problem of any of these labels.
Hey, Aiden. Aiden says, I agree, Sitch. Well, thank you.
doesn't?
Joe the Make for $10 says, as an ex-libertarianist, I love the pushback in a debate. Well, I don't know, maybe. I mean, we're almost done with this video. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have some time afterwards.
I'm down. I see V Radio's whinging in the chat a little bit. We can invite him on and argue with him.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's
V Radio is a leftist, though, right? No, I'm just kidding.
I think V Radio is still a bit bitter.
If V Radio comes on, we're not talking about Iraq or Ukraine or we're not talking about anything war related.
He's not letting it go, though. I mean, it's just
we're not having that conversation. We have that conversation another time.
Nobody wants to relive the Iraq war from like 100 years ago. Yeah,
I know.
It's time to move on, V.
Van Codling for $20 says, is someone whose first quartered Evergreen was the infamous winter of 2017. Wow. That's impressive. I wish so hard I recorded the day of absence seminar. I left halfway through so they wouldn't dock me credit. Yes, it was required for credits. Wow. There you go. That was the seminar that made it so white kids had to not attend school that day and they had to go to a seminar instead off campus or something. So, and it was required for credit. That's crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now you know how it feels to be a second-class citizen.
Okay, we need school choice, but in the meantime, we need to implement these anti-CRT bills, and also we're defining CRT in this very broad way. Well, then you're saying, well, we are going to implement from the top down what the proper curriculum is going to be, and in the meantime, you're kind of dividing, the school choice coalition, because some people who like school choice might want to send their kids to a, woke school, and some might want to send them to like a Hillsdale Classical Academy or something like that. I mean,
and a private school is not restricted by these. Private schools are not restricted by these laws.
Yeah, private schools are restricted by economic reality. I mean,
but do you think that charter schools should be restricted? And just I want to ask you this because if we do go to a voucher type system, then we are going to be talking about state money going to private schools. Do you want these kind of strings attached to that state money? Because that's kind of what worries me about this.
I support the bill in Arizona wholeheartedly, and it explicitly forbids any kind of curricular interference in private institutions that receive essentially the voucher money from parents. I think that's right. But again, let's deal with empirical reality. Universal school choice is a reality in Arizona. And yet, 85 or 90% of K-12 students in the state of Arizona next year will be in public schools, traditional public schools. And so you have to deal with that. And again, in the abstract, I would love that if people choose to exit, the system is reshaped. That's going to take time. There is no possibility of kind of this private, totally decentralized, parent-driven, universal school choice system in the near term. Most people attend public schools, and again, if you say, well, I would prefer a system that doesn't exist to a system that does exist, the duty is on you to say, well, what are we going to do in the meantime? How do we manage the transition? And how do we say the next generation or two generations of students that will pass through the traditional K-12 system? What do we want to transmit to them? It seems like honest, such an application.
I'm not convinced that your vision of, first off, that you'll be able to implement these things immediately and then it all disappears. I mean, this is one of the reasons why Corey DeAngelis, who used to work at Reason, highly known in the school choice era, he says that the attempt to end bad curricula through top-down approaches, whether it's at the federal or the state level, are always doomed to failure because the entrenched bureaucracies always work around this kind of stuff. The way to do it is to change the system fundamentally. And he can already show where places where...
That's such a weird... I mean, I guess he's going to try to give some example. That's a very ahistorical argument.
Of course, yeah, because civil rights.
I was going to say, like the civil rights itself. Would you make that argument? Like they changed the curriculum from the most top-down level possible from the federal government that said, you can't do this shit.
Well, Jim Crow was a fight against that, obviously, but
Of course.
I mean, you got to have that fight. Like, if you don't have that fight, nothing's ever going to change.
Right. So, I mean, I don't think you can just say, well, it's not worth trying because some bureaucracy is going to find a way to weasel around it. To me, that's Twitter talk.
There's going to be the woke Jim Crow. We're going to see woke Jim Crow. Yeah, that's going to happen.
This stuff has been banned, and then it comes up in different way, and they come up with different languages.
No. It's actually been quite effective. I was worried about that, but what we've seen, it's actually been very effective. So you can't simultaneously argue that, well, they'll get around it anyways, so there's no point to it. Well,
no. If you have a large pot of money, and where the school is controlled from the state house or even from the school board, you have to fund it from the bottom up. That's the solution. And
there does need to be, to some extent, on a broad level, in America and on state levels, universal education standards. Okay, I don't want every fucking blue state to educate their kids to be hyper woke, communist, and every red state to teach their kids to be, evolution deniers, right?
Yeah.
Like what kind of country are we building at that point? Like, we're talking about being so divided politically now. Like, this kind of future where everyone just picks and chooses, whatever they want. Like,
I mean,
why would you want that for education? That's going to just make us so divided and fucked.
This is what's so toxic about the wokeness going after objectivity, because the system that we had set up before was things that were contested. We agreed, okay, we don't know if that's fact. Let's set that aside, right? Let's just teach the facts in the school.
Right.
Let's just tell the facts in our
from
journalism.
a non-political lens as possible.
From a neutral perspective, right?
Right.
Let's share the things that we agree on, right? Let's tell the history that we agree this is the history.
Right.
But now it's like the wokeness comes in and says, well, there's no way you can do that. That's impossible. Like, okay, fuck you. It's not impossible, okay?
Right.
If we have to set aside all of history, okay, fuck you. There's no more history then. Like, we'll stick to science. We'll stick to math. We'll stick to reading, okay? We'll study novels. I don't like, we have to come together at some point and say these are the things that everyone agrees on. Let's learn them. Right? Yeah, it's just a matter of course.
Right. But I mean, it's interesting that, like, we see this so clearly with social media, where on Twitter and on Facebook, part of the problem is not just that Twitter and Facebook are moderated in such a way that they're, very biased towards the left. That's a problem, but that's not the whole problem. Another big problem with Twitter and Facebook and social media in general is that it silos people into little tiny echo chambers, essentially. Where all, you start following people on the right, all you're going to hear is like right-wing voices. You start following people on the left, all you're going to hear left-wing voices. It just puts people into further and further and further ideological bubbles. And, everyone talks about this. Everyone sees this as happening. And so it's like, well, why would we want to take that system and make that our school system?
I know. Oh, that's the perfect example of it. Yeah. Let's just take all of our media silos and implement them in public schools.
It's just
that'll work out well.
Not a good idea.
Yeah, we have to have some overlap.
Yep.
We can't just disagree on everything.
I'll be right back. You can hit it though.
You say, oh, we're not doing anything. If you have universal school choice, which is already rolling out now, finally, COVID helped push that. And to be honest, your exposure of different types of, like, the insanity, and it wasn't just you. I mean, it's like as COVID put what kids were learning into people's family rooms and living rooms, they were like, holy shit, like, I got to do something different.
Yes.
This is moving forward, and it will be fast. It's not doing nothing to say we want to radically restructure the way that school funding is done. That's what changes.
I agree.
just
not
rejecting
meeting the new
that
boss.
I'm
could
saying
be
from a
a
pragmatic perspective,
public-
I agree with that completely.
One at a time, guys. Jeez, come on, we're trying to listen to you here.
And from a pragmatic perspective, even the rosiest projection from the school choice leaders in Arizona predict maybe a maximum in say the next generation, 15-20% of students will opt out. That's in the most optimistic projection in the next generation. And so in the meantime, even if they hit that optimistic projection, which I hope that they do, you're still dealing with the vast majority, millions of kids running through the traditional K-12 system. And I think that the defeatist attitude of saying, well, they're going to work around it. Well, it's really bad. Well, we'd prefer a system that is radically different, is abdicating the responsibility that legislators have. Legislators inherit a system in which they are the deciders of which values are transmitted, how education is structured, what curriculum is required of schools.
But
And
see,
you
I
can
don't think
argue-
it should. I don't think it should
Sure.
be that way. I think you have the defeatist
that's a fair
attitude
argument,
in
but
that you're
that's how it
accepting
is.
that
And
it
so we have
has
to
to be
deal
that
with it
way.
from the way
The
that
state
it
is
is.
transmitting values to the students. I don't think it should be that way. I do want that future where people are choosing to opt into the systems or the classrooms or the workplaces that already reflect their values.
And what do you
that's
do in the
what I think
meantime
is
with the public
defeatist
school system that will
aspect of your
that will still have 80 or 90%? You just throw up your hands and say, well, forget
No,
about it.
you don't throw up your hands. First off, everybody changes as this stuff starts happening. But what do you mean? Like, because overnight, just because something is an edict, it doesn't get rolled out immediately. Everybody's worked in companies where it takes forever for stuff. So the idea that like you have the one switch that can change everything overnight and anything else is kind of bullshit I think that's an overdrawn argument.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying even though we agree on the future, in the meantime, the facts are very simple. Even according to the most optimistic estimates, you're going to have, in effect, a public school dominated system. And the question is, what do you do with it?
Assuming also that 100% that everybody is captive. I mean, I think part of what I find unconvincing in the way that you frame this is that there is universal agreement that first off, all schools are doing is all CRT all the time, and that's the main concern. But also that everybody agrees with you in your conception of what is good and proper, and this other stuff is being foisted.
No,
I mean, it's so
not everyone agrees, and this is empirically testable. In fact, approximately by a 2-to-1 margin, the public does agree with me, including white parents, black parents, Latino parents, Asian
agrees
parents.
with you what? That schools should be better, and they
CRT
should
not be taught in K-12 schools. And so nationally, it's a 2-to-1.
Big eye roll from Nick. I don't know. Nick doesn't believe in public polling?
Well, and it's funny because even the CRT people will dishonestly say like, oh, well, they're not teaching CRT in K through 12. That's not an issue. So even they agree that it shouldn't be taught to K through 12.
It's just ridiculous because as soon as you single out, you're like, how about the concept of white privilege? Is that being taught in public school? Oh, of course. But that's not CRT. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Well, that would be an interesting thing. I don't know if they get to that conversation.
It is CRT. It's
right,
obviously
but they say
CRT.
like, well, they're teaching white privilege. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Margin that agrees with me, these concepts. And
the easiest way
parents,
to change that
it's even
is
higher. And in conservative states, it's even higher than that. And so what you're saying is that if a overwhelming majority of parents say, hey, we want these values transmitted in our publicly financed K-12 education system, I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Well, the overwhelming majority of the public, through the legislative process, through their elected representatives, gets to decide what is.
To be clear, because I want to expound on this. I doubt Dialogue Always is still in the chat, but he'd be complaining if he was. The concept of white privilege itself doesn't necessitate that it's CRT. Just saying that you can be in a society where white people are afforded privileges on the basis of their skin color. That itself is not inherently CRT. The CRT side of the white privilege argument is that they basically argue that's impossible to construct a society that's colorblind and race neutral so that white people will not be afforded special privileges.
Right. Yeah.
And so you'd have to create some sort of new radically, woke Marxist society to address and redress these sorts of problems and grievances.
It's impossible for whites to vote against. It's impossible for whites to vote in favor of race neutral laws.
Right.
Which,
well, and also, right.
I mean, I don't think so.
Right. And also, the CRT element is that, and James Lindsay brings this up, for a lot of what they call white privilege isn't actually white privilege. It's just majority privilege.
Of course. Yeah.
And there's always going to be some level of majority privilege in a society that exists. And like this kind of came up in the Kanye conversation when he was talking to
Pierce.
I wanted to say critical drinker when he was talking to that video that we watched where he was on the drinking podcast.
Oh, okay.
And he was saying, why do we black people have to live up to quote unquote white standards? And it's like that. I mean, he was like just quoting direct CRT gospel to Tucker Carlson about this stuff.
Of course.
And Tucker wasn't really calling him out on any of it, and it's like, no, there should be universal standards that we all kind of have to apply to ourselves if we want to have a universal American identity to some extent. Otherwise, it's impossible to have like multiculturalism doesn't work. There has to be some level of conformity and some level of individuality that can exist together. We cannot have a black and white, like everyone is conformed to a group or everyone is hyper individual. There needs to be some balance that we can find in the middle ground here.
There can be a multicultural society, but there has to be a superculture that the rules of that culture apply over all the.
But that means it's not multicultural though.
Right. Well, I think of this is what I want American culture to be the culture and it to be multi-ethnic.
Right. But having a multi-ethnic society, having society that has various different cultures in it, isn't multiculturalism means that you're going to have.
Well, you can have multi-ethnicity in the same culture, though.
Right. But multiculturalism means that you're going to have completely separate cultures that are all living together.
Right.
And somehow they're all going to just respect each other's different cultures.
Well, American culture does have that. When we invite immigrants to be Americans, we let them, in best case scenario, incorporate the best of all cultures. So we encourage people to hang on to their original culture, but understand that it's superseded by the American superculture.
Right, exactly. But that's the key element. It's actually interesting. It's kind of like a federal state legal distinction.
Exactly.
Like you can have your own culture, but the quote unquote federal culture supersedes that. Now the federal culture will be far more broad, and ironically, in the part of this conversation, the federal superseding American culture is a libertarian culture.
It is very much.
It's a very libertarian culture, and so, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. You need to have both elements kind of come together to find balance in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, true multiculturalism doesn't work because at some level the culture has to adhere, and the culture is how it adheres. Whatever the cultural norms are.
Right. If I think my neighbors are cannibals, I'm not going to be able to live next to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Is taught to their children? What is taught to the children?
And the best way to do that is by giving the parents the money and then having them vote with their dollars. Because all of the other stuff,
I agree.
It's just as complicated. It's just as pie in the sky and all of that. And this will do that overnight. And it will leave the people left in schools where people are leaving. They'll either adapt or they'll die. But
it won't do it overnight. And we know
nothing will happen overnight. Actually, that's the real truth. Can I just in the last
even if you do school vouchers though, and the entire school district is woke, that's not going to change anything. Look, you got 17 different woke schools to choose from. Take your pick.
Right. I mean, and at best, and this is at best, in reality, you would probably never get more than 25% pull off.
Yeah,
in
because
reality.
they're going to go for convenience. They're going to go to the school
Right.
that's closest to them just because
Right, or just a lot of
what's the
people aren't
difference?
right, and a lot of people aren't like very, they don't have the time, or they're just not very politically evolved, even if they're on the right enough to conceptualize this stuff. But even if in a best case scenario, like the best case scenario would be, okay, great. So as I said, now we've just split the country 50-50. So, team red goes to private schools and team blue goes to public schools. Like that
Yeah.
just makes the situation so much worse.
Yeah,
Because
it does.
all that would mean, so in that situation, in that world, let's think this through, how that would manifest. And what Chris said earlier, he said, if you create a vacuum in the government, the people you don't want are going to rush to fill it. So if everyone whose team red goes to private schools and everyone whose team blue goes to public schools, that means that no one on team red is going to give a fuck about what's going on in the curriculums for public schools whatsoever.
Course.
So it means you're going to give basically complete institutional capture to team blue to completely run roughshed over the public school system and to completely dictate it however the fuck they want.
Yep.
And it's going to be even more woke, and it's just going to go crazier and crazier and crazier. Because what happens, like, part of the way that polarization works and part of why it's dangerous, I think part of why we're seeing wokeness right now is that
Media silos.
Yes, because when team blue and team red have to like interact with each other, they'll fight, and through them fighting, some kind of middle ground will be reached.
Yep.
Because like the average person is kind of like somewhere in the middle of both these teams. But if you silo off team blue and team red so they never have to interact with each other, what that means is that the extremists for both teams are going to start to have more and more control, because the extremists are the ones that are trying to pull, the teams in the various directions. The moderates of team red and team blue aren't the ones who have the energy and the motivation to really pull their team in, an ideological direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so the more you silo it is, the more you silo the teams off, the more they don't have to fight with each other, the more extremist the teams will become. So if you silo off red and team blue from schools, the red team their private schools will become far more and more right-wing extreme, and public schools will just become far more and more left-wing extreme. And that's not a tenable solution.
They also develop negative caricatures of team. Like team red develops negative caricatures of team blue and vice versa. And those negative caricatures are never challenged because they never interact with anyone on the other team.
Right.
So those caricatures become gospel.
Right.
And
Well,
we're kind of in that situation now because so many people, they have this negative stereotype of Republicans and conservatives as being just racist bigots. Since they don't interact with Republicans or conservatives in any way, shape, or form, there's nothing to challenge that. And the only examples that they're given is like their Vosh followers or some YouTuber that is only interacting with the worst examples who are in fact racist or sexist or whatever. So those are the only examples that they're ever seeing. And so those stereotypes are being validated.
Right. Well, it actually will be far worse for Republicans if they were to enact kind of the strategy that Nick and Zach are proposing. It would actually be super worse for Republicans, because basically all that would happen would be red states would enact the laws that allowed parents school choice. Okay, so only in red states would you have a divide where
you're exactly right.
Where people that were Republican voters would maybe go to private schools, but people that were Democrat or blue voter, team blue, would still go to the public schools, which still would be indoctrinating them with a bunch of garbage, because the libertarian red state governments would not be trying to crack down on the curriculum whatsoever. Okay. But then in the blue states are not going to enact the school choice. So everyone's going to be still forced to go to the public schools that are still indoctrinating them with garbage.
Yep.
So it's even worse. It's not even a 50-50 split. It's more like a 75-25% split, where, maybe 25% of Team Red could go to their private schools. And then, the other, or actually it's more like 50% of Team Red could go to their public schools or their private schools. And the other 50% of Team Red in the blue states would be forced to go to public schools and still be forced to do woke indoctrination, blah, 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 blah.
I didn't learn in public school that the police that law enforcement was a racist institution. Did you learn that in public
No,
school?
I didn't.
Did anyone teach you that?
Well, that's what's so weird. I mean,
I
like
can imagine them being taught that now, though. Can't you?
I can't. Well, that's what's so crazy. My public education was like almost entirely apolitical.
Mine too. Yeah.
Like I even took a current events class my senior year of high school. And like our teacher was pretty, and she was also my history teacher. She was a great teacher. And she was also she would like bring up like some current event thing that was happening, and then the kids would kind of like argue it. But she was not pushing a political, at least an overt one that I could see at the time, some sort of overt political agenda on anyone about anything. And now we see it's like the exact opposite. You see, you got the pride flags everywhere, you got the ACAB, flags, stickers everywhere. Like now it's so just forcing the politics down your throat.
Yeah. It's a very non-libertarian position. Like one thing that I'm always conscious of is, these are my opinions, and I don't like forcing my opinions on other people. I really don't. But there are some people who I think get off on that, which I don't like those people.
Of course.
I don't like those people at all. Just recognize that different people have different opinions and be done with it.
Couple of minutes that we have. Zach, would you, and we'll give Chris the last word on this, but could you kind of summarize both in your video about, the Stop Woke Act, as well as an earlier one about restrictions put on, education in K through 12 schools in Florida, where your kids attend? What's your sense of what are your reservations about the way Chris is talking about things, and what do you think is the best way forward?
Sure. And real quick, I just want to bring up this one comment I saw. Someone pointed out, no, it is not state money, Zach, when I said that the vouchers were going to have strings attached to them. And I agree with that. This is just refunding money to the parents. And so hopefully there would be no strings attached. But my point is just that, whenever these kinds of things are enacted, the government tries to attach conditions to money. And that kind of gets into the answer to my question, is that I want to escape that. That's what I want to see. I'm grateful that Florida is a pretty good choice state, and that I was able to find a school that I'm really happy with for my kids. I want that for everyone across the country. In terms of the laws that have been imposed on K through 12 schools, I think a lot of it has been kind of overblown in Florida. There was basically saying don't teach about, gender or sexuality in K through 3, and then age appropriate at the older levels. I think.
Do you remember learning about homosexuality in 3rd grade? Sitch?
No, we did not.
Do you remember learning in 3rd grade about how people can be born into different bodies? How?
No, all I remember is that in 5th grade, which is when we had our first sex ed class, they put up, that like
it's like 5th grade, exactly.
Yeah, it's 5th grade. They put up that, like the diagram that shows like the inside of a penis and the vagina,
right? Like
with all the labeling.
Yeah.
And all I remember is that as an entire class, everyone had to say penis, vagina. It's just so like everyone would learn to say the words without like giggling,
Yeah.
That's all I remember in 5th grade. We just had to say the penis and vagina a bunch of times.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
It's funny. I have a very distinctive memory. I don't remember how old I was. I must have been around middle school age. And I remember I was being driven to Boy Scouts by like a neighbor. And I don't remember why this came up. But for some reason, remember like years and years ago, there was like a gay penguin or something?
No.
There was some like gay penguin.
I don't remember the gay penguin.
Like decades ago. There's some gay penguin in a zoo, and everyone's talking about like the gay penguin. And I remember like I'm in like, I don't know, probably like 12 or 13. and I'm talking to this other kid as his father, drives us to Boy Scouts about like how it's interesting that there's, gay animals because that proves that it's like a not just a behavioral thing, that there's some biological component to this, to being gay. And I question like, well, I wonder, like 12-year-old Sitch, and yes, I did have this conversation when I was like 12 or 13. And I was questioning like, what was like why I didn't use the term evolve, but I said like, what was like nature's point of, having, gay animals exist, including humans. And the kid's father got so fucking mad at me. He was like, maybe there isn't a point. Maybe it's just okay to be gay.
Maybe he was gay.
No, but I was like, I'm not saying it's wrong to be gay. I'm just I'm just questioning like why it exists. Like why you getting so I mean, I didn't say this because when you're like 12 and an adult yells at you, you're just kind of like stunned.
Yeah.
But like he just completely didn't understand what I was even getting at. Like he thought I was attacking being gay just because I'm questioning why it would exist on a biological perspective, which is literally the opposite. Because I'm actually saying it's rooted in nature. So
where were you headed?
We're going to Boy Scouts.
On your way to this was your Boy Scout troop?
I was in the car with a neighbor, and his father was driving us to the Boy Scout meeting.
Okay, I gotcha.
Which was at a church, ironically.
Right.
Actually, one of my favorite Boy Scout stories was
maybe it's okay
when I was much older. When I was much older, there's I don't know if you don't know how Boy Scouts works. Essentially, there's a kid leader who's like the leader of the kids, and there's an adult leader who's kind of like the overall leader of everything. But usually, well, I guess it depends on your troop, but our troop was very like kid run. So like the kid leader would make a lot of the decisions, but the adult leader would obviously have like the overall say so for everything.
Right.
But it's mostly like a planning and logistics kind of role. And one day, the adult leader of our troop, had his boss come in to talk to us, and he thought his boss was going to come in and talk to us about some like government. I forget. We were doing some merit badge about like how the government works, and she worked at the state level doing something. And so she was supposed to come in and talk to us about like, how the government works in Florida. But instead, unbeknownst to him, she comes in and starts preaching to us about why we should allow gays in Scouts.
No way.
Because this is at the time period when like all the gays and Scout stuff was like really hot button issue. And it was hilarious because I remember I looked to the adult leader, and I could see this look on his face because he like didn't want her to talk about this. But this was his boss, so he couldn't say shit to her.
No way.
To like stop it. It was like, so I'm just looking at his face. He's like slow, like his face is going white. He's like slowly dying inside that this happening. Like she just literally is just coming here she's not talking about her job, anything related to what she was supposed to talk about. It's all just like, let gays and Scouts. Which, first of all,
this is woke right here.
But it was hilarious too, because it's like no one in our troop was like homophobic anyway. It was a very liberal troop for the most part. But it was hilarious because she then she had like some kind of paper she wanted to pass around to the kids, and the literal first person that she hands the paper to is like a kid whose father's like super duper super ultra right wing, like every negative stereotype of a right winger you could think of, essentially.
No way.
And so she hands the paper to this kid, and like this guy moved faster. He's a fat guy. He moved faster in his entire life than I think I've ever seen him.
The parents teleported to his. Are there?
Yeah, the parents are. Oh yeah, the parents are here. This is why the adult leader's like freaking out.
Wow. Okay, so this is taking place in front of the kids with their parents.
Yes, everyone
obviously.
Is there.
Okay.
Right,
wow.
but the parents and the kids are sitting like in separate locations.
Right.
Like, the parents don't.
The parents are together. The kids are together.
Exactly. Right.
Is she preaching more to the kids or to the parents?
To the kids.
Okay.
Which is part of why some of the parents were like not happy.
They're like, "What the fuck?"
So like
I'm dumping Scouts.
Yeah, the second like the second the paper is like she's putting the paper down. It's like in slow motion. Like right before the paper touches the kid's hand, this guy moves in like bullet time across the room. Like fucking teleports across the room and snatches the paper out of her hand. And he's like, don't you be pushing your gay propaganda on my child.
No
he like
way.
grabs the kid by the wrist and like drags him out of the room.
No way. This is awesome.
And oh my god, I was dying of laughter.
This is awesome.
I was like, oh my god, I was like crying laughing because we didn't really like the kid or his father anyway. So
What?
it was just, oh my god, it was so beautiful. We were dying of
That
laughter.
guy's probably in a Nazi youth camp right now because you guys shunned him.
Well, there you go. Actually, he's a police officer. So what that's like. But anyway,
holy shit!
no. So I was like just dying of fucking laughter that this occurred, and then it was really funny because then finally, because of like the outbreak, the guy who's his boss it is, he's like trying to very gently be like, hey, why don't you talk about the thing you were supposed to talk about? And then it's hilarious because some of the older kids, including myself, started stirring the pot because, like, you don't understand, like, in Boy Scouts.
No, we want to hear more about the gay stuff.
Yes, in Boy Scouts, we were like literally, if you're younger, you might not appreciate this. Like the 90s, like we were like literally the paradigms of like 90s sarcastic shit stirring kids.
Of course.
Like so much. Like the adults hated us, which I loved. And so like we're like, oh no, you know what? As kids, since this is our troop, I think it's very important that we're involved in this discussion, in this decision. This affects us too.
Oh, that's so good.
It's like we didn't give a shit about the issue. We're just trying to like stir the pot as much as possible.
Of course, yeah.
Oh my god, it was so hilarious.
That's awesome. That's totally awesome. What happened? So, do you think there's like a recording out there? Obviously, your sex ed teacher is some kind of pedo making you chant.
We were saying penis and vagina.
You think there's some recording out there of a classroom of kids going penis, vagina?
Well, it's funny because when we were doing it, it was funny to me.
How is that a fucking thing? Like,
well,
what is the purpose of that?
It was to get so that kids could say the words penis and vagina without giggling.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know if you remember when you're 10, you say penis and you go, like you can't even like talk
There's
about
like a child. There's like a room full of children chanting penis. I'm thinking, okay, someone's recording this.
It's funny. I didn't think about it from the pedo angle, but what I did think about it at the time, which would be funny too, was that the way our school was kind of like structured. My elementary school, my elementary school was weird in that like there would be like a massive open spaces that were kind of like in each corner of the open space would be like a different class. It wasn't like individual rooms. And so I knew that on like the other side of the wall was the second grade class. So I was just dying of laughter, not because we were saying penis, because I could imagine the second graders hearing us all say penis, penis, penis. And thinking, what the hell, what they must think about this situation.
I know, it's just so weird. I mean, by 5th grade, we knew what a penis and a vagina was, but...
Well, no, I mean, we knew what it was. They're just trying to get it so that we could talk about it.
I know, yeah. I get it now. It makes sense. Normalize it. That's what they were doing for you.
There you go. That was the pedo indoctrination.
Now they have an entirely different reason to normalize all this stuff.
Right.
Now you chant female penis. Male vagina.
It's really weird. I have a very distinctive memory of when I was 5 years old in kindergarten of me and my friend making fun of somebody. And my friend put his ear to the floor and said he could hear the person having sex with the devil.
What?
And I'm thinking, it's okay. So I'm thinking when I was 5, I must have not understood what sex was, but I must have had some conceptualization of what sex was for that kid to make that joke. We must have had some kind of rudimentary understanding. So I'm pretty sure when I was 5, I thought that like when you kissed, like the sperm would like transfer through your mouth or something to the woman. I think that's what I thought when I was 5.
Well, look, you figured it out for yourself.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I finally figured out the truth.
I will concede to Chris, like, yeah, something has to, there has to be some standards if you're going to have a public system. I think there might now be a little bit of an overreaction happening where people are just like freaking out about the very idea of sex ed being taught and any sort of like LGBT aspect of sex ed being integrated into the curriculum. I think all that is part of evolving social progress. And that's what I worry about with this attitude of we need to have our state leaders transmitting the values as if we're just like radio responders and they're the antenna, sending it out. I think that's just the wrong way to think about it, the wrong way to think about how social progress happens. I don't have all the answers as to, what aspects of CRT, which has become this extremely broad category, are bad and what are good. I mean, it's a mixed bag. And
I mean, these ideas are being broadcast because a bunch of woke teachers are going to the internet and they're looking up, oh, how do I teach sex ed? Oh, this video looks very popular. Philosophy tube. Oh, nice.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it is being broadcast from some source.
Well, and I want to be clear because I think someone might be confused. I'm not against school choice at all. I'm totally fine with school choice.
I'm pro school choice. Yeah.
All I'm saying is I don't think school choice solves the problem of wokeness at all.
It doesn't solve the curriculum problem.
Right.
I mean, I still think
I think they should do both. I think you should have school choice and you should have the Stop Woke Act. Like, I don't think you should do one or the other.
Well, there's two. You can evaluate schools on curriculum and you can also evaluate schools on the efficiency of teaching that curriculum to students.
Right.
You can set up a curriculum and teach it in different ways. So I think obviously some of the schools that are failing because they're not teaching the curriculum effectively. And there's all sorts of disciplinary problems. So there's a lot of reasons to leave a failing school besides woke curriculum.
Well, I mean, I think there's a school that's failing. It's not because of the curriculum's woke. I think it's because of disciplinary issues. Now,
I agree.
Some of those disciplinary issues exist because of A, funding, and B, because of woke ideology.
Of course.
Influencing the disciplinary issues. But
yeah, because nobody wants to take any sort of authority.
Right. But well, I mean, as I said, in Florida, they made it so it's very difficult to give outdoor suspension to students because of woke racism concerns, essentially.
If you want to set up a school voucher system, though, and you want one of the choices to be the Nazi school, I don't think that's going to fly. I really don't.
Right.
That all has to be worked out, and it's only going to be worked out if we're allowed to discuss it freely and honestly. And so I'm supportive of ideas of both, cultural projects like Chris's that expose kind of insanity, but also, yes, legislative and government action that enables a more vibrant, competitive ecosystem at all levels of education, from kindergarten all the way through higher education. And so I hope that the focus can be more, laser focused on that going forward.
And also, I'll add, Zach, based on conversations we had, also the transparency elements in some of the dissent.
See, the argument Zach is making is for a free, open society, right? Mm-hmm. Wokeness is standing in the way of that. As Christopher Rufo said, there's lots of different vocations people would like to study. There's lots of studies that have been done that have been retracted. Like, wokeness is standing in the way of that free and open society. So that's the fundamental difference of opinion that I have with him.
Or the Florida legislation is really important. Chris, I think we all agree the idea that schools are not being transparent with parents is fucking mind-blowing. The idea that schools would arrogate to themselves what information they share with parents, is just wrong. But Chris,
especially pressing in if it is a government-run school, yes, they should have very strict transparency guidelines. I agree with that.
Yeah. And it's not even a question of
I developed a model bill on transparency for K through 12.
Shouldn't they wait? I don't know why he added that. Private schools should be just as transparent as public schools, right? Like, why would it matter whether it's a public school or not?
Private schools don't need to be transparent. Is that what he's saying?
Well, that's not what he said, but it's just weird.
Yeah.
Because Nick said he thinks it's mind-blowing that these schools don't have transparency to parents about what they're being taught. And then Zach he specified public schools. I don't know why he specified that. I assume as a consumer of a private school, you'd want to have transparency on what your kid's being taught in that class, right?
Yeah. Of course you want to know. As a consumer, it's like a consumer. Sure. Yeah. Open market needs as much information as possible.
Right. I mean, I had a family member who found out that his daughter in their private school was basically being fed the answers by the teacher for the test, just so that she'd get good grades, and just that would make the parents happy. So, I mean, I think you want to have transparency on schools, regardless of whether it's private or public. But
versions of it were introduced in maybe 20 state legislatures. None of them passed in full. I think that's something that we can certainly revisit. I guess kind of the closing thought is that there's points that we have agreement on. I think that the ultimate point is that there should be transparency in a public system. I think the ultimate point is that in a system that is dominated by the government as a cartel or a monopoly, more choice, more opt-out, more decentralized control is good. I think we agree that ultimately it would be nice to have local school districts that are most responsive to local communities in control of the curriculum. And I think that all of those points are hugely important long-term goals. I think where we disagree, and disagree quite strongly, is in the interim period where you actually have to fight these fights. And my argument is in essence an argument that is democratic, an argument that I think actually contests the unaccountable state bureaucracy. It's fundamentally liberatory or kind of libertarian in an old sense of the word, that parents, when you get parents that show up at the school district saying, I don't want my kid taught that he's racist because of his skin color. Mm-hmm. I don't want my kid taught that he might be a pansexual, genderqueer, and has his name changed and his pronouns changed without notifying me. This is inappropriate for the state to be manipulating my child's sexuality. It's inappropriate for the state to be transmitting an inherently racist ideology as gospel truth.
What a bigot.
And my kind of realist preoccupation is to say we have to deal with the system as it is in the interim, which will be a generational project, and that voters have the right to restrict the state from abusing and manipulating their children and other people's children. And working with the system as it is actually requires us as responsible adults to empower the people who are showing up at school board meetings, empower the 70% of parents who don't want gender ideology in K through 5, empower the parents and the voters who don't want CRT by large margins, in some cases by 40-point margins.
How dare you restrict academic freedom? What a Nazi.
To deny them the ability to shape and reform public institutions is actually deeply anti-democratic. It's anti-liberation. It's anti-individual. It's anti-culture. And so we should link arms together in that long-term vision of decentralization and choice and flexibility and freedom. While I would say to my friends in the classical liberal and libertarian spaces, by working against what we're doing in the interim, is actually working against those very fundamental structures of the republic and those very fundamental values that we share in common.
All right. Well, thank you. There's a broad disagreement.
So I think, even though I agree.
Christopher Rufo does this thing where when he hits you, he like punches you and then smiles at you.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, bitch, take that.
even though I basically agree 99% with Christopher Rufo in this conversation,
Uh-huh.
he did say something that I think is somewhat untrue, which is
What?
that I don't think Christopher Rufo believes in decentralizing control in the long term. I don't think that is his belief system. I don't think that is his
Look at
goal at all.
this. Look at this.
So I think that's somewhat dishonest for him to. Now you can make the argument that even though it's not his goal, it would still be in libertarians' best interest to support Stop Woke Act. But I don't think that is. I don't think Christopher Rufo's end goal is some libertarian paradise.
Where's your secret evidence that Rufo wants a theocracy?
I've seen some pretty sus
Some
tweets
alarming...
and articles from Christopher Rufo about being, pretty pro some kind of theocratic teachings. So that's why I'm saying I don't buy that he's endgaming libertarian at all.
I mean, I'm an atheist, and if I had to choose between a woke school and a Catholic school, I'm going with the Catholic school. I mean,
of course, but that's right. But fortunately, we shouldn't have to live in a world where we have to choose between one extreme or the other. Right?
I agree. Yeah. Why can't we just have a secular, neutral education?
Exactly, like we used to have.
Right.
Okay.
You don't understand, Sitch. The personal is political. Everything is political. You're either racist or you're anti-racist. There's nothing you can do.
I remember, oh my God, I forgot about this. I remember in Florida, do you remember Elian Gonzalez?
Oh, yeah, the kid that they were fighting over, extraditing him back to Cuba or something?
So there was a story years ago in Florida where basically a mother and father got divorced, and the mother, without the father's knowledge, supposedly, now it's all from memory, so I could be getting some facts wrong. The mother, without the father's knowledge, took their kid. They're Cuban. The mother took the kid on a raft from Cuba to Florida, and I believe the mother died in the journey on the way there, but the kid survived. And in Florida, we have this wet foot, dry foot policy where basically we have this insane, bizarre policy where if you're Cuban and you can make it to land, then you're granted immunity and citizenship just by touching the ground. It's a very bizarre policy.
What if there's water, but you touch the ground beneath the water a little bit?
That counts. If you touch the beach, I think that counts.
So as soon as you can touch water, or as soon as you can touch ground, okay, you're good.
Yeah, I assume. I don't know what the exact specifics are, but something like that. It's totally really bizarre, wacky policy. But so anyway, so this kid, his mom dies, but he makes it to Florida, America. But then it's this big fight because he's living with his uncle and aunt or something who he maybe never interacted with, previously, and his father, who's still in Cuba, is demanding custody of his child back, and it became this massive political fight of should the Elian Gonzalez stay in America or go back to Cuba. And I remember in middle school when this was happening, it was none of the teachers, this is the benefits of our liberal education. None of our teachers would talk about it at all. They knew that this was a off-topic hot button issue. But all the kids would be arguing about it endlessly.
Oh, really?
In the hallways. And I remember there were some people that they'd wear shirts every day that's it had Elian Gonzalez's picture on it, and they'd be protect Elian, keep him in America.
Oh, okay.
And there'd be people that they'd get into if you talk to them in the hallways, they get into physical fights with you about Elian Gonzalez. So ridiculous.
How the battle over Elian Gonzalez helped change the U.S.
Oh my God, that was. And there's the iconic picture, which if you type in Elian Gonzalez on Google, it's probably the first picture that'll show up, which is the state agents pointing the guns at Elian Gonzalez hiding in the closet or something.
Elian Gonzalez, still a Cuban hero 17 years later. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to him, but I mean, he got sent back. He got sent back, and Castro went out of his way to make him become super patriotic and shit like that. But
okay.
But yeah, no, if you type him in, literally the first picture you'll find out
is the
person.
Screaming.
Yeah, the person opening the closet door with a gun pointed at Ellie Gonzalez, like this little kid. Not good optics. Not good optics, but it was an interesting legal conversation.
So, but the teachers were like, I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah,
I'm going to
they're like,
weigh
no one
in.
talk
The
about
kid
it.
is
Yeah.
going to go home and tell their parents. Their parents going to come bitch at the school.
And exactly.
I'm going to get in trouble. But these days, it's like the teachers, their ultimate goal is to get, to get the parents riled up at home. They have this idea that
You're
the
right.
parents,
It's weird. You're right. It's
Yeah.
complete inverse of what it was when I went to school.
right. They think they have this stereotype of the parents. The parents are conservatives.
Right.
And so they're playing this political game. They're like, yeah, you're conservative at home, but I got your kids at school. I know how to fuck with the conservatives right now. And people who have kids generally do get more conservative, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're married with kids, you get more conservative. So the liberals, the progressives in the school are just, they're how they fuck with conservatives. It's fun for them.
It's very interesting that when I went to school, the school didn't want the parents complaining, and so that's why they shied away from political issues. And you're right. And now it's the opposite. Now a lot of these teachers are like, they want to indoctrinate the kids to go like bitch at their parents.
Right. They want the kids to get their parents to vote for Kamala Harris in the next election.
Right.
They're like, go chat up your dad. He'll change his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Go tell him he's a bigot. Just tell him you're gay and then get him pissed off. What, you're not gay? Just tell him you're gay. It's okay.
Right.
It'll be fun. What the fuck? I don't understand people just, maybe it's me. I just like people. I don't, disrespecting a bunch of parents when I'm teaching their kids. I couldn't really do that. That's not a good way to be.
Right.
I guess if they were a bunch of woke parents, though, I kind of would be. I don't know.
Well,
that would be an interesting.
Well, no, because it'd be
If I was a teacher here, they would all be woke parents.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be like, yeah, go home and tell your kid. Go tell him that the election was stolen. Go home and tell your mom that you learned at school that the election was stolen.
You're just trolling at that point, though. You're just like, you just want them to get the parent. You just want to get the parents all riled up.
Obviously, I'd never do this. It's just fun to think about, but yeah.
It says, when Elian Gonzalez was 20 in 2016, when he received a degree in industrial engineering in Cuba, he read a letter to Fidel Castro from his graduating class vowing to, quote, fight from whatever trench the revolution demanded.
So they turned him into a total commie. Hilarious.
Oh, of course they did. Of course they did. So
you're a celebrity now, kid.
I mean, that's essentially what happened. I mean, it was a really weird issue because, and the reason they gave him back was because the mother basically kidnapped him, like the father had custody. So the mother essentially kidnapped him from the father's legal custody and took him to America.
Ouch.
But there was some question as if she had survived, I think, whether she would get to keep the kid or not. But since she died, she lost it. But that was part of what made everyone so emotional, because it's like the mother died essentially to get her kid to America. So that's why everyone was so like crazed about it.
Right. And then the kid ended up being a commie anyway. What a waste. How
well,
awful.
I mean, I guess
this
in
is
some
the saddest
bizarre
story I've ever heard.
Well, I guess in some bizarre way, though, it ended up helping him because he became a celebrity in Cuba. You know, the government went out of his way to make sure that he was happy, essentially.
Right, but he probably, I don't know, he's probably ordered a bunch of hits from the secret police or whatever. If he's a high up in the Communist Party.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Here, let's finish this video off.
Agreement in that, because I think what we're saying is you can cut to the chase immediately, and also that doesn't explain why giving the government more control over speech that takes place in corporate boardrooms and things like that achieves that goal. But I appreciate you for coming on and talking as candidly and as forthrightly. I suspect we'll be doing this more. Thank you, Chris Rufo, for talking to Reason during this live stream. Zach Weissmuller, always good to see you. And I'm happy if somebody has to live in Florida, it's not me, and that you're doing so well there.
It's great.
Thanks, guys. It's been
everybody.
fun. I appreciate the spirited debate and conversation. I appreciate it.
Wonderful stuff. Thanks all.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, that was fun.
So even if you disagree with Christopher Rufo, I think Zach and Nick did a very bad job making their argument.
I agree.
I don't think they provided a lot of pushback.
I mean, I don't think Rufo did an excellent job either. I mean,
Yeah, but he didn't really need to
yeah, of course.
at that point, right? Like, because they weren't really, because Christopher Rufo was making the argument like, well, this is happening. It's happening all around us right now. We're all witnessing it, and I'm doing something about it, and I'm successful in doing something about it.
Right.
And you're suggesting that I take and they said literally, you're suggesting I take a radical revolutionary approach to completely restructuring everything. And it's like, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I just think framing it more as you're for individual liberty, I'm for individual liberty. Wokeness is stepping on individual liberty.
Right.
Like, I think debating that out would have been more
You're right.
interesting because you'd force them both to be working on the I want personal freedom.
And I'm not even sure, like, if you're a parent and you're in Arizona or something, where everyone has a school voucher. I mean, just because it's a private school doesn't mean it's not going to be woke. There's like a shit ton of woke as fuck private schools out there. And I would argue that the field of teaching itself, unfortunately, has been very indoctrinated with woke garbage in the first place.
Yeah.
So I and it's hard to imagine because, as you said, this is part of the decision that a lot of parents are going to have to make. Where they're going to have to say, oh, well, if I don't want my kid to go to a woke school,
you have this white-hot culture war.
Sorry.
I have to take them to some, not even a Catholic school, because lots of Catholics are very woke. You have to take them to like an evangelical Christian school. And it's like, well, what if you're a parent who's like, I don't want my kids to be like religiously indoctrinated by either the wokes or the Christians? Like, what are your choices at that point?
Yeah. Where's the secular school? Well, that
where's
doesn't
the
exist.
secular anti-woke school? And I just
look, we have to indoctrinate these kids in some crazy religion. What are you doing? Of course, just pick one. Jeez.
Why'd you bring up Dave Smith?
I don't know. I just saw it. It was like in the stuff.
Oh, okay. But did we ever? I know someone was going to reach out to him, try to get him on. Is there any follow through with that?
Yes. Didn't go well.
He said no?
Dave Smith said, fuck off, guys. You're not... Look, I got important shit going on, okay? I don't have time to fuck around with you guys, okay?
Uh-huh. That's what he said?
No. I DM'd him and he never responded to me. And
right.
Begin the Night?
Right.
Is it Begin the Night or Being
It's
the
Begin
Night?
the Night, yes.
It is Begin the Night.
Yes.
Begin the Night reached out to him. And I think he might have got some response and he might have got a week. We'll get back to you.
Okay.
So I guess it's technically still in flux, I think.
Okay. Well, who knows?
But it doesn't look good. I say I would bet that it's not going to happen, to be honest with you.
I mean, I would bet that
Become the Night said it was 50-50, but I'm a betting man.
I think it's like 80-20 against us, but but hey, you don't know.
Real Dean coming.
What are you doing?
I just saw this from what Christopher Rufo was saying.
It's not up though.
But I guess I didn't.
Bring it up.
Down. Go ahead.
It's from Community.
No, Then you never had to, Dean. You could have lived the rest of your life in blissful ignorance and died a happy pansexual imp. But
I just love how he says that.
Oh my goodness.
Can you? It's like I'm trying to imagine how they're gonna make this community movie like in today's woke culture.
Was this before everyone decided that they were pansexual? Is this like a
Yeah, I mean, I think the last season of Community was like 2012 or something,
right?
2013.
So
So.
they picked pansexual just because it was weird and out there.
Well, I don't know if you're like the dean who's very effeminate and would, like be quote unquote gay coded, but he's not like gay. He's like everything. Like he likes furries, he likes cross dressing. He's like it's just literally every like possible quote unquote like stereotype of like non-normative sexual thing he seems to be into. So
Yeah.
which that character in of itself would be considered very insulting to the gay community. Because he's like a negative stereotype of like all that stuff, essentially.
Okay. I mean, that's the thing. So any character is going to be insulting to some portion of any community because that's just the way people are. So,
well, in Community, all the characters are fucked up in some way. So if a character is kind of like a stereotype of something, then yeah, obviously. I mean, I don't have a problem with character. I love the character of the Dean completely, but
yeah. Good stuff.
I just love that line read from Goodman.
Dean, you could have lived the rest of your life in blissful ignorance and died a happy pansexual imp.
Let it go. Come on.
But you wanted to feel power this year. Well, now you're going to feel my power as it surges downward from me straight through you from nostril to rectum now until the end of time.
Oh, shit. Look at that. So much for decentralized power. Wow.
Yep.
I'm getting some heavy authoritarian vibes here.
Oh, he makes him shave his beard too.
Oh, wow.
And that was a legal team, because I think it's time we worked out a new agreement.
He doesn't look like a lawyer.
That's a barber, because I'm also sick of that ridiculous goatee. You look like a white Lou Gossett Jr.
Can you even do that? I don't think you can.
You know, there's this episode where their mascot is the human beings.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to be so inclusive. And so like they're trying to like, how do we make our mascot like a human, but like a non-racially denominative human? So they have like a chart of like every racial stereotype, like physical stereotype to avoid on the wall. They're trying to like, they're like, okay, we can't use Pan-Asian eye folds or Irish chins. Like,
oh man. Back when you could do race humor and not get completely canceled for it.
Yes.
Wokeness is cancer. It really is. Who is really offended by this stuff? Because I don't feel that people are offended by it. I feel that people are pretending to be offended by it so that they can gain some sort of political advantage over people they perceive as their political enemies.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Which sucks. Oh, it totally sucks. Yeah.
Scott Horton is the guy who Dave Smith gets a lot of foreign policy takes from. Scott wrote the book Enough Already and Fool's Errand, most recently incredibly well researched. Oh, that was the person you said that we should talk to instead of...
His DMs are not open. I messaged him on Twitter. He never responded, so...
Okay.
Look, these guys are terrified, okay? They don't want to come on the show because they know they're going to get their asses handed to them. So I don't... You guys... You don't understand. You don't understand the dynamic here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're in agreement, right?
What's up?
It's just, it is what it is. But I mean, we can respond if you want to send us any videos of Dave's that you want us to respond to. You seem to think that Dave is going to have a better response in person, but I mean, I listen to a lot of the stuff on Ukraine and nobody says anything outside of the narrative that we've all heard a billion times before. the CIA-backed coup in 2014. It's like, I know, we all know this, but like the back of our hands. What's new?
Right.
What is Dave gonna say that's like new that we haven't heard before?
Well, I said this last time too. I'd still be curious to talk to him about it.
Oh, of course.
But
Yeah.
I said this last time too. I don't think we'll ever get a more in the depths in weed conversation than we got with Aiden.
Of
'Cause
course.
I don't think between my autism and Aiden's autism, I don't think there's anyone else that's gonna.
I mean, I actually have to give it to Aiden because Aiden had things that I haven't heard before.
Oh yeah, no, she had like all this information.
Right.
She's like plethora of information.
Ancillary information that has not made it into the approved, I know all the Putin talking points narrative that you hear now.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to a podcast. Robert Wright does a non-zero podcast, and he had a guy on that was some kind of war correspondent from Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And he started going into all the Dave, Sam Horton talking points. And it was nice to hear Robert Wright say, okay, well, people are going to contest that. And here's the counter argument to everything that he said.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't make any difference. Like, he still believed what he believed, but Robert Wright was very good at pointing out that, it's a rabbit duck situation. There's a drawing of a rabbit and a duck, and sometimes people see it like it's one drawing, but sometimes people see a rabbit, sometimes people see a duck. And it's that situation. Like, some people on Ukraine, they see the duck, and some people see the rabbit.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, I think the narrative that we have is more consistent with more of the facts.
Right.
Than the other narrative. I think the thing that pushes the other narrative over the head for people, over the finish line for people is, I mean, you got to know America bad. America bad. America did it. America fault.
Right. Right.
America.
I found someone talked about in the chat. Dave Smith, the day before yesterday, he watched someone else. I mean, it's fine because our stream was like 10 hours. He watched someone else make a response video to his Joe Rogan stuff and then responded to that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like
Bring
an
it
hour
up.
long. So
Oh,
I'm
it's too
not gonna
long.
watch it right now, but we'll watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow. Maybe if it's worth covering, we'll cover it.
We're covering Mr. Girl on Adam 22 and Flacco podcast on Tuesday.
Well, okay, so Tuesday. No, well, first of all, Tuesday we're talking to someone who has inside information about how oil and gas is priced because they work in the industry. And I know that's very exciting for people.
Have you checked them out? Have you verified their credentials?
No, I'm taking it entirely off their word.
Okay, well, this may be an uncomfortable conversation.
I don't think it will be. I have confidence from what they were telling me that it's a real person.
That they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that they know what they're talking about. And I don't know how long that conversation will go. I assume it won't be hours and hours and hours. So, but yeah, afterwards we can watch. You want to watch part of some conversation between Flacco and Mr. Girl that I haven't seen, and so we can watch part of that too.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great. Did Joe the Mig want to come on now and argue?
No, he said he didn't want to come on.
I thought he said he did.
No, he said he's blasted. He's totally drunk out of his mind. And then he made a terrible joke about Aiden, but
right. How dare you?
Totally unfair.
Xander Hall just uploaded a video praising Jon Stewart's trans thing. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise anybody.
We don't give a fuck about Xander Hall. Xander Hall, first of all, Xander Hall is nobody, so it's really pointless for us to cover his stuff unless it's really interesting. And it's Xander Hall, so it's not going to be interesting. So it's really, I mean, it's like lose, lose, lose.
Right. Well, listen, I mean, Xander Hall wimped out of coming on and talking to Mahler on the stream.
Yeah.
So
he had his opportunity.
He did. He did. He totally pussed out. But that really shouldn't surprise anyone, right?
Of course. Yeah, he liked Rings of Power, remember? Rings of Power.
Oh my God. I saw that opening where like a dragon killed an eagle and I just came in my pants. I was just so excited by this dragon killing an eagle.
Right, yeah.
Oh, it was just so hot. Oh man.
He's a big Galadriel fan.
He is. He is. I don't know how anyone could defend how terrible the finale was. I mean, to be fair, the whole thing is terrible. It wasn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who can defend 5 minutes of that show?
That's true. I think the first episode is worse than the finale. Now that I think about it, or maybe the just like Galadriel jumping into the water. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen on television. That's baffling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna swim to the shore. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just swim to shore. And I told you they would never explain it, and they didn't fucking explain it. Okay. Not only does Galadriel jump into the ocean to swim all the way back to shore, thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away, however the fuck far away she is from shore. And not only does she, by pure coincidence, find a shipwreck of humans that will rescue her, but just by pure coincidence, the one person she spent 1,000 years looking for is on the fucking shipwreck in the middle of the ocean.
But they never explain any of that either.
Yes.
Like how the fuck did you?
Why was Sauron out there in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, what was going on?
I don't know.
Was that an elaborate trap? Was he chasing her? I mean,
no, he wasn't. He wasn't, because Sauron. This is what's so weird about the whole show too. Sauron had literally given up on being evil, and he's like, "Thank you, Galadriel, for reigniting my motivation to take over Middle Earth again. You believed in me."
Yeah, it's.
I was like, "What is this? This is so stupid."
Yeah, and then they're trying to say the next season is going to be great because he's totally going to be this Walter White character.
Oh yeah, I bet.
When I don't know, even when he was Halbrand, who is he as a character? I don't fucking know.
No, yeah, exactly.
He didn't really do anything, or
he did nothing. He sat around and moped, and then he decided to become Sauron at the end of the season. You're like, oh, that's exciting.
Well, but he stole from people and beat people up in the streets and shit. I mean,
right. You know, it could have been very interesting if, like, throughout it, he was actually a person who was really dedicated to order in the world.
Yeah, if he was,
and justice, and then you'd sort of see him becoming Sauron over the course of the season or multiple seasons that we know. But that doesn't really make sense.
A character arc.
But here's the problem. That doesn't really make sense because, and this is the problem, like Lord of the Rings has a lot of very black and white morality, which is fine. It's like a classical mythical story, and Sauron was evil 1,000 years ago already with Morgoth, so you can't have him like become like, oh, this is the corruption of Sauron. That already wouldn't make sense with the direction the story went.
Right, because he already was corrupt.
So does that mean that Sauron, evil Lord Sauron, evil big bad guy, he almost got killed by a random animal in the ocean?
Yeah.
A random like sea monster almost killed Sauron, the Lord of all evil.
It just completely, as soon as you see him working in that forge, you lose all, like his status is totally blown. Like finding out he's Sauron, he's done so many things that I just think this guy is a loser.
Why did he even look the way he looked?
I didn't like Halbrand as a character at all.
Yeah, why did he look like that? He can look however he wants, can he? He could change his appearance. Why does he just look like some guy?
I have no idea. That's the thing. We know nothing about the character.
Mm-hmm.
And then just to say at the very end, oh, yeah, by the way, I'm Sauron. It's just so stupid. God, it was evil.
Maybe it was a false flag. Thrawn ordered the sea monster to fake an attack. Yeah, there you go. Thrawn false flagged his own ship for no reason. For the sea monster.
There was
Why did he save Galadriel?
None of the characters. You weren't interested in any of the characters' storylines. There weren't any storylines for any of the characters.
No. Wait, but why did he save Galadriel's life when she falls overboard? Like, why does he even care?
Where the fuck is he going? What was that all about?
I don't know.
Where
was he going on the ship? Where was he going on the ship?
Yeah. Where were they headed? What were they doing? Were they out there fishing for the day?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? And nobody, listen, as soon as I stumble upon a raft full of survivors,
yeah,
I'm asking them, what the hell happened? What are you guys doing out here? Where'd you come from? I guess they did say that, and the girl was like, don't tell her everything. Keep it a secret.
They were people that were, well, it didn't make any sense either. They were supposed to be people that were fleeing from the Southlands, from the orcs. But they're on the other side of the continent. The Southlands is on the east side, or it's the east of the mountains. They're on the west side. They had to take a boat. They had to cross the mountains somehow, and then I guess, I'm assuming there's human kingdoms on the west side that they decide not to stay in, and then take a boat to where the fuck were they going?
Build a ship. Like, did they book passage?
Were they trying to go to Numenor? I don't think they said that.
Show's lame.
I don't know. Whatever. Bradley Roberts, thanks so much for the £2, says, I got 3 words. S-class is... Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much for that spitting in my face.
Was there anyone that was going to come on to give us a libertarian perspective?
Yeah, come on. We're in the mood to argue. Who wants to come on and argue with us?
Yeah, who wants to come argue with us? Tristan Verhecke, thank you so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 8 months. And they gave a little O-faced emoji. Thank you, Tristan.
That's awesome.
Solodoge, suing Sitch and Adam for $3 quadrillion.
Oh, man.
There you go.
At some point, you're just like, fuck it.
Well, maybe Solodoge can come on and argue with us. He says, this isn't a good look for Christopher Rufo. This is before we watch the video. This isn't a good look for Christopher Rufo, as he thinks it's obvious that reason we're trying to be nice while he just interrupts constantly and uses Vosh sophistry. Wow.
Was there sophistry?
I don't think so. If you come on to argue, it has to be about you taking the libertarian position and why Christopher Rufo is wrong. It's not about some other issue, okay? You're going to come on and argue about whatever pet issue you want to argue about.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden wanted to argue? I thought Aiden was on Christopher Rufo's side. She's not libertarian.
She is a libertarian. What are you talking about?
Not anymore. What do you mean? She's like went neo-reactionary.
Nah.
I don't think Aiden's in the chat anymore. What do you mean, no?
She's not. You know what you're talking about.
I don't?
No.
Okay. I could have swore we had an entire conversation with her where she said she wasn't libertarian anymore. Am I like hallucinating that conversation?
Oh, she said she wasn't libertarian anymore?
I thought, yeah. Am I out of my mind? Chat, somebody help me. Chat is the memory here.
Flacco, every time.
We're not watching Mr. Girl now. Okay.
Why not? Just
Soldo said he'd come on. Send Soldo's on.
Okay. How do I know? I don't. Solodosh, DM me.
Solodosh, send Adam a DM so he can send you a link. Aiden says she's a libertarian monarchist. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Landendorf.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Of course.
Well, okay, libertarian monarchist is some kind of a. I'd argue it's a contradiction.
Yeah, most people would, but.
Uh-huh. What's that one place? Liechtenstein?
I'm a libertarian socialist. I'm a libertarian authoritarian.
So listen, Aiden, I love Aiden. She'll be the queen of Liechtenstein, okay?
I'm a libertarian authoritarian.
Right. Right. She said she would argue the libertarian position despite being a monarchist. Well, I don't see her. And it is late.
It's late. Totally late.
Late for her because she's in Britbong land. But
Britbong land.
The one. Dr. Diddler for $5 says A-Team goes through his hotel room and takes everything not nailed down. He also goes into Petco and tries to pet the goldfish.
What? You guys don't pet the goldfish? A bunch of losers.
Wow. Too. S-Class is the best class.
Can't believe you.
Soto says he sent you a DM.
Did he?
Yeah. We said he did. Joshua Sorry for $5 says Code of Laws SC 1922 Volume 2 Wikipedia has a long list of examples. Okay, these were the examples of Jim Crow laws in South Carolina.
How do I know that this is a real Soladoge? Because I have like 6 DMs now.
Oh, you do? Soladoge, what's your Twitter name?
I need to know.
It's not Soladoge. I know you sent me messages
Give me the initials of the Twitter name. Holy cow, mystery guest.
Thank you so much, mystery guest 01. Our surrogate uncle says, "Hi, Mr. Friended and Mr. Uation."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Look at that. He actually got that. That's a true fan right there. And he even got something that I didn't even get. It took my brain a second to process it. My girlfriend doesn't watch any political commentary of any kind, and in general, I am against indoctrination. But when I walk through the room and yell, "Hey now!" I get some version of the quote, "It's your friend TSG Sitch. She will be made to understand the correct litany eventually." There you go. There you go. Listen, mystery guest. Not only do I very much appreciate the $300, but I also appreciate that you're indoctrinating your girlfriend into the ways of Hey Now.
Of course. Okay. Yes.
One day she'll learn. Okay.
You got to let us know if she's an enlightened centrist or not.
Listen, sometimes you gotta bring down a little discipline to make sure that they really learn. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's obviously relationships.
Do it right. It's your boy PSA Sitch, not Stitch. Sitch. Do it right. Honey, it's 3 a.m. No, we're not going to sleep until you say it correctly.
Has Soladoge weighed in? Is he in the chat? Soladoge. Oh, it's Solid Rock.
Solid Rock Aurora. I could just send it. I know what it is.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't think he sent me a DM. I think you sent a DM to some other account.
Maybe. I don't know. Boop, boo. Those goldfish are extra silky. There you go. I didn't know goldfish petting was such a thing that people engaged in.
You gotta, yeah. They're like a little slimy. Put them in your hand and you pet them.
Is this the right link?
Sometimes they fall on the floor.
Link. Yeah, I think I see it. Like, it looks weird when I pasted it. It looks different, so I don't know what's up with that. But
Solid Rock Aurora. What the?
No. Solid Struggling Rocky is the name.
What?
Struggling Rocky at Solid Rockaro.
Struggling Rocky, I got.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Oh, it is? Okay, I can send the link then.
Right.
I got it. Done.
Okay.
Accept.
Soto, speaking of, for $2, says, "Sent you 3 articles that disprove your Jim Crow theory." Yeah, I saw that.
Yep.
Hey now.
Hey, how's it going?
Was that took like 1 second?
I know. Usually people take like 10 minutes. What the hell?
That's like bam. All right, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be a part of the official Jonathan Haidt Simp Show.
Yes. True.
We don't simp for Jonathan Haidt around here.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, a lot of people say that, but then Jonathan Haidt says like some crazy shit. I'm just like,
well, listen, everyone says crazy shit eventually, except for me.
Right.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Thank you. Thank you.
But we do like Jonathan Haidt, obviously, and moral foundations theory is the future of sociology. So once we wrestle it back from the third wave feminists.
Yeah, there you go. That's the truth from them. No, I don't know about future, but it's definitely a way forward. I haven't read enough of that field to really get a scope on it.
So what do you want to talk about, Soladoge? What do you
tell us why Christopher Rufo is wrong and you're woke? I mean, what were you talking about?
Yeah, no. So I'll start with refuting one of his base principles, and that's his claim that, because they go over a lot of times. So his first claim is
We're
that
getting a lot of microphone feedback from you. I don't know.
Are you moving your microphone when you talk?
Oh shoot, sorry about that. I have a tendency to pace when I talk.
Oh, but we can hear like the little
clicking.
Yeah. I'm the exact same way. It's very weird for me to sit in a chair and stream, but
yeah, sorry. So the first claim I'd really tackle is his idea that this is just purely civil rights extension.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the big issue is that when you look at the Civil Rights Act of 1964, what you'll see is that it's more about discrimination in practice than it is about, for the business side, like what the business espouses as its belief. And so you can't really say you're for civil rights when you're deciding to dictate what a business is allowed to believe.
Well, is the law, I mean, I know that they're all different for the states, but my understanding was that the law didn't say like if you own a business, you can't believe X. It's that you can't force your employees to go to some kind of diversity training which tells them X, Y, Z, right? I mean, it's still an action.
Maybe. I think that's one of those things where it gets a little sketchy, because even then, plenty of jobs have extra training requirements, including educational requirements for a wide variety of degrees. So if you know any lawyers, they regularly have to go to extra training seminars to keep up with their bar.
Right.
And so I mean, would you consider, critical race theory, which is a legal theory, be barred from being taught to lawyers in that respect?
Well, that's a very interesting way of framing it. I'm trying to remember, because I think Christopher Rufo's response to that which would be that you can teach it in a neutral way. You just can't advocate for it, essentially. And so there's a little bit difference between like a lawyer who maybe has to learn some legal theory because they're handling a case that involves a legal theory versus, have some job, you're a manager at Walmart and they say, everyone at Walmart employees have to take our DEI and, training that teaches you not to be racist, quote unquote.
There's a difference between teaching that some people believe the earth is flat and then teaching the earth is flat.
Right.
So I get that in that respect, but then that really gets into the nitty gritty of like how exactly, who gets to be the arbiter on what exactly, the earth is flat, or who, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, it's the evidence that gets to be the arbiter. That's kind of the problem here. Because CRT is a thing that exists outside of all evidence. Like CRT definitionally posits that any discrepancy in demographics is a result of, is actually by definition racism. So you're not even really looking at what the cause is. You're just saying that is by definition racism.
Yes, but when we take that evidence, clearly for this law to be enforced, it would have to go most likely to some kind of civil court. And now we're just going to say, instead of the employers deciding it, it'll just be some random judge deciding.
It's deciding what?
Like whether or not this constitutes a violation, of the Stop Woke Act.
Right.
If this is some egregious idea to be teaching people.
Well, I think would be the benefit for Rufo's position to try to make it as clear as possible in the law, as opposed to relying on existing civil rights legislation.
I just don't know if you can really get it clear as possible unless you say you can't explicitly claim white people are racist, at which point you run into
That's what
the
he
issue.
says, right?
Then you run into the issue, they're just going to find another way to say it. Like, to me, this sounds like a bunch of McCarthyism. Like, we're going to go after this idea and these specific phrases and words, and then they're just going to completely change the words they're using, go underground for a little bit, and resurface 10 times worse.
Well, say hypothetically they do, that happens. I mean, shit, if they went underground from the 60s till now, I would buy another 60 years, them going underground if the Stop Woke Act could, provide that.
I don't think it really will, though. I think the speed at which people can change their vernacular, thanks to the internet, just means
has increased. Right. That's fair.
It's just going to be whack-a-mole at this point, rather than just take it head on, reveal it for the silliness that it is, and convince people otherwise.
Well, I mean, I think we should be doing both. Obviously, it's difficult to reveal it for numerous reasons we've talked about on stream like a million times. So I think while that process is taking effect, I mean, I'm totally in favor of legislation, and I think the changing of rhetoric will be a little bit slower because everything that they're talking about, systemic racism, white privilege, like these are all terms that have been sort of indoctrinated and woven into academic literature for decades. I'm not sure they could just snap their fingers and say all the same racist stuff overnight and then just change all their language around.
Yeah, they couldn't do it. It took them 20 years, 30 years, 50 years to...
I think part of the reason it took them so long was, again, just the changing technology. I mean, terminologies and what information we choose to pass on.
That's a good point.
Has just rapidly shifted. I mean, we've had 20 variations of the same meme because one gets stale and old and people think of the exact same thing to say in a new way.
Right.
Well, we'd have to see though, right? I mean, I would say have the Stop Woke Act go into effect, and then part of the benefit of having multiple states is you can test it. You could say, okay, does it work? If in Florida it doesn't work, then yeah, obviously we'll go in a different direction. What if it does work?
Do you think it would be useful to have debates like, are white people inherently racist?
Yeah, I think it's useful to expose people to how stupid that idea can be. Because here's the thing, younger generations are inherently rebellious. They are always, the moment you try to suppress a piece of information, they will instantly be gravitated towards it by just the nature of being rebellious. And so if you don't have that open debate, then they're just going to gravitate towards what you're suppressing.
No, I agree. And I mean, I'm in favor of people. Well, not, I mean, I don't think this is a debate people should be having at like their Walmart training, but I'm fine people having that debate, in school. The problem is that debate is not allowed because basically if you take the position that, white people are not inherently racist, or you take the anti-woke position, you're persona non grata.
Could we host that debate? I'm curious who we'd get.
Well, no, they wouldn't.
Who would take the white people are inherently racist position? Maybe Professor Flowers. We could get her on.
We'll get Dialogue Always.
Are there a few bread tubers out there you can ask?
Dialogue Always.
Sure. There you go.
Well, it's interesting.
Would you take the position that white people are not inherently racist?
Would I take that position?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's do the debate. I think this is this could be an interesting debate.
Oh God. I don't know if I have time for that.
You don't want to talk the Dialogue Away.
We need to start hosting. We need to start hosting the debates that are just completely
wacky as fuck.
The ridiculous, the ridiculous end of wokeness. Yeah, exactly. Well, just to expose how racist they actually are. Right.
Right.
What you should do if you really want to do it is invite just random Vosh fans and then random your fans. Battle of the fans.
Oh, that's interesting.
That'd be great.
See who's absorbed the other's rhetoric better.
There's an who's indoctrinated their audience better? I feel like Vosh has done a better job indoctrinating my audience because we're kind of promoting independent thinking here to some extent. But I think it's funny if you look at BreadTube kind of historically the way we have, they've softened their rhetoric. Not softened. They sort of like they've couched their rhetoric to be better at being able to debate people online, almost to kind of circumvent these sorts of conversations. Because when the BreadTubers first came out, they were saying all this crazy, all white people are racist, blah, 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 blah. And now it's like, well, when I say that, I actually mean blah, 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 blah.
Well, I think what it is more is that they understand they're on the losing side. I mean, we saw that Twitter exchange with Vosh where he got roasted for simply saying, maybe we shouldn't ignore white guys in society. And all his BreadTuber friends went after him.
Yeah. That's true.
So I think they're realizing trying to ignore large swaths of potential viewers is not sustainable models more than anything.
Well, with Vosh, it's that Vosh is smart enough to understand that being a fat white guy, he has to defend white people to some extent. So
he's on the chopping block.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course, he's, Vosh wants to be the top slot, and he understands that if he takes like very strong anti-white rhetoric, that he's never going to make it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a fair point.
I mean, Hassan has his sort of Turkish privilege protecting him to some extent. So
I don't know. Count Dankula has been trying to resurrect his bro pass to get him canceled, which has been an interesting maneuver.
I mean,
I don't know if you're aware of that one.
I'm not aware of that now.
Oh, no. This video came up where he called himself the Brofessor. Hassan did. And was, no, I'm not joking. The Brofessor giving advice to girls or guys about how to get girls. Oh, sorry, but we got off topic. My bad.
Well, no, it's fine. It's funny for me to imagine that Hassan, who's like some millionaire, decently looking guy, is like, let me give you advice to my fans how to like pick up chicks. Like, okay, thanks, buddy.
So I will ask this though, kind of bringing it back on topic, because this whole discussion has been about keeping it to the business side of things, the private side of things.
We could talk about public education too. I mean,
we can. I'd like to ask this one question first, though: would you guys be in favor of a bill that bans teaching gender ideology in a business?
In a business?
Well, hold on. Well, two things. Because first, I want to say that I have the Stop Woke Act bill open, and a lot of it is not like specific rhetoric; it's specific concepts. So even if they change their rhetoric, it should still be effective because it's based around concepts. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, how are you defining gender ideology for the sake of this hypothetical?
For the sake of this, it would be, I suppose, strict adherence to the idea that gender is this amorphous, fluid concept that can be adopted at any time by any person, and that refusal to admit or adhere to it, such as changing pronouns or anything like that, is a sign of bigotry.
Right. And that's separated from sex.
Exactly.
Okay. Would I be in favor of a bill that prevents private companies from teaching this?
Yeah, the way they're trying to make bills to prevent CRT.
I gotcha. Like, okay. Yeah, I would be in favor of that, sure. Yeah.
Why would that be?
I think when someone goes to do a job, they shouldn't have to adhere to a political or religious ideology unless that job is like specifically about that. Like, when you're just working at Chili's, I don't see why you should have to inculcate yourself with, gender ideology just to serve people their spicy wings.
So how do you reconcile that with the baker with the gay cake? Because I mean, that's a very religious mindset in his business.
I don't think that the baker should have to bake the cake. What do you mean?
Well, that's my point. So why is it that he's allowed to indulge in his religious practice, but the CRT cannot indulge in their religious practice?
Well, because So like if some guy owns I don't know, uh a bakery, some like it's Derek Bell's bakery, and he decides that when you enter the shop, he asks every person if they believe in CRT. If they say no, he says, well, then you can't buy any of my baked goods. Like that's his right to do that. There's a difference between someone who's an owner denying a specific type of service, I think, to people versus basically forcing their employees essentially to exist under some ideological
Yeah, to adopt
lens.
an ideology.
Right.
That's the difference for me, because my problem with CRT is you're basically promoting negative stereotypes of whites. How is that applicable in the bake the cake situation? Because you're not really, if a baker declines to do a gay cake, they're not really forwarding negative stereotypes of gay people. They're just saying, I don't want to do your cake.
Well, in his case, I mean, he's saying, I don't want to bake the cake because I believe that gay marriage is not legitimate and should not
Yeah,
be
but he's
seen
entitled to his own personal opinion. The problem comes in when you're saying, like, when you're promoting negative stereotypes of gay people. Like if he came out, if he wanted, to bake a cake that was promoting negative stereotypes, that was basically saying, all gay people are evil or something. I don't know. Then we're in a similar situation.
Is it not a negative stereotype to say that, gay people are not in legitimate relationships?
Well, at
least from a Christian perspective?
if all of his employees, if he said, listen, to work here, you have to vote against any gay marriage legislation. You need to be against gay marriage. Otherwise, you're out of here. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't see the DEI initiatives, though I disagree with him, dictating that somebody vote a certain way either.
Well, they're not. They're dictating that you either A, believe a certain way, or B, you have to basically keep your head down.
Or, yeah, and believing. So much of voting is depending upon what you believe, obviously. The people who vote against gay marriage because of what they believe. So,
well, I don't think it has anything to do with voting, with the DEI stuff or the gay cake stuff. It's just, I think there's a difference between a person who owns their own shop, or they run it and they're the employee there, and they're making some personal distinction, which, first of all, they have a religious freedom, which you don't really have regarding the DEI stuff, but they have a religious freedom to basically say, because of my religious principles, I'm not going to engage in this behavior. I'll sell you, if I recall correctly, the facts of the case was they were willing to sell them a cake that was already existed. They just were not willing to create a new cake for them.
Yeah, because they wanted a specifically designed cake.
Right. And so to me, that's very different than you getting a job at Chili's and your boss saying, okay, you have to be, sit through this stuff that tells you all about white privilege or gender identity or something of that sort.
Yeah, no, I understand your perspective. I think it's just a very difficult, or I guess it's very vague, and it leaves open too many doors for abuse.
Well, what's the fear that you're afraid of?
I mean, again, it's the McCarthyism that every person is going to be accused of being a card-carrying CRT member.
You said that a couple times. I don't necessarily know.
Basically, any person who. Happen. Okay, so let's say someone wants to institute training where the basic concept is,
don't we have a kind of a McCarthy situation going on with racism right now? Isn't that the situation?
No, we absolutely do. I don't disagree that there are plenty of, witch trials.
Yeah,
for
so we're in a McCarthyite situation. Yeah, exactly. Being driven by CRT.
I don't think going to their level is appropriate. I don't think it is appropriate to use the same tools that they're trying to use against you. I think I'm very much of the belief that the systems you use to get into power are the systems that people will try to use against you. And so if you have a system to get liberalism into power by just banning DEI initiatives, someone later down the line is going to use that liberal system to ban liberal ideas.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And I think that's part of why Rufo's strategy is so effective and good, is that he's not banning DEI initiatives. He's not banning any type of diversity training. It's just banning very specific ideas in those diversity training, which technically already violate the Civil Rights Act already.
Yeah.
And so that's why I guess I'm not worried. It's hard for, like, sure, there could be a red state, I guess, that starts with the Stop Woke Act, and then they pass some additional legislation that is like, I don't agree with. But just on the Christopher Rufo bills that I've seen, I don't see any of them going too far, and I don't really see them on their own creating the potential to go too far.
I think it's just the matter of the principle on it, leaving the door open for it to be a thing, that we're going to ban ideas.
Do you think there are any ideas that should be banned?
For workplace?
Sure, yeah, for anything. So say the boss is a pedo and he wants to ban the age of consent, and he wants his employees to take seminars. Yeah.
MAP training.
Yeah, exactly.
MAP training?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't thought of it.
He wants to impress upon his employees how MAPs are oppressed by society and how they should be able to openly discuss their kink.
I mean, I think as long as there is no evidence that he is discriminating against people who are against MAP ideology, I don't think that's really an issue, because he's allowed to profess his idea as long as he's not using that as a basis for discriminating against people.
Well, if he says you have to sit through the training, right?
Then I'd have an issue with requiring it that way, but
right.
Well, this is the same issue with the woke stuff. People don't want to sit through these trainings. They're like, there's a bunch of shit in here that I don't believe, especially in the gender ideology stuff. There are people who don't believe the whole idea that people are born in the wrong body, that people can change they don't believe in the split between gender and biological sex. So they're being basically given a bunch of information that they see as propaganda or false information, and they're forced to sit through it like, as if you were having to sit through any religious training that you don't agree with.
I guess in that respect, I guess my question would be, is it still paid for training? Like, they're being paid, or are they not? Is it additional training required on top of whatever job they're doing? Because if you sign up for a contract and it says, hey, part of this contract that you agree to is you sit through this training for 10 hours a week, 10 hours once a year.
There's no restriction on that. You're basically saying we as a society can't decide any training is outside the limits. Anything people can dream up, they can do.
As long as it's part of fair compensation to the employees, I'm fine with that, I suppose.
Yeah,
even if it's advocating for illegal activities, or is that the line?
Well, I don't think it should be advocating for illegal activities. It shouldn't. That we already, though, we have a clear line drawn. You can't, have training that teaches your employees how to break windows and burn down your opponent's store.
I could make an argument that the DEI training does train people to violate the Civil Rights Act.
I don't know. That's a bit. That's a bit of a stretch.
I know it is. But I can make the argument.
That's actually good.
Well, okay. So, but is your opinion different for schools, or is it the same?
So for schools, I agree with you guys and Rufo on K through 12. I'm fine with schools setting the curriculum. Like, I am more of the reason position that, school choice is a better way forward, as it's one of those things. Like, I put this in a super chat, but I'll say it here. You said earlier that we need some kind of federal standard for education. Otherwise, the country will fall apart and be a mess. Department of Ed, favorite libertarian talking point. Department of Education wasn't formed until 1970. Somehow we survived as a country before 1970. Lord only knows how. I think it's fine if we don't have a strict set federal standard. Most parents are going to seek out an education for their children that is the best possible education, regardless of any federal standard that we establish. But I am fine with states setting standards themselves because they're more receptive to their constituents.
Well, I mean, I don't know what is even in the federal guidelines for education, really. I don't know how broad or specific any of that stuff is.
A large part of testing standards for SAT, ACT, and guidelines.
Right. Oh, so
do you know why the
it's
department?
really just no. So my point about the division was really more just that it wasn't even like you need federal standards. It was more that you just don't want basically conservatives to go to one school system where they learned one thing, and liberals to go to a different school system where they learn something different. Like that's what I want to avoid.
Well, and wasn't
really
I'm
see
curious.
It along that.
Was
Yeah,
that the reason that the U.S. Department of Education was formed? Because I could see government usually comes in to solve problems that arise, and I could see there being a bunch of racist schools in the South that were teaching all kinds of racist shit, and then the U.S. Department of Education being formed to deal with that problem specifically. So the idea that you're saying we got along just fine without the Department of Education until 1979. I'm curious the backstory there.
I'd have to check into that one. From what I remember,
we obviously had schools before we had public education before 1979.
Yeah, no, we
I'm relatively
did.
certain we had education, probably.
Well, but that's
in the
my
20s,
point.
Maybe in the 1800s, even.
No, but that's my point.
I don't know the history of public school.
We had a. Hold on, sorry, I'm looking into Department of Education right now.
So I've not read anything on the history of public school, but I would guess that there was a lot of discrepancies in education across the United States, and people were saying, well, if we had some sort of universal education system, that would probably be better for industrialization and society and politics and whatever. So that's why they probably stepped in.
I think that might be why they started. I don't think they've really been successful in that regard.
My point is that you're saying, oh, we did just fine before this happened. And I'm saying, well, we probably were lacking in some area, and that's why we stepped in. Normally when things are doing just fine, we don't step in. We're like, okay, that's taking care of itself.
Well, I will disagree. I think sometimes people will have one incident that gets used to prop up something, or it gets perceived as being much larger issue than it was.
Do you have an example?
Sure. So, for instance, my favorite example is EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. So everyone likes to cite that the EPA was formed because of the Ohio River incident.
Yeah, catching fire. Yeah.
Yeah. The issue is that there were other fires that had already been. This is not a new issue that suddenly arose out of nowhere, and that people were already developing solutions to it years before the EPA had been established. In fact, the biggest push, the organization that pushed the most for the EPA was the town that had the Ohio River it was 72, I want to say, is when the incident occurred. And they pushed for it simply because they wanted federal funding to supplement the program they had already implemented to clean up the river.
Well, but it
wasn't like EPA was formed to develop the solution. It was people looking for federal money to their solution already.
But you still cited an example from my perspective that government doesn't step in until there's a problem to solve. The problem that was pollution. Then the problem was funding. So the federal government stepped in to solve the problem. I asked you for an example of a place where the federal government just stepped in and there was no problem to solve.
Depends on how you want to phrase it with Department of Homeland Security.
Oh,
Because
God, come on. You can't say that.
hold on. Because
That's ridiculous.
we already
There's
had
this little thing
systems
called 9/11. I mean,
which we already have other systems in place that render Department of Homeland Security.
did those
more
other
or
systems
less-
stop 9/11?
Has Department of Homeland Security stopped future terror attacks? Because last I checked, a lot of their sub departments, like the TSA, have failed every occasion.
Well, we're kind of getting off topic because it's not really a.
You're right. We've gone off topic.
It's not an example of the government stepping in. Like I said, the government steps in because there's a problem to be solved. People, they complain to their elected representatives. Their elected representatives feel their job is on the line if they don't stop the river from catching fire 3 times a year. So they step in to try to fix the problem.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that I think they have a perception issue as to how drastic the problem actually is. They're making mountains out of molehills.
I do think, and I do accept, like the libertarians will talk about the law of unintended consequences. Like you can step in, you can go too far. TSA is the perfect example of that, right? The Department of Homeland Security was enacted to solve the problem of terrorism, to stop another 9/11, but they probably overstepped their bounds, and now air travel is a big nightmare. So
I mean, to go back to that example, like we already had multiple federal agencies designed to halt terrorism, such as the FBI.
Right, and they failed.
ATF. Well, just because they failed did not necessitate the need for a whole nother agency to be propped up. Perhaps it would have just been reform the FBI as a solution.
Sure, okay, but still we're in the realm of, and this is my chief difference of opinion with many libertarians. Like libertarians seem to have an axiom that government is the problem. And I don't think you can say universally everything that government does is bad. Whenever government steps in, it's categorically bad. I do think, it can make mistakes, but
take it from a government employee. I don't think the government is universally bad.
Right. Yeah, so we want to work on improving. It's been working
for the government that has informed my some of my worldviews in life.
Oh, I bet. Sure, yeah. Nothing that throw cold water on someone's ideology, like being part of the system.
But sorry, where were you a second ago? Oh yeah, so government acts in bad. So what I'll say is, I will infer to if you know who Gene Epstein is on this.
I love Gene. Yeah, Gene's great.
Yeah, he just did a recent debate on whether the free market is the cause of society's current downward trends. And he had a great quote, which was, I do believe markets can fail. It's just historically government has failed more often than markets. And I think that's a way that I kind of view it, is that yes, markets fail and government needs to step in, but more often the government has failed after it has stepped in.
I mean, governments do fail, and I think it's harder to form successful governments than failing governments, obviously, because it's easier to do things wrong than correctly. There's less correct options. I don't necessarily know what that revelation buys us.
I think for the topic of this conversation, it's that, we perceive this issue with the free market being wokeness stepping in, and we're asking the government to fail, but historically this isn't going to go the way we're planning it. Or I guess looking forward, it probably won't go the way we're planning it because, again, historically the government doesn't have the best track record with solving the problem.
I think we're going back to a solution that broadly worked, called the civil rights movement. Like that's really, I think this is why I think Christopher Rufo is so successful with this, because he's saying, you know, we have this model and we're just basically enacting a model that people have already broadly agreed with the success of. I mean, the libertarians may not have agreed with him, but I'd say most of society has agreed with him.
I mean, I agree that he's, like I said, I don't entirely believe it's a perfect evolution of the Civil Rights Act for the differences I've already stated earlier, but I can understand why there is that perception.
You don't want to see Ted Cruz on the floor of the Senate outing woke commies, pulling the squad up in front of the entire Senate and outing them for their pro CRT emails. You don't want that kind of stuff going on? Come on.
No. I mean, only if
that could be amazing.
Only if Rekieta Law is there to tell them that they'll go on the wall, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he wants to do that. I think he just got his channel back, but I don't know that I could really see. I don't know. Our culture is so bought into wokeness. Wokeness is the religion of the 2020s.
It's a current religion, but I mean, we've already seen such a massive cultural counter movement to it. Like, it's not like people are going quietly into the night on this one.
I don't know. I really don't know where we're at, to be honest with you.
Well, but I think part of the Stop Woke Act laws are them not going quietly into the night. I think this is the pushback.
Well, it is a pushback. I just don't know if it's going to be an effective pushback, because once you open that door, now you're going to get places like California trying to make their inverse version of the Stop Woke Act.
Sure. But I feel like they're going to do that regardless. I mean,
CRT, I feel, is kind of dead as an issue. I never hear mainstream media talking about it that much.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of feel like a lot of these places are going to adopt Rufo's legislation, and they're just going to be like,
well, I think the biggest
can't do that.
I think the biggest thing that killed CRT was probably just the organization for BLM. And
that too, yes.
Massive, because you can't talk about it without somebody mentioning the fraud that occurred and the investigation going. Like, it left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths for the
Did you
concept.
see that story about some celebrity that was trying to get $900,000 back from BLM?
No.
They gave $900,000 to BLM.
That's hilarious.
I don't know if this is like just the current trendy thing, but like everyone is going into lawsuit mode these days.
Yes.
Everybody. We're getting the Alex Jones lawsuits where they're requesting twice the amount of money that Poland wants for World War II reparations. We're getting...
You got to ask, listen, you need a high ask, okay? And then you work backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to set any dangerous trends. Kanye's about to get sued for defaming a dead person somehow. I don't know how that's going to work out.
Yeah, that's going to be a disaster of a lawsuit if they go through with it. Do you know who the celebrity is, Adam?
Sharon Osbourne demands refund for $900K.
Yeah, good luck with that.
How do you like that?
Good luck with that one.
How do you like that? If someone's riding that crazy train, she gave $900,000.
Those people disappeared to the...
Wasn't she on The View? Wasn't Sharon Osbourne on The View for a while?
Yeah, she was.
Yes, she was.
Sharon Osbourne demands refund.
I think the reason CRT went away, though, is a little bit more cynical than what you guys think. I don't think CRT went anywhere. I think it's still being pushed all over the country. But the media stopped. I think right-wing media became bored with the story because there's only so much you can talk about it, and they kind of transitioned to the gender stuff. But the left-wing media just doesn't want to talk about it at all because they understand that that it hurts the left when they're running for office politically. And so they're just trying to sweep it under the rug, essentially.
Right, but it's still taking place. People are still having to go to these trainings and whatnot.
No, I don't think much has really changed except for in the handful of states that have enacted the stop woke legislations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the fact that people just aren't talking about it as much anymore has already indicated there's a cultural shift that
I don't think
is
so,
already
though.
kind of riding the shift.
I think the right just got bored with it and the left is just hiding it.
Well, I mean, I guess the true indicator for that would be, and I have looked into this, is how many laws related to CRT are being passed or against it. That would be the real indicator. But someone who crunches numbers far better than me can do that job.
So I found on the United States Department of Education, it says that they can't pass any standards whatsoever. They just do
Department of Education can't?
No, they just do. They establish policies for financing. They collect data on American schools. They quote unquote focus national attention on key educational issues, and they prohibit discrimination. So I think the only like standards they put forward are that they are kind of like the Title 7,
The
9
Title
stuff.
9.
Right,
Yeah.
where they kind of say like, oh, if we determine that your school is being racist or sexist, we'll take your funding away. And that's kind of how they strong arm maybe some of the schools to be, extra woke.
Well, in that case, I don't see how passing the Stop
Woke Act.
Yeah, there we go. Stop Woke Act at the Florida level is going to handle the national level. Like that's already.
I mean, I would argue the problem is that, schools were able to not violate, the Civil Rights Act for 60 years and without going woke. And so, it's kind of like the Civil Rights Act should be the minimum requirement of not being racist. And then the Stop Woke Act should be the maximum requirement of we've gone so far, you've become racist again. And schools have to find the middle ground in between the two things.
That's fine. And like I said, for K through 12, I'm fine with those standards being set. If they're going to be taxpayer funded schools, 100%, then obviously the parents should have a choice as to what their children are being taught.
Right.
I do take a little more issue with trying to dictate the curriculum for universities, simply because those aren't holistically taxpayer funded. They're still paying your own way to get into those. So if you're paying your own, now it gets into the question of how much federal money do you get correlates to how much the federal government gets to dictate what you teach. Or I guess the state government dictates what you teach.
Yeah.
Does you accept $1 in state funding? Now they dictate 100% of your curriculum? That doesn't seem appropriate for what we're supposed to be considering higher level education.
Sure, but I don't think anyone's really advocating for that level of control. I would say not having, having a state school not have classes where they preach that we shall be Nazis. I think we can have a minimum between that and the thought police, right? So there's got to be a middle ground we can reach between these two, extremes.
No middle ground.
No middle ground. You heard it from him, not me.
Middle grounds are evil. Don't be a fence sitter.
Mm-hmm. I'm not in favor of the Chinese government taking over, the schooling systems or anything.
It's okay. They're not focused on us. They're focused on Taiwan. You don't have to worry.
That's right.
The Indo-PACOM region is doing just fine.
I bet. Just go to sleep. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Once you see the documents for that place, yeah, it's a interesting situation over there. But sorry, I got sidetracked from my job. Where were we a second ago?
That there's a middle ground between, having states having no control over state school curriculums and having complete control.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there is some middle ground, but I also think part of it too is, once again, CRT is an entire academic curriculum, and at least listening to y'all's podcast, it sounds
so is
like
race realism.
Well, again, listening to y'all's show, it certainly sounds like the Stop Woke Act would just cut out all CRT classes, period, whatsoever. None of them would ever exist.
Good.
I don't know if that's the appropriate solution to completely rip out an academic field.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because we're for higher education, part of it is supposed to be exposing people to ideas and allowing them to choose for themselves which ideas to take away.
Right. So some people want to believe that the Holocaust never happened. So do you think we should devote classes to that? I mean,
if an instructor wants to set up that class and students are crazy enough to sign up for it, then yeah, they're consenting adults. Well, I mean, is it any different if he set it up on a random website where it's, holocaustdeniers.com? Come pay me tuition and I'll teach you about how to deny the Holocaust.
Well, but
are we going to say
people
that
wouldn't
needs to
want
get banned?
People wouldn't want public funding going to that, essentially. But on a more broader level, I took a class in college that was on, Christian theology and Christian history, but it was just that even though the teacher was a pastor, they weren't proselytizing to us. They were just saying like, this is like the Christian theology for these periods of time. Here are the people involved. Like it was all just very like, boom, 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 boom. There's nothing telling us to buy into any of this doctrine. And I think Rufo said that his law allows exceptions where like you could have a CRT class or a class that talks about CRT that just says like, this is what it believes in, without necessarily saying like, you should believe this.
Or this is the way the world is. That's
right.
The problem right there. Like the reason why you would teach a class on Holocaust denial is because there's a conspiracy that goes along with the Holocaust denial that blames the Jews for everything. So, I mean, that's part of the problem. You're creating negative stereotypes of Jewish people. That's the point of it.
Well, no, but to be just specific, what I'm saying is I think you could have a class where you teach something that might be controversial and you're just saying these are just the facts of what some people believe without advocating for it.
But do you actually trust, let's say, hypothetical God Emperor Rufo in charge to actually make a decision that would be fair and balanced on that?
But I mean, we're really drifting into
well, we already do that though, because as I said, we do that with religion. You can have public colleges can teach classes about religion without advocating for the religion.
Right.
So they must have some criteria that they've already worked out that functions.
Part of the problem too is that they're teaching CRT as if it's fact, and it's not fact.
And it's non-disputed fact too.
Yeah, there's kind of a level of fraud that's going on as well that I think you have to take into consideration.
If it's fraud, that's
teaching people untrue things. I mean, that's dishonest, right? It's deceptive.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know if for an institution where you're supposed to soak up as many ideas as possible towards a higher education, it's supposed to be up to the person to determine what is true and what is not true.
No, it's not. If you're going into a classroom where they're going to teach you facts and they're teaching you things that are disputed, but as if they are facts, you're going to accept those as facts. That's the whole point of an education.
Well, part of it, though, is that you're supposed to then receive other education. You're supposed to be taught counterfacts by a different department or anything else. I mean, I'd be fine with it if we required that you had to learn alongside CRT competing theories.
Yeah, but
I don't think
they're not teaching it as a theory, though. That's the thing. They're teaching it as fact. That's the problem with CRT.
Right. Well, and I think it'd be difficult logistically to construct some kind of law or something that says like you can teach CRT, but you have to teach like the whatever the counter CRT would be.
I don't think the solution, just because it would be difficult, is to therefore outright ban an entire school of thought, no matter how wrong I think it is.
They can, as I said, I think the solution is they can teach it. It just has to be taught neutrally, as if it's not a fact. It's just like one school of I don't know because it's been a long time. I assume there was some classes that talked about communism or something when I went to school. But I would wager if I went to the class, at least when I was in college, maybe it's different now, that the teacher would not have been so bold to advocate openly for communism. They would just explain, kind of like the ideas behind it. So I'm not necessarily opposed to CRT being taught in kind of a neutral way like that.
Yeah, I think we kind of stumbled onto something here with the whole idea of the dishonesty, deception, fraud element of it. I mean, I think that is what really bothers people, is that they're teaching these things as if it's gospel when it's just some theory. And even when the religious right was going after evolution, I think that that's their problem with evolution, that it was being taught as if it was fact when they had a competing theory, even though evolution is actually gospel. So
I don't agree that. I think when we're having this conversation, we're bothered by this concept of fact, but I don't think that's how most people perceive it.
What do you mean?
I think most people just don't want their kids learning things that they don't believe in, period.
No, but they don't believe in those things because they are not factual.
Well, when you're talking about like evolution or some other example, it's not a question of fact, right?
For some people it is, obviously.
Well, but those people are wrong.
I know. Yes, that's why. There can be people that are wrong, and like if CRT was actually factually correct, this conversation would be very different, because I would say, "Oh, look, you have all the facts on your side, so yeah, we should probably teach that because that's how it is." But this idea, like they want to go in and talk about how law enforcement is racist, right? But the facts are completely against them. They're like ignoring those facts in order to be able to teach that.
Right.
And it's the same thing with the evolution debate, because they want to teach intelligent design, but the facts are against them on intelligent design. Somewhere a mediator has to come out and discern what is actually true and say, okay, we're going to teach the true stuff and not teach the untrue stuff, right? I mean, we can even avoid truths if they're too uncomfortable, because I don't necessarily think there's like all truth needs to be taught.
That kind of gets back to Reason's points, though, that if you start banning the ideas that you think are untrue, then you're going to have a chilling effect and people aren't going to come forward with what they think is true.
I'm not banning the ideas that are untrue. I'm banning them being taught as if they are true, because that is fraud. That's a lie. That's a deception. And I don't think that we should have deception in public education or in any education. Do you think we should be able to teach people shit that's fake for fun? Because
fun.
Yeah, for kicks.
Just for kicks.
For shits and giggles?
Yeah, look, I know there are a lot of people out there that like to believe things that are untrue. I've seen it. I've experienced it from YouTube. Do you think it's right to make money off of those people? I guess so, right? People do it all the time, right?
You're going to define fraud in this case, because if you believe,
if you're teaching things that as fact that are not fact, how is that not fraud?
If you believe it's fact, how is it fraud then? If you believe that what you're teaching is fact, this would all have to hinge on you showing that people such as Ibram X. Kendi and what's her name?
Well, that's easy.
Kimberly Crenshaw.
You'd have to show that they don't believe what they're teaching.
Well, they've made it fact by redefining the words. They've kind of cheated by saying the fraud that's taking place with Ibram X. Kendi is he's using a different definition of racism. So when you hear, any system is racist, you have a different idea of what he means by racist. What by his definition of racist, it's factually correct, but by the definition of racism that you're hearing, it's not factually correct. So there is a fraud going on there.
Well,
it's just the deception is at the level of language.
Well, no, what you would have to show in that case is that he doesn't actually believe his own definition of racism. Because if he believes his definition of racism is applicable to society, then he's just pushing for society to adopt his definition. And you and I are pushing back, saying that is not an applicable definition of racism.
Well,
and we believe our argument to be better. So I don't think fraud could really be used in that case. I think it would just be
well, I think it is fraud, though. I really do.
Well, I think I agree with Soldoge that if by adding the fraud element, it complicates the question way too much to try to like parse through, you know, who believes what.
What is fraud? What is not fraud?
Yeah, because I mean, I do believe that. I mean, I agree that.
Do you think
CRT
it's okay to
is
teach
not
untrue
true.
things?
No, but no. What I'm saying is, I believe CRT is not true, but I do believe that Kimberly Crenshaw and all these people, they do believe it to be true. And so, if you try to say, well, people can't teach things that are not true, it's like, well, what does that mean?
Yeah, you're kind of hinging your view on the idea that they hold the same thoughts as to what's true. They're just lying about it.
Well, they can teach it as speculation, but they can't teach it as fact.
Yeah, but
then this goes back to what I was saying earlier. If they convince enough people that what they teach should be accepted as fact, now you're the one who's teaching the conspiracy fraud.
It's so weird too, because CRT is like, they have literally attacked the whole concept of evidence.
Of objectivity.
Yeah,
I know.
So that they can get
disgusting.
Yeah, so that you can't even really have like this whole fact fiction fraud thing. They're like,
they don't even want to have that.
all fact fiction fraud is a manifestation of systemic racism. So it's like, oh, go fuck yourself. At that point, you can't even have a conversation. So yeah, no,
in some degree,
these people are just trolls. They're complete trolls. I'm Team Rufo all the way. Okay,
well,
just
make
all of this illegal.
I understand the perspective for going Team Rufo.
They're all Democrats. Let's show them how democracy works. Okay, let's show up at the ballot box and say, fuck you.
Oh, is this the most important election of our lifetime?
I mean, if you want to make, like a 10-year prison sentence for teaching CRT, like we're having a conversation now. I'm serious. Like, I think they've done more damage to society. Yeah.
Go on. Quote Ricada Law. Quote them.
Well, no, you can't. I mean, you can't teach.
Adam, do you want to put the CRT people on the wall?
No. I mean, let's just put them in jail. In like Germany, you can't teach like Holocaust denial and shit like that. I mean, they have very strict laws against certain imagery. Like, they're not playing around with fucking Nazi ideology in Germany.
I'm curious. Have you ever spoken to any German people before?
Yeah, of course. I have family that's German, so yeah.
They are. Oh, same. There you go. But they are
Nazis. Jeez.
Well, I can't be a Nazi against a Jew. Come on, I'm both.
Okay. You could be a Jewish Nazi. I mean, look at Ben Shapiro. He's a Jewish Nazi, right?
Oh, no, okay. I'm in the Ben Shapiro thing.
Sitch, 10 years? Is that not long enough? 10 years, 20 years for teaching CRT?
I don't think people should go to jail for teaching CRT.
Well, how about a $500,000 fine?
There you go. No, I just think I just don't.
Well, let's go.
I don't think it should be allowed.
Be reasonable. Well, again, I don't think we're setting up a good precedent in trying to ban it wholesale like that.
Mm-hmm.
Simply saying it can't be allowed. I think we're setting a very bad precedent for defending our ideas later on. And I agree, they are trying to abuse the system.
They're totally abusing the system.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think trying to abuse the system back is actually as
not abusing
as we think it is.
Well, I think that's why if you look at the Stop Woke Act and stuff, none of them, even though they're framed as a CRT ban, none of them actually say that they ban CRT for that reason. They just say they ban things which are technically already banned under the Civil Rights Act. So
Right.
that's why I don't
Well,
really see it
because-
as like an abuse of power or really a change of anything.
Well, I think my hang up on it is because you're including more than just actions. Because the Civil Rights Act was based on banning actions.
This is actions. What do you mean?
Well, this one's a bit more based on ideas now. We've moved from actions that you can demonstrably prove. You can demonstrably prove that someone is segregating the water fountains to now, oh, it's an idea, and someone has to come in and be the arbiter of which ideas fall under that category.
It's not an idea. It's the action of teaching an idea. I know,
I think we're splitting hairs on that one.
Well, but are we? Because I assume that under the Civil Rights Act, that if a black student went into a school, into a classroom in college in 2010, and the professor was saying that all black people were inherently criminals, I imagine that would violate some kind of law somewhere.
There would be a lawsuit so fucking quick.
Right. So I'm assuming all this stuff already exists and already, would come into fruition.
Yeah,
because they'd say, I feel like it might be framed differently. It might be framed in the legal sense of not that you're not allowed to teach that, but that by teaching that idea, you're basically, making black people feel uncomfortable to participate in, the college and that space and all those things.
Yeah, you can walk into a classroom and you can assert that white people are just inherently racist and nothing becomes of it. You have a whole classroom of white people like high-fiving. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, then the argument becomes, if it's already supposed to be covered by the Civil Rights Act, why do we need a separate act for it? Because, this goes into the whole gay marriage thing.
Because it's not being enforced.
Because it's to trigger people on the left. Is really the real answer.
Yeah, now that I don't sit comfortable with. If you're passing laws for the purpose of triggering people, I don't know. That one just doesn't sit right.
I'm not saying it's good. That's the answer. That's the reason.
No, I understand what you're saying. My point, though, is obviously, if the claim is that the Civil Rights Act is already supposed to cover this, why are we not just going through the court system? For goodness sakes,
people are filing lawsuits
at the Supreme Court.
There were lawsuits filed because different white kids were in these different. I think that one kid was not even white, but he had to acknowledge white privilege, and he's like, "I'm half Mexican."
Yeah, actually, I'm curious. I don't know what those lawsuits are and what the outcomes, if they've even been decided yet, is.
Yeah, why not fight it both? Why not just make it explicit so people are wise up and also sue the shit out of people, and also make it jail time, 10 years.
No.
Why?
I know you're just trying to trigger me with that.
No,
I'm
literally. We're getting to the point though.
No, I think you're trying to trigger my elephant with the jail.
No, I could see a politician running for office on 10-year jail time for anyone teaching CRT, and people going, "Yeah, I'm voting for that."
I think
guy.
that's too dangerous.
That's pure McCarthyism right there.
Yeah, but
that's card carrying CRT.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't say that it wasn't dangerous. I just said I think a substantial number of people would vote for that shit, and it's true.
Well, you're advocating for it, so.
Well, I think if a politician stepped up and put that forward, I think a lot of people would vote for it. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't talk about it. They'd be like, "Oh, that guy," and they'd go, "Oh, I'm voting for that guy."
Mm-hmm. I just want it known on an unrelated note that Actual Justice Warrior is pro witch burning.
Is he?
Yeah, he's in favor of burning witches. Yeah.
Did you? He sent a bunch of. He sent me a bunch of weird DMs. He went full Karen on me.
Spectral evidence, non-spectral acts of witchcraft, and Confession of Salem in 1692. Look at him making apologia for burning witches. God.
He was saying that spectral evidence isn't allowed in
sad
in court.
Sad, Sean. Sad.
Right. Well,
anyway,
I don't. How is this? I'm sure they didn't allow the spectral evidence in court. They used the spectral evidence to find suspects, and then they threw them in the river to see if they sank or swim, and then that's the evidence that they use in the court.
He said that there were 150 indicted and 20 were executed.
I thought they saw if they weighed as much as a duck.
That was the original test. Yes. That's how you know that ducks are evil, Adam. They used to use them to weigh witches.
Only on the largest scales.
If they weighed more than a duck?
Yeah.
No, as much as a duck.
As much as a duck. That's because listen, if you have to figure out if a witch
test.
No, it makes sense.
It makes perfect
sense. Yeah,
because if they weigh as much as a duck, then it means they float.
Exactly.
And if they float, they must be made out of wood.
Oh, they're just skipping a test, skipping a step. I get it.
And if they're made out of wood, then they're a witch.
Okay.
You know, Adam doesn't understand references. Okay?
He really doesn't.
Sense.
That was
He's
disappointing. That was honestly disappointing.
Sad.
What are you talking about? I totally got that.
What did you get?
Oh shit.
I think he's trying to Google the phrase we just used as we speak.
He is.
God damn it. I accidentally refreshed the window and I lost all the super chats.
Oh, I still have them.
I went to the super chats so I could start reading super chats, but I fucked up.
Ignore all the super chats I sent. Just ignore them. I was on a tirade.
I'm gonna read them all. I'm gonna call you a piece of shit.
Go for it.
After we get you out of here.
Go for it. Although
TT
one
says
of them,
what?
Oh, one of them is something I do have a bone to pick with Adam on.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Well,
let's get that out of the way first.
All right, Adam, what is your definition of the non-aggression principle? What do you think the definition
That's
of
when
that
you go
is?
to sleep, right? You take a nice nap. You can just take a nap.
Yeah, exactly.
The NAP?
Yes.
The non-aggression principle.
Yes.
Is that you will not solve your problems with violence?
No.
Okay.
No. The non-aggression principle is that you will not initiate violence against somebody else.
Right.
So
so I can solve my problems with violence. I just can't initiate it.
Yes.
Like it.
Yes,
Okay.
I saw that tweet and it was a little triggering. So I had a bone to pick with you on that.
What was your tweet, Adam?
He was saying that libertarians are hypocrites because violence is required to enforce the non-aggression principle.
No, I didn't call anyone hypocrites, okay? I'm very
Oh, you
good.
said it was ironic.
Yeah, okay,
violence
now
is
your memory's coming back to you. Now you're getting a little warmer.
Uh-huh.
Where's this tweet? Oh, it's deeply ironic that the NAP non-aggression principle only works through violent coercion.
I don't see how there's irony. I feel like that's
a
just sort
solid tweet.
of baked into the definition.
It's a solid troll, okay?
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
exactly.
it's not a solid troll because it's very true. You're saying
How do you define irony?
Irony is when the literal meaning is directly opposite of the intended meaning.
And so how does that definition fit with that?
No, so wait a minute. You're both right and wrong. Okay. It is ironic, but that's not a bad thing. That's just reality.
It's true, yeah, but that's why it's funny.
Yeah, but usually when you
Irony
say something
is like caviar for the mind.
Yeah, but usually when someone points out something is ironic, it's a negative connotation to it.
I still don't see how it's ironic.
It's ironic that a principle of non-aggression has to be protected through aggression.
Violence.
Or the threat of aggression.
Well,
that's just
no,
that's the irony.
That's right where it said it defines aggression.
Well, it's not aggression.
Different from violence. It defines the two differently.
It is violent coercion. It's not aggression, though. Aggression isn't synonymous with violent coercion in your thing. Yeah.
So it wouldn't be ironic then.
No. Okay. The non-aggression principle is a concept in which aggression, defined as initiating or threatening any forceful interference against either an individual or their property, or against promises, contracts, for which the aggressor is liable, and in which the individual's counterparty is inherently wrong.
That is violent coercion. What he just described could be described as violent coercion. Yeah, it's saying violent coercion is off the table.
Defined as initiating or threatening any forceful interference.
Forceful interference,
the
violent coercion.
Well, again, the distinction there, though, is the initiation of violent coercion, not just violent coercion itself.
Well, it says initiating or threatening.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would say that the threat of violence is what keeps people, in check.
Of course.
That's why we have the government as a monopoly.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's ironic, but that's fine. I mean, that's true of like just the law in general, right? We're like, isn't it ironic that our country is based on us, like, everyone being peaceful and following laws, but it's all based on the threat of violence.
Of course. That's why it's deeply ironic.
Yeah, but the way you frame it on Twitter is going to make it makes it sound like you're shitting on the NAP, that's not really like a criticism of the NAP, or it shouldn't be a criticism of the NAP.
That's the intention of it.
Right. That's why I said it was a good troll.
Look, it's hilarious. It's totally hilarious.
Exactly. Okay. So I said it's a good troll. Okay.
We'll agree to laugh.
Did you see
But I just before we move on.
Yes.
Of course.
You're saying, and I do get this. J-Mac called me out for this as well. I do get that, and I often forget this, but I'm trying to remember my best. Like the non-aggression principle doesn't prohibit self-defense.
No, not at all.
So you can solve your problems through violence. That's why what I originally said was incorrect. Yeah.
That's why libertarians are, the nuclear suitcase party.
Right. What? Explain that. What happened there?
Oh God.
That's the hypothetical, because for the gun control debate, it's always, what should we keep, what should we not keep, and then someone in favor of gun control will usually take it to the extreme and ask, do you think a private citizen should own a suitcase nuke?
Right. Yeah.
So
you don't believe in that, right? You don't think people should own suitcase nukes? I hope.
Not suitcase nukes, but there was a very recent incident.
I don't like the tone of voice you just
wait.
That was an awful incident. That was a very pronounced
It was a Florida man. All right, so you should be proud
here. Of course. Okay.
He found a accidentally dropped nuclear warhead from the United States Air Force.
Okay.
Because you would be surprised at the number of those we've accidentally lost inside the U.S.
That's not good. Yeah.
He found one of those nuclear warheads and used the nuclear core to power his house for 27 years.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that.
That's hilarious.
And they decided to put him in jail.
This was a nuke, like, was used to test or something? Like, what do you mean he found it? How do you find a nuke? Like,
so
come on, maybe it fell off a truck or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's literally what it usually is that it's attached to an aircraft, and then some kind of mechanical error occurs, and then the nuclear device drops, or they're testing a missile system.
He's like, landing gear down. Oops, landing gear down.
You would be surprised how often the Air Force runs into these issues. They had another one where a C-5 Galaxy, which is this ginormous aircraft that you can fit multiple tanks into, usually requires like an airstrip about a mile long.
So
accidentally landed on like a 300-meter strip.
Okay,
it was ridiculous.
So I want you to know.
Fake news.
The Florida man story, it's a satirical thing that people posted.
Oh,
it's not real.
You
got it. Yes.
Darn it.
Fact check. The claim man used nuclear.
Darn it.
Someone actually, they did a good mock-up though, because they made like a fake CNN headline, screenshot that they were posting around.
Oh, I got. All right.
That does seem fake.
I'm officially against free speech. We are now for content moderation.
How do you feel? How do you feel about my argument about fraud now that you've been snookered?
No, because in my heart of hearts, I want that story to be true.
Right.
So
okay,
I believe it to be true.
Okay.
I will tell everyone I know about the Florida man with nukes.
I don't think we should allow you to
what do you mean he
teach
just
it in
found
public
like a
schools,
nuke?
though.
Like, why just
No,
they just dropped the nuke somewhere?
I'm not lying though. It is true that we have lost nuclear warheads over the continental United States. That is factually correct.
Sure.
Well, see, you have to have a massive convergence of whatever the very slim chances of having someone find a nuke, and then B, them also having the technical knowledge to figure out how to power their house with that.
I mean, I'm sure Google can teach you. It's a pretty good. You might get put on a watch list, but it'll teach you.
It says, according to the BBC, the U.S. has lost 3 nuclear bombs that have not been recovered to this day.
So there you go.
So we're 3 out. So,
which is more frightening than most people would like to acknowledge. But chances are, given we haven't recovered them, they probably dropped them.
It's probably in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
Either middle of the ocean or like the middle of the Great Lakes. Because there was a time period where we were flying B-27s and just constant during the Cold War. They would fly for 24 hours, land, new one would take off. Just constant nukes in the air. So that's probably when it happened.
Yeah, it seems like, just skimming the article, it seems like these are from planes that crash into the ocean, or like a submarine crashes and they just never can get it back.
Not surprised by that at all.
So,
Not
yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Okay. But anyway, so you're against people owning nukes, right? Personal nukes?
Yes, personal nukes. Not against nuclear power, though.
Yeah, obviously.
No, although. I won't add to that.
Oh, what was the although? What were you going to say? You're going to say something controversial.
I would say that, one of those things where, better off world with no nukes, but I don't think, who is to play God on deciding who gets nukes in terms of countries.
Right. Well, I mean, I agree. Like, if you had a magic button that would make nuclear weapons disappear, I think most people would press it, but that's not like a realistic situation.
Well, for countries, what I'm saying is like, why have we decided that, let's say Turkey is not allowed a nuke,
Because fuck them. What do you mean?
Because fuck them. Trying to think of another country. Honestly, just any country. Because, I mean, it's definitely one of those things where, if you... Oh, God, we're getting super off track. But with Ukraine, they gave up their nukes on the deal that Russia would not invade them. And
which all the Russian simps never bring up.
No, they don't. Yeah, but it's one of those things where...
Not 1 inch west. They broke their promise.
Yes, as a libertarian, it's painful to listen to other libertarians get those facts wrong.
Right.
So which is a bigger promise, the 1 inch west or the we won't invade you if you get rid of your nukes?
Well, one of those actually happened, and one didn't.
One of those actually happened.
Right. Oh, that's true.
One of those was actually reneged on.
Let's just imagine both happened for a second. Which one's worse?
I think the invading the country.
Much worse by a million times. Yeah, now throw in the fact that the minor one didn't even happen. Come on.
No, it's silly. But but to bring it back, maybe if Ukraine had remained the Nukraine, they might not have been invaded.
Of course.
Yeah, maybe.
They messed up.
Sure. So that does bring into the question of,
Didn't Obama talk him into that? Thanks, Obama.
No, that was like in the 80s
God, no.
or the
That
90s
was
or something.
Decades ago. That was
like
right after the fall of the Berlin Wall.
1995 or something?
I mean, Obama was still alive. You don't know.
Obama flew from Hawaii to Ukraine to negotiate the nuclear disarmament in Ukraine.
I thought he was born in 2008.
He was.
He just popped out in 2008 to become president.
Right. Out of his Kenyan cloning lab facility.
That's, exactly.
Terrible. I think you should be able to teach that in a college course, though. Just if you believe it.
As long as you believe it to be true. You have to believe it to be true. Otherwise.
I don't agree.
Dr. Diller sent me an article. The 1961 Goldsboro B-52 crash. This is 1961. A Boeing B-52 carrying 3 4-megaton Mark 39 nuclear bombs broke up in midair, dropping its payload in the process. Holy shit.
Honestly, I feel worse for those pilots because that must have been, if your aircraft falls apart in midair, good luck surviving. Yeah. I remember watching this video forever ago. It was a C-130 transporting a heavy vehicle going for takeoff. And one of the straps broke. Vehicle shifted to the rear, which caused the nose to shoot straight up. Nosed right over, plummeted like a lawn dart.
It says there were 7 crew, 5 managed to eject, and 2 did not and died. Well, that's why, like, I don't know if you've seen, what was that movie about the pilots trying to break the sound barrier?
Oh, shoot.
I'm talking about?
Captain Yeager, yes.
Yeah, like, that's just, like, looking at that, or, like, looking at the old, World War I planes, like, that's why they act like the pilots were, like, fucking insane, because you kind of had to be insane to get into those aircraft back in the day.
Well, that's why they chose them all for the space program.
Yeah, exactly.
They were the only ones crazy enough to do it.
That's true. It says this, let's see, bomb recovery. 3, oh my God. Oh, this is so bad. So they recovered the aircraft, 2 square miles of, it landed in a tobacco and cotton farm north of Goldsboro. 3 of the 4 arming mechanisms for one of the nukes activated. Oh my God.
That was about to be some spicy tobacco.
Holy shit. Could you imagine, like, if the US accidentally dropped the nuke on itself?
That would have set off all kinds of, let's say, not so good actions on an international stage.
Yeah, holy shit.
UK would have come in demanding we denuke ourselves.
Lieutenant Jack Reville, the bomb disposal expert responsible for disarming the nuke. You imagine that? You have, like, the guy who sent to disarm the bomb. He sent to disarm a fucking nuke.
Nah, blow in place.
Right. He determined the arm safe switch of the bomb, which was hanging from a tree. Was in a safe position.
Jesus Christ.
The second bomb did not have the arm safe switch in the arm position, but was damaged as it fell into a muddy meadow. That's great. He said the bombs had 250 times the destructive power of the Hiroshima bomb. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, we lucked out. Jeez, really lucked out on that one.
And we're the ones that will decide who else gets to keep a nuke, because we're somehow still the more responsible ones.
Hey, it didn't go off. All right, I don't want to hear it.
That's always my favorite thing when talking to people is you look at the shit show in Iraq and Afghanistan that occurred, and you just got to remember we're still the most responsible ones there, because then you see Russia.
Exactly. That's the problem. You're like, well, U.S. is very fucked up. It's like, yeah, but everyone's so much worse. So.
But I'm not even talking like, morally. I'm talking just logistically.
Logistically, yeah. Everyone's just so much worse. The problem is that corrupt societies produce incompetent systems. So.
Yeah, I remember Sargon had a video on that where the Russian military was literally getting shaken down by their mafia. They're so inept.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, no, it is the only reason they survived that long was because for Georgia and Crimea, they only used mercenary and special operations. They only had limited goals. It's only when they overcommitted past the Donbass region that Russia started to fail. Had they just stuck to Donbass, totally different scenario.
Yeah, well, it's because sure. But that's, one of those, it's a lot easier. They had been building up, the rebels in that region for like the last 6 years. So
exactly. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of those things where everyone questions Putin's sanity for going straight for Kiev.
Well, he just assumed it'd be like Georgia. I don't know if it's his sanity. I think, when you're like Putin, and you're an authoritarian dictator, he's surrounded by yes men who are saying, "Oh yes, of course we spent the billions of dollars on making our military awesome. We can totally just march in."
I agree. I'm in international relations terms, I'm more of a rationalist. So I absolutely believe he's not insane.
I understand.
Miscalculated.
Gotcha.
And now that's
the other problem with being in these corrupt systems is that he doesn't have access to good information, probably.
Even without that, he didn't have access to good information before with Crimea and Georgia. He still succeeded there. The difference being that he decided to keep his aims limited. Sure. I don't think it's any excuse for him to. I think he was very well aware of how proficient the regular conscript army was.
Well, with Georgia, I mean, they went in the capital and replaced the government, didn't they? They did like the same thing they wanted to do with Kiev.
No, not quite. So they capitalized on rebels fighting in the region in order to disrupt the border long enough to basically throw NATO off the table. But they never actually replaced the entire government or anything like that. They didn't make a large march into the city.
I think you're wrong.
We're talking about 2008 Georgia, right?
Yeah. Russia.
We're all Georgians now. Who said that?
Well,
what dumb politician said that? Do you remember? John McCain.
Oh, that's right.
We're all Georgians now. Everyone was like, what? What's this old geezer talking about? Georgians? How? What? Insane.
I can't read this Wikipedia article fast enough. Maybe you're right. I can't tell.
Rolling through. I mean, looking at just the military map of movements, he did go into a city. I just don't think it was the central city. Then again, Georgia is also a very small country. It's not hard to get to the center of it.
So, what's the capital of Georgia? Capital of Georgia, the country,
not the state.
Tbilisi.
Am I a libertarian?
Tbilisi.
Are you a libertarian, Soladoge?
I definitely consider myself more libertarian. Yes.
Am I a libertarian? Is Andrew Clark correct? I'm not a libertarian.
How would you define libertarian?
Well, that's the thing. That's the question.
This is I'm going to be honest. This is one of those things. I don't know if you saw it, but they had this Liberty Festival, and one of the star events was the former vice president candidate Spike Cohen did a debate with Destiny, and Destiny kind of got Spike on this one, where he got Spike to defend 100 different positions with a vague definition of libertarianism. So Spike was trying to define libertarianism as both minarchism as well as anarchy, as well as 100 different other flavors. So there's so many different definitions of libertarianism. It's really hard to tell. I think I think the baseline is as long as you believe in adherence to the non-aggression principle, then you should probably fit into that definition somehow.
What if I'm for spreading libertarianism by force?
I don't think that would count.
Oh, okay.
Because then you're violating the NAP.
I think everyone should be libertarian, and I'm willing to force those values onto you whether you like it or not. So therefore, I am libertarian. I do think, I mean, individual liberty, I think, is the engine that drives individual and economic and societal success. So
I agree. I definitely agree. I think it's one of those cyclical, self-reciprocating loops.
Yeah,
where
totally. Virtuous cycle.
Over time, people became more free. Their ability to be more free led to better technology and prosperity, which enabled more people to be free. Because, I mean, probably one of the biggest factors for individual liberty is how well can a single person hold off a mob that wants to take away their rights. And the improvement of technology to allow for better weapons and defenses has increased liberty very much.
Well, and people's desire to subjugate other people. I mean, if you're not in economic dire straits, your desire to do that kind of wanes.
Well, I think it's not so much dire straits, it's how much back-breaking work you have to do to just sustain yourself. Because if go back 400 years, you're working day from sunrise to sunset just to maintain a farm to feed yourself. You don't have time nor the ability to protect yourself, so you're going to need to offload that to a state authority.
Right.
And as your ability to actually not have to work as much and better protect yourself improved, the amount of liberty you needed to offload onto the state authority for security has lessened.
What if we could eliminate crime completely? Eliminate all crime.
How would you be going about doing that is the question.
You round up all the known criminals and you cut their dicks off. How's the dragon style?
Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to that.
It is a solution.
I mean,
I don't
if
know
that's-
about the solution.
If we have good data on that solution being effective, I think.
I don't think that's
yeah.
a good solution.
Yeah,
You don't like that solution?
I don't
I mean,
like
it's
that
your
solution.
I
solution.
think
You
that's
can't be against it.
ends don't
could be
justify
against
the means kind of solution.
What if we pay people not to commit crimes?
I don't think that works.
Why?
I think
that
they
works.
tested it and it doesn't work.
No. I think that's the conservative argument against UBI.
And other, well, I mean, wasn't there literally a program in California or Oregon or someplace to
Alaska.
try to pay people to not commit crimes or something?
Oh, to not commit crimes. I would not be surprised.
There was
if
something
it's
about
one of those
that.
States. I doubt it.
Pay
It
people
seems like
not to commit crimes.
I thought their solution was to just redefine crime so it doesn't get recorded as crime.
San Francisco is a city. San Francisco launched pilot program paying people not to commit gun crimes. They're paying people $300 a month not to commit gun crimes.
How does that even work? How do you
I don't
verify?
know.
You just
That's a good question.
show up. Hey, boss, didn't shoot anybody today. Can I get some money?
I guess. How would you enforce that?
I have no idea.
That's so weird.
I have no idea.
Critics have blasted the program, dubbing it "cash for criminals."
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, that's bad
good
branding.
slogan. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. That's well, I doubt that was the group proposing it that did that.
Sure. Okay.
Well,
Is there anything else you want to talk about before you go?
I think I hit it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Take care, man.
It was good to
Yeah,
have you be the
absolutely.
voice of
Insanity.
libertarianness.
Yeah,
So.
there you go. The voice of insanity. If you ever
There you
need me
go.
on again, just hit me up.
Yeah, sure.
All right, catch y'all later.
Peace.
Oh, and ignore my super chats. Thank you.
Okay, I will not ignore them, but then
Why would we do that?
I will keep them in my heart. Okay, there's
They were
more.
a little saltier than I am.
Oh, okay. Should I read them while you're here?
Yeah. Just go ahead, get them out of the way. I'll explain my thought process on each one.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me. Oh wow, you did. You sent a shit.
I was very salty about that one because
Well,
I thought
why
the
we
reason people.
just tell us why you were salty? What was going on?
I thought so. Reason has a reputation amongst a lot of libertarian circles as being very weak for liberty, and so they
so it wasn't
certainly
salty against us. It was going off on Nick.
yes, going off on them, and then you might have been caught in the crossfire. One of those things.
Gillespie?
No, he's not bad. Honestly, he was pretty good. He was actually had some fight in him against what Chris was saying or Rufo was saying. But they're not bad people. They do good content. They're the ones that got me into libertarianism, so I'm not going to hate them or anything.
I hate them.
Don't have any loyalty.
Congratulations. I'm good for you.
Okay. Well, I won't read or get upset about your super chats, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, have a good one, y'all.
Well, hold on. How bad are they?
No, they're not
he
bad.
he called you the N-word, Adam, so they're pretty bad.
Whoa. Hold on. I already mentioned I work
Nincompoop.
I have to
Nincompoop.
fight these allegations.
He said nincompoop, okay?
I can take it.
No, the worst I said was y'all were insecure about your ideas because you wanted the government to ban opposing ideas. Or at least I said Rufo was more insecure about the ideas.
Listen, I'm willing to put someone away for 20 years for teaching CRT. I am very secure in my ideas, okay?
I don't know. That sounds a little insecure.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's not insecure, but I'm not in favor of that.
I think if you feel the need to resort
if you're going to lie to school children, I think we should lock your ass up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm of the opinion that if you feel the need to use the monopoly of violence that is the government to oppose ideas rather than just making the merit of your ideas, then you're not as confident in your ideas as you claim to be.
We can demonstrate on so many different levels that what they're doing is fraud. I just don't I don't want to put up with it. So
yeah, but that's the thing right there. I mean, if you can just demonstrate out in the open that it's fraud, then just do it. Demonstrate to people that it's fraud. I mean, this is one of those, you're taking the same sort of position as BreadTubist of we don't want to platform bad people. So I kind of see it similar to their position, which I don't respect their position much.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, anyway, I will catch y'all later.
Later.
Peace.
Have a good one.
You too. Cool. Thanks for coming on.
Peace.
Thank you.
I always like talking to our fans and finding out that they're smart,
very reasonable,
nice,
yeah,
reasonable, and not crazy.
Right.
That's nice. That's nice.
Such an exception from us.
I know. Arith Messia, thank you so much for the $10. Says teaching white privilege is teaching supremacy to whites. Do whites have it? Yes. Do others know? See, this is indeed racist to teach. Sorry, YouTube is blocking this. Had to rephrase like 9 times. It's so annoying. I don't know. And it just annoys me that I have no control over any of that stuff too. But yeah, no, it is. That's totally what it is. I agree completely. Matrix 07012, thanks so much for the 50 Kazargazarks. Says Trump's executive order was much better. Wait, quote, if you want government contracts, don't be woke. And corporations want those desperately.
That's good. I like that.
What was the executive order, though? Because I'm assuming it was not, quote, don't be woke, right? There has to be something a little bit more specific.
I think he's just paraphrasing, but something similar to that. Anyone with government contracts can't be woke. Anyone who's doing work for the government can't be woke.
Right. Streamlabs, your hate. Well, that's a problem, too, because it's like with Streamlabs now. I assume Streamlabs doesn't censor what you send, but then it goes through PayPal, which I understand people don't want to support PayPal now either.
Oh man.
We were trying to figure out some alternative way to set it up, and I think we were successful. So
yeah.
This is kind of like the problem that's like, the create your own PayPal, create your own everything,
Yeah.
Matrix 07012 for another 100 Kazarkazarks. Thank you. Says laws prohibiting murder aren't colorblind because black people are disproportionately affected. Exactly. Exactly.
That's yeah. That's true according to CRT.
Equishitox thanks so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 6 months. Says S-Class and A-Team should make out under the bleachers and go trick-or-treating together. What costumes will you or would you be wearing this year? Well, it's actually apt that you said that. CT drew a picture of us wearing our Halloween costumes that you can bring up.
Oh yeah.
So
I don't have a costume.
You do in the picture.
Okay.
CT asked us what costumes we wanted. I said I wanted to be
What did I say?
robot. You didn't answer, so
I
she
didn't
chose
say.
for you.
Oh, okay.
I said I wanted to be a robot artist, taking the job away from an artist. So.
Oh, is that what that was? I saw that and I didn't know what it was.
Well, that's not what she drew, but
you wanted to be a robot artist stealing jobs from human artists.
Exactly.
What a terrible person. Why would you want to do
that?
Look, and obviously CT made me a ghost, it looks like.
Right. Did you bring it up?
I did, yeah.
So we have Adam as a ghost saying, "Ooh, look, Sitch, I'm a spooky, low opacity racist. Boo, racism." And then there I am as the Green Ranger, the best Power Ranger, saying, you know, not all ghosts are KKK members, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Adam, why are you such a bigoted to the unalive? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you such a deadist?
I'm a spooky, low opacity race. What the?
Why are you such a deadist, Adam?
Deadists?
Yeah, why are you bigoted against the dead?
I'm not.
You are. You said all ghosts were racist.
Where did I say that?
That was your implication by being a spooky racist ghost.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, your costume is very impressive. I don't know how you got that level of opacity in real life, but
I wish I could do that. I wonder if I have a way to like turn down my opacity or anything.
there is a way to do it. There's one problem though.
Mm-hmm.
It's permanent.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So
here, let's see if I can
you can only do it once. Oh, you mean on stream?
I turned my opacity down.
Did you really? Wait.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
I gotta bring this. I don't believe that there is a way for you to do that. I don't believe you.
What are you talking about? I'm the invisible man.
Let me see.
Don't mess with me.
I don't see anything on stream. You're just making it up. Oh, there it is. Your opacity is pretty high still, because look how blurry the background is. Can't really see through you with your creepy eyeballs.
Oh, the painting stole my creepy eyeball. Oh, so weird.
Anyway.
What's up,
Gingimus Prime. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Gingimus Prime for 15 Aussies. Thanks so much. Says, Sitch, does it worry you that no one seems to know how to make good historical arguments as to why Jews hold high positions in certain industries? Just calling people anti-Semitic and banning them won't work. Well, I mean, it doesn't really... I'm not worried about it. You know, it's kind of like, I'm sure if you ask the average person on the street, like, you know, crime stats and why there's like a disproportionate amount of, you know, black people committing crimes per their percentage of the population, I'm pretty sure the average person wouldn't have an answer for that question, right? So I'm not really like worried that people can't answer the question. It's like, why are there Jews in, you know, certain industries and high positions of power? I mean, it doesn't really bother me. Do you think
should ask Kanye about the crime stats?
Well, that would be my counter to all of his Jew stuff, is to bring up the crime stats and ask him how he answers that stuff. And I bet you he would give you a systemic racism answer, that all the black people are arrested for things they don't deserve to be arrested for.
Right.
Because that seems to be what he was implying in that conversation. I don't know. I don't know if is it necessary? I don't know if it's necessary to get into all that, the JQ stuff.
When Kanye kept saying, making his argument about the black people being pulled over, I kept thinking, oh, this is a good opportunity to bring up the stats, the crime stats.
Right. Because, I mean, the answer to the question, well, this is a twofold answer. It's because Jewish culture generally is very pushing their children to be highly educated.
Right.
And to get into these fields.
Right.
And then the second part is that for whatever reason, which exists or doesn't exist, it seems like Ashkenazi Jews have higher IQs than non-Ashkenazi Jews.
Right.
And so when you combine that culture with that IQ thing, you're going to get a lot of Ashkenazi Jews in high-ranking positions in society. But is that like, do you need, I mean, I don't know. This saying that, is it giving that answer? Does that fix anyone's anti-Semitism? I'm not sure it does. I mean, maybe it does. I'm not sure it really changes anything, but
Well, there are a lot of black players in the NBA, right?
Right.
I would not think all black people are NBA basketball players.
Of course.
Like, that's ridiculous.
Right. Just because there's a disproportionate amount of.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
But that's exactly what Kanye is doing. He's saying all Jewish people are rich,
Right.
powerful, corrupt businessmen.
Well, it's weird because he's like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's saying that, but also like he's kind of trying to walk it back to some extent in the Piers Morgan conversation.
Oh, I know.
But he's kind of not walking it back. So he's kind of like, I don't know, he's just being very, I never listened to Kanye, that much. I'm not a huge fan of his music. I've never really heard him talk. Like, this is probably the most I've ever heard him talk, where like the videos where he's talking about all this anti-Jewish stuff. And it really feels to me like a person who is not very smart at all, but has been surrounded by people who have been blowing smoke up his ass for most of his adult life. And so he thinks he's a genius. Like in that Piers Morgan interview, he's so like, how people think that Trump is like narcissistic, which I think he is. If Trump is narcissistic, Kanye is like Trump times 1,000.
Yeah.
His narcissism level is like clinical. He's off the charts.
He thinks he's God. He literally thinks he's God.
Yeah, he thinks he's smarter and more knowledgeable about the world than any person alive or dead.
Right.
Okay. Kanye West, a guy that makes music, thinks he understands the world better than any like living or dead person.
I'm
like,
sorry. If you
he's
bought
like
Parler,
totally insane.
If you bought Parler from Candace Owens' husband, you have no right to call yourself a genius anymore. Like, that's been taken off the table. Right? Am I right about this?
No,
What
and you're
the
right. Someone
what
chat
the
said he's always been
fuck
like
is-
this. I mean, I remember years ago reading an article where he said that if they wrote the Bible today, he would be the main character.
Yeah.
And when I heard him say that like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, however long it was ago,
You thought
I
he
just
was
assumed-
self-aware.
Well, no, I thought it was like, so many rap songs are like, I'm the greatest. So I thought it was like part of his bit. I didn't realize it was fucking real, that he actually literally thought that. So like, he's out of his mind. He's totally crazy. He's just totally crazy.
The thing that I loved about the Piers Morgan interview
Mhm.
was Piers Morgan for literally 2 hours is trying to explain to Kanye that because some Jewish businessman fucked him over, that doesn't mean all Jewish people are evil.
I know.
And
I
he
know.
could not, there's no way he could get it to stick. Like, he wasn't even willing to entertain the idea. It's such textbook racism.
Right.
And it's like he doesn't even understand how racism works.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's what was weird to me about that conversation, because I never really heard Kanye speak at length before, is that he just seems like kind of an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, I assumed he was a smart guy. I mean, he's super wealthy. He's, supposedly a musical genius. He runs or manages a bunch of different businesses. But I'm like, listening to him talk, he has a shockingly unsophisticated view on everything that he was talking about.
Right.
On Piers Morgan. Like, shockingly unsophisticated, shockingly simplistic view.
Totally.
Like, fucking, and I've sat and I've listened to, Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer and JF and all the fucking race realists, wax on and on and on. Even though I think they're all full of shit. Like they're like trying, right? They're trying to construct some bullshit narrative. Like Kanye's just like not even doing that. It's just like,
Well, he doesn't have to.
no, but it's like if you pulled a random guy off the street that was racist and you just question their racist beliefs, right? That was like the level of like argument that Kanye was giving. It was like random guy off the street level. He wasn't even giving like good racist arguments.
Right.
As much as it pains me to say that. So it's I couldn't believe it.
Didn't he say, so he talks about how he's a multi-billionaire, but didn't he say he only had 120 million in the bank or something?
I don't remember what he said.
I was like, hold on a second here. $1 billion is 1,000 million.
Yeah.
And you're telling me you only have 120 million in the bank?
Well, but what does that mean? Does
Multiple
that mean the rest
times
is tied up in investments or something?
I mean, he could have contracts that are worth that, but those contracts could go away overnight. I don't know. I saw an article today that all his sponsors are suspiciously silent on all of this stuff, which obviously, if a white artist came out and started talking about the Jews like this or talking about black people like this,
they would be canceled in a second.
They would single.
Kanye was pretty, people are going after him, so it's not like he's not, people are paying attention.
They're still selling his products. They're still buying his products.
Right.
Listen, if a white artist said these kinds of things, people would stop buying their products and the companies would drop them because they'd have made themselves worthless.
Well, an interesting thing that may come out of all this is the question of whether a lot of people in America are actually fine with anti-Semitism or a lot of black people are fine with anti-Semitism, as long as it's coming from someone like Kanye.
Too late, because that's exactly what's happening, which is what's a little discouraging.
I don't know. I'm curious because I'm curious to see if where his career will go from this, if he will have a career that goes from this or not. I'm not sure it will. Because even like Nick Cannon, Nick Cannon had to basically lie and apologize. Kanye he's not going to apologize for shit. He's not going to change his mind on any of this stuff. I mean, I think it's even more, this is part of what's like so delusional, Kanye is so delusional. He honestly thought that him going off on Jews is going to be like his opening salvo to running for president in 2024.
That's exactly what he thinks. Yeah.
Oh, like, what world does he live in? Holy shit.
Like, this is straight up, was Hitler's move. Like, this is Hitler politics 101. How is it not? It's identical.
You're right. It's so funny. I never thought about that. You're like the one time you could bring a Hitler comparison that's not hyperbolic.
It's not hyperbolic at all.
I know. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is kind of scary that people are just not really. I mean, I understand there are Jewish people and there are Jewish people in positions of power that are obviously upset,
right,
and that are going to cut ties with him. But the big difference for me is I don't think people would stop buying his products. Where I do think if a white artist came out and did the same exact stuff with Jewish people, Mexican people, Asian people, anybody except for white people. If the artist came out and said white people suck, the products would probably go through the roof. It just shows where the culture is at.
I'll be very curious to see what happens with Kanye's career going forward, and I'll be very curious to see what, like, if his career is unaffected. If that will really be a very interesting way to see how the woke left responds. Because if they don't respond and don't care, they'll forever be thrown in their face whenever they complain about anything. Like, we didn't give a shit about Kanye.
They won't care. And it won't be thrown in their face because it's...
No, the right will throw it in their face. Well, actually...
They will throw it in their face, but to no effect. That's what's so demoralizing about all this wokeness stuff.
Here's what's interesting, and maybe this is part of the problem too. What Kanye's saying doesn't help either the left or the right. Because he's kind of taking like negative racisms from both sides, right? And so maybe that's part of why like the focus on him is weird, because what he's saying doesn't clearly fit him in any category to attack. Like if he was just like on the complete right-wing category, attacking Jews or black people or white people, the left would be all over him. But he's not. He's kind of like, even though he came out as pro-Trump, he's still saying a lot of the CRT stuff. So I wonder, like, since he doesn't neatly fit into a category, I think that affects people not attacking him so much politically.
Yeah. Well, I don't think people care about the
Anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism. I don't think Kanye fans care about the anti-Semitism. Right. Like, I do think well, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens to his product sales, because he has a couple of product lines with Adidas, right?
I think people do. I mean, I think people care a lot. Like,
well, I would hope so.
When Nick Cannon had his comments, like, which were far less, I mean, they were bad, but they're far less incendiary than this. People were jumping all down Nick Cannon's
throat. But it's a different situation. I mean, I don't know what Nick Cannon was doing, but he didn't have, I mean, Kanye has products that are for sale today that we're not privy to the sales numbers, but those sales numbers could have jumped. They could have gone down. I don't know what happened.
Right. I don't know the answer to that.
Which is those product sales is kind of like a window into what the populace think.
I like Sitch, but I need him to answer why 85% of the government staff is Jewish. Well, I don't know if I like you, but you're going to have to provide some sort of statistic. You're going to have to provide some sort of proof for that made up statistic you just made up.
80% of the government is Jewish?
I don't even know what that means. 85% of the government staff? First of all, I don't know what that means.
I mean, what
is the government staff? Secondly, there's no way that's fucking true.
I mean, it's only like 8% of the population is even Jewish. That would
no,
be
it's
like,
not. It's 1.6%.
Okay, so it's 1 point. Like, that means every single Jewish person would have to be in the fucking government. It's
right.
Like, that makes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough Jewish people in America for 80% of the government to be Jewish.
Right.
People.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to give me some sort of fact for that made up statistic you just made.
Right.
Up.
Hilarious. Is it? It's only 1% of America is Jewish.
1.6. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's a true minority.
I know. That's what's hilarious about it, is that we're like super minority compared to like all the stuff that woke people complain about.
There are more trans people in America than Jewish people.
Well, there weren't. Gender dysphoric rates were like 0.00 some percent. So
how hilarious is that?
Part of the concern.
Like 40% of people are non-binary now.
It's just like left-handed, guys. There's a giant spike in left-handedness. It's the same thing.
Thank you, John Oliver. God Like Snake for $10 says ultra-libertarians are scared of the public sector like socialists are afraid of the private sector unless it serves them. There you go.
They both have a fear of the ultimate boss, but it's like the opposite ultimate boss.
Yeah, I know.
The Mossad says it's actually 136% of the government is Jewish.
Someone says, I've only seen one Jewish person in real life, so they're pretty rare. There you go. We're like a golden Pokemon.
I mean,
despite making up 1.6% of the population, Jews make up 80% of the government.
I guess it's living in Los Angeles. I said 2% of Jewish population and 85% of the White House staff are Jewish. Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe it's living in Los Angeles for the past 20 years, but I mean, I have a lot of
well,
Jewish
see,
friends,
all the Jews congregate in like 3 places in America.
It's like it's Florida. Is Florida, Los
like
Angeles,
South Florida, Los Angeles, and New York.
And New York, yeah. Exactly. Right. And I've lived in New York too, so I know a lot of Jewish people.
I did mean shiny Pokemon, yeah.
From New York, so.
I'm an old man. You caught me. I'm a faker. I never played any of them shiny new Pokemon games.
Lucifer the Doberman, thank you so much for being a free seeker for 8 months. Lucifer the Doberman says, hit that like button. That's right, guys. Hit that like button.
Yeah, what's up? No likes?
Yeah.
You guys don't like the show? Come on.
I know. Sad.
It is sad. Make me want to
God Like Snake, thank you for the other $5. Says, Nick cuts you off speed.
There was a lot of that going on, which I thought was great.
There's this creepy lady you got in the background. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
You want a different picture?
Yeah. I don't like
Okay,
it. It's
I'll
creepy.
see if I can find something.
Creepy.
It's your mom.
It's not my mom.
Yeah, it is.
It looks nothing like my mom. I'm actually offended. That looks
Your
way too
mom-
Anglo to be my mom.
Your mom is a
Bigot.
Targaryen.
Oh, okay. Well, that means she's black? Oh, that's the Valerians.
I thought it was Valerian, so yeah.
That Valerian features.
Are you going to
that's-
watch? I already saw a bunch of people complaining about House of Hot D, House of the Dragon.
Last episode was one of the worst episodes in this entire season.
We fought with Danimal on Twitter about that.
I didn't see his response to what I said, but because I got lost in my mentions.
I saw some responses already that were kind of the equivalent of, oh my God, they didn't. So
I don't even know what they could be referring to.
I'm expecting the worst.
I don't know. I don't know what could happen that people would be freaking out about. I mean, I think the real fear is I have no fucking clue how they're going to spread this out for another 3 seasons. Like, the show's going to have to take a massive slowdown. Because I would think that based on what story is left, they'd have, I don't know, like another season at max, maybe 2 if they really stretch it, but 3 more seasons for this. I think the show's gonna slow down dramatically, and I think it's gonna suffer because of it.
Yeah. Well, I'll watch it just so I can argue with Danimal next week on Twitter.
I mean, I'm still gonna watch it, but
But you're going to complain about it like a little Karen.
Well, it's funny because like my experience watching House Dragon was I'm complaining about it first. And then when it time skipped, I actually kind of liked it better. But then the last episode was so bad. Like it was like so boring, so slow.
I know.
The conflict of the episode didn't make any sense.
Of course.
And then they
didn't.
shoehorned in action at the end that made no fucking sense and made the characters seem evil and stupid at the same time.
They brought back Damon's ex just in this weird scene, like, oh, I could have killed him if I wanted to. Like, wait a second. Weren't you like fucking Damon in the first episode? Like now you're like, what was going on there?
Supposedly she was working for someone to spy on them, but I never really understood who.
Yeah, it was completely unclear. She just shows up out of nowhere and then was like, yeah, I could have killed him, but didn't. So who cares? Yeah, I don't know. That was weak. That scene seemed totally useless.
It's so, like in the last episode, the end of it is so dumb. Reyna like breaks for no reason. Well, it turns out to be for no reason. Reyna breaks her dragon through the wall. This is the previous episode, not today's. She breaks her dragon through the wall at the end of the episode, killing like hundreds of people.
Yeah.
Like the king is being coronated, and you have like thousands, like literally thousands of commoners are like jam-packed into this church for the coronation. Reyna breaks in through the wall on her fucking dragon. She's killing hundreds of people, just stepping on all these fucking people with her dragon. She walks up to the king, Aegon, who's been crowned king, with her dragon, and you're like, why doesn't she just kill him and kill all these people that have basically screwed her out of power? Because her daughter is going to marry one of Rhaenyra's kids, so her daughter would be queen if Rhaenyra was crowned. And so Reyna sits there on her dragon. She looks at Alicent protecting her child and is like, as a mother, I will let you go. And then she just flies away on her dragon. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's so lame and pathetic and stupid and contrived.
And I can't imagine any one of those people that she stepped on were mothers either. I mean, that just seems, it seems physically impossible for that.
Yes, he's like, I'm gonna
happened, right?
stomp all over all these mothers and children
Right.
that were like in the audience. But when I see Allison's protecting her child,
Right.
who's gonna get into war with my family and probably kill them and wants to kill them all, well, I'm gonna spare her. Oh. It's like, fuck you. This is such PIS. Okay, this is plot-induced stupidity.
Yeah.
What it is. So they wanted to have some big
Piss.
climactic action scene at the end. Yes, it's piss. It's just piss. It's a good way of saying it. They want to have some big plot and some big action scene at the end of the episode, and so they shoehorned it in when it didn't make any sense.
I don't understand that because it's unnecessary. You can have dramatic tension without having a dragon like step all over everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It just, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta watch. Sammy said that we should watch. A lot of people have been saying to watch Chainsaw Man, saying it's good. So I'll have to check that out. It would be nice to watch something that's actually
Hulu?
good.
I know.
Once, but I gotta watch that. I gotta watch
how amazing
Cyberpunk.
it is.
Everyone said Cyberpunk was good too.
That's on Netflix. I looked it up on the last stream, but I didn't watch it.
Christian Baller, thanks for the $20, says, Adam, I want to apologize for calling you not funny a few months ago. You are actually hilarious. If you were stuck in a room with Jon Stewart, Sam Cedar, and Jangles with a gun and 2 bullets, who do you shoot?
I know. I don't know that you can make. I made the joke in the chat. I don't know that you can make this joke.
Jon Stewart, Sam Cedar, and Jangles? Come on, it's easy. It's very easy. You can't shoot Jangles. We talked to Jangles.
What do you mean? I'm gonna have him stand in a line. Come on, I'm not fucking not stupid.
Okay. There you go.
What are you talking about?
No, obviously we're just joking.
I'm gonna have a bullet left over.
There you go. For yourself.
No, I don't. Suicide. Come on.
If I was trapped in a room with Jon Stewart and Sam Cedar and Jangles, and I had a gun with 2 bullets, I would shoot myself twice.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
That's a PC answer.
There you go. Joe the Mig, for $10. I read that one. That was Joe saying he would come on and then didn't come on, but it's okay because we got Soul Doge. Joe says, not today for $5. I've been drinking a bit and I don't want to pull an 8.
I know. Aiden was pissed about that.
Okay.
Don't be too hard on Aiden, okay?
It's true. CT thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months. There you go. CT, editor of my main channel. Who, if you guys didn't see, I put up a new video today.
Yeah, it's great.
Go check it out. Yeah. Says happy anniversary. You guys got your costumes ready to go trick or treating? No. Last time I went trick or treating, I got yelled at by adults that I was too old to be trick or treating.
Really?
Yeah.
What
I was
does
like,
that
well,
mean?
fuck you.
We went to the Huntington yesterday. I guess it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. No, it was Friday. Friday we went to the Huntington, which is like this big garden with a bunch of Greek architecture and buildings and stuff like that, which was pretty cool. It was like a Halloween party.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't wear a costume.
Why not?
I didn't think about it. I wish I would have wore because I have a Harry Potter costume, but I didn't wear it. Why are you laughing? Fuck you. I like my Harry Potter costume.
You had a little scar and everything you put on your forehead?
No, I don't do that.
No.
But
you just put the robes on? You put on your wizard robe and hat?
I put on my scarf and my pen and my Harry Potter sweater.
Right.
Shh, you've seen it. Come on, I think
I've seen it.
I wore it. I think
You
when we
did.
talked to Big Joel.
You did, yeah. Do you put a sign on your door telling kids not to come? No, I put on I put out the little bowl that's like, take some candy.
Yeah,
Where
I could wear it next
there's
week.
like very few trick-or-treaters where I live. There's like no kids. So
Yes, Adam's house is Hufflepuff, exactly.
Halloween parties are a thing. That's true. That's for the older kids. I was thinking about being Alexander Dugan for Halloween. I don't think that's a good. I don't think anyone would get it, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Alexander Dugan.
Right.
I'll be his daughter. Oh no.
Look at this. Someone in the chat is very, very triggered. They're like, don't forget to donate, guys, so Sitch can battle wokeness by watching TV and eating junk food. Listen, you're just mad. You're just triggered that you don't get paid to watch TV and eat junk food, okay? And I'll have you know, I don't eat junk food because I can't, actually, because my stomach.
Sitch isn't even allowed to eat junk food.
That's
That's
true.
actually kind
That's
of
true.
cruel that you would say
That is
something
true,
like
but I
that.
do watch TV. Actually, that's not
Do you
even
know-
true.
do you know how good junk food is? God,
I watch streaming. I don't actually know. I cannot remember the last time I turned on a television and watched something like on like cable.
I don't
on
even have
TV.
cable. I got rid of my cable like 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did too.
I cut the cord. I was like,
right.
The
I'm
cable
not even
company
watching
was
TV.
bitching. Oh, but here, let us give you a discount. There's this amazing plan. No, fuck you. Internet only.
Right. Well, it's funny because like I think for most people's bills, if they look at their bills, I think the cable is actually more expensive than
It's ridiculous.
than internet or phone.
It's ridiculous how expensive it is.
Right.
Yeah.
I figured you didn't really eat junk food, but it sounded better. Okay, fair enough.
Junk food is delicious. Come on.
Fair enough.
Do you like potato chips and salsa?
Sure. Well, no. Wait. What did you just say?
Potato chips and salsa is like one of my favorite snacks.
You put potato chips in salsa?
Yeah.
You don't put tortilla chips in salsa? You put potato chips.
I can do tortilla chips and salsa too, but I like potato chips and
You take like what kind of potato chips?
Ruffles.
In salsa.
Yeah,
That's
fucking
weird.
Amazing.
That's weird. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. You should try it sometime.
I don't think I've ever tried Ruffles in
Can you
salsa.
have Ruffles? I don't.
That seems like blasphemy. Ruffles in salsa?
Are you allowed to have Ruffles?
I'm allowed to have whatever I want. I'm a grown ass man.
Well, yeah, but I know your tum hurts sometimes.
No, potato chips. I mean, if I
Yeah.
eat a lot, they're greasy. You know, it's not good for you.
I don't want my buddy to get a tum ache.
I mean, I don't know. I just would get like the Tostitos, you know, the classic Tostitos.
I mean, we're worried about your tummy.
Well,
about your
back
tummy.
okay, back when I ate like more healthy and I cared less about my tum.
That's so hilarious.
My go-to chip for salsa dipping
Mhm.
was Frito Scoops.
Yeah, there you go. Well, no, I don't like Fritos.
What?
I knew it.
You don't like Fritos?
Fritos are weird.
Fritos are like the best chip ever. What are you talking about?
That's so bizarre. You like Fritos?
I love Fritos.
Yeah. My dad is crazy for Fritos too, and I always thought it was a little weird.
Oh my God. My fucking the bane of my college existence, okay,
Mm-hmm.
was Fritos honey barbecue flavor twists. Have you ever had those?
Say it again.
They're Fritos flavor twist honey barbecue. They're like little spiral Fritos that are barbecue flavor.
Well, I would like to try those. I'm not a
Oh
big
my
Fritos
God.
fan, but I am a honey barbecue fan.
They're
That sounds
so
delicious.
fucking good. Holy shit. I mean, they're
I
like
might have to
terrible
Google
for you.
this.
They're really bad for
Honey
you.
Barbecue Fritos.
This is how bad this thing is. Like these things are like toxic. But
I
they're
might
so
be.
good.
I might be headed to the. Might be headed to the store after this.
Like I'm trying to see like where's the nutrition facts.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, these look delicious.
Yeah,
Oh
like
my
the amount
goodness.
of that's crazy. The amount of fat in like just a little individual serving size package of those Fritos is like fucking off the charts.
It's like 900 calories just for like a little.
It's got like shit ton of carbs, shit ton of fat in it, but they
Yeah.
fucking taste real good.
Oh yeah.
It tastes real good.
That's how it works.
And I don't think there is any milk in it, which is part of why I would eat them. but they are super bad for you.
I'm gonna try these.
You should. They're great. Clancy's kettle chips are really good. I don't know if I've had Clancy's kettle chips. I don't know if I've had that one.
Let's see here.
Fritos are the worst corn chip. I never had Clancy's, and I disagree. Fritos are good. Frito scoops are great, and Frito scoops in salsa are amazing.
So serving size is 23 pieces, and it's 160 calories. So
that's a lot.
It's not too bad.
For the little size of the chips, it's pretty bad.
Oh, okay, they're tiny.
I mean, it's a little thing. It's a chip thing, right?
Oh my word, they are tiny. Holy shit.
Though back when I used to get them, even though it was a small bag, it would you know how most chips bags you would the top half of the bag is just air.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason on the Fritos flavor twist, which is part of why I would buy them, because when you're in college you're poor, the entire bag is Stuffed to the brim with the chips. So I don't know why that was, but I appreciated it.
That's sweet. They're thinking of you.
Frito scoop refried bean dip, that's probably really tasty too. Yeah.
This is the time of the stream when we think
we got to get hungry. I know
how hungry we are.
I know. So let me get through the super chat so me and Adam can eat.
So many people leaving the stream right now going,
we gotta eat
to get some Fritos.
Right. I know. Listen, Fritos should sponsor the stream.
I know. Don't dick out Fritos.
Did you see Max's last video?
Max?
Hot Diggity Demon.
Yes, it was hilarious.
Oh my god.
It was so good.
I was literally cry laughing.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
If you guys didn't see it, you have to watch it afterwards, after the stream. It's so fucking funny. It's his What is Fascism video. I should leave a comment. I should be like, I'm so glad that you've finally answered this very informative question.
I know. I thought it's so awesome. It's so awesome. It's so awesome. Yeah.
It's really great. Dr. Diddler, thanks so much for the $2. Says, was V Radio the guy that had mental issues? I don't know.
Yes. That's V Radio, exactly.
Be nice to V Radio, Dr. Diddler.
What?
Be nice. Okay. Be nice.
He is. I mean, V Radio does have mental issues, right?
I don't think so.
You're right. Yeah.
No, I don't think so at all.
Well, that depends. How do you define mental issues? Like disagreeing with me, I kind of think is a mental issue. A mental issue. So.
I'm gonna have to hard disagree. CT Cheez-Its are gross.
Cheez-Its are delicious.
Cheez-Its are gross. You're
also
wrong.
Good in salsa.
No, ew. Cheez-Its are gross. I used to eat a lot too when I was a kid, but I don't like them now. The combos. Pizza flavored combos.
What's the next video now that
I actually do
all the shit shows are done. Yeah.
So do you know who Cosmonaut Variety Hour is?
No.
He made a video defending She-Hulk. And I was actually going to include my refutation of it in that last video, but then I said, why am I doing this? I should just make that its own video.
Yeah.
I should ride the She-Hulk gravy train as long as possible.
Why are you doing this?
So,
but
I'm going to try to make a video. Well, I think what I might do is
I might that attitude.
I know. I felt like I could hear Adam whispering in my ear.
Yeah, why? I mean, there's a lot of She-Hulk hate left out there in the world, I think.
But it might be a combination of refuting his She-Hulk is good video, but also I need to sort of remake my first video, which is like a disaster by today's standards. But the thought is still very important, which is that the explanation of why people don't like woke stuff in their media, because so many people just strawman them as they're racist and they don't understand what's actually happening.
Okay.
So
I love that you put his stupid kid in there. Is that brand new to canon now? Hulk has a social justice kid?
Well, in the comics, he has some kid.
Oh, really?
but he doesn't look like. I mean, people were complaining he doesn't look silly like he does in the show.
Oh my God. The new video has 100,000 views already.
Nice.
That's crazy. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd say another She-Hulk video. Give me another She-Hulk video, please. Please and thank you.
I think the weird thumbnail helped, and I think the meme in the beginning helped a lot too.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
Who's you? I saw this tweet, but I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, I blocked out his name because
yeah, you don't want to call him out.
But I saw that tweet and I was like, "Holy fuck, this guy's
what a
like
dumbass!"
I was actually gonna go hard on him, but I was nicer because he had another tweet. Let me bring it up. Let me just read it.
Are you when you talking about the meme? You're talking about the kid meme?
No, I'm talking about the tweet.
Okay, the tweet.
The
but
tweet I
but you also
video.
use the kid who's like the dentist kid. Like that's a famous
Oh, David
meme.
David at the dentist?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it's just funny because when I
Is
literally
this real?
When I read that tweet, I heard his voice saying, "Is this real life?" in my mind, and I was like, "Oh
it's so true." Who the? How can you defend this? Not like you're literally. I mean, it's so obvious. You just have political brain to be able to defend this.
Well, the guy who's tweeting reading, where did I save it? The guy whose tweet I was reading definitely has political brain.
You got another 1,000 subscribers too, up to 118.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So okay, here's I was gonna have both of his tweets, but I decided not to. But here's another tweet I found from him the next day. I've gotten some crap for referencing Karl Marx in my breakdown of Andor episode 6.
Oh shit.
Whatever your politics are, if you can't appreciate Marx's take on history from at least an academic perspective, I feel bad for you that you've been brainwashed to hate critical thought.
Okay. Okay. I mean, now I have to. Who is this guy? Now I have to watch his Andor video.
I'll send it to you. But no, he made a video defending She-Hulk too.
Yeah, send them to me. I want to check them out.
Yeah. So I just saw that and I was like, oh my god. I could, and it was funny because he made a stream that was like him and like 2 other people, and they're basically just soy cucking over the ending of She-Hulk, and I was like, oh my god.
Did you download it? I hope so.
I didn't download it. Why would I download it?
For meme potential, I guess.
It's still up. I can link it to you, but
the stream.
Yeah.
I tweeted out, did Cassian Andor ever find his sex trafficked sister?
So I'm gonna be honest. I just my interest in watching Andor completely dropped.
Oh, I haven't watched one more episode. Like I watched the first 3 and we talked about them, and I didn't watch another one.
I know you watched 4, didn't you?
Oh, maybe I did watch one more.
Because I watched 4, and it was really fucking boring, and I just completely killed my interest.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I did watch 4. It goes all ocean. 4 is when it goes all Ocean's 11, right? And they're like putting the team together to.
No, that's 5. You must have watched 5.
What do you mean?
Episode 4 is just like he's recruited by Skarsgård.
Yeah.
And then they're arguing, but they don't even know what the plan is. They're just arguing about whether they're going to accept them or not. And then there's the evil Empire lady who's like having jurisdictional disputes with her coworker about investigating reports.
4. That's 4.
Yeah, and I was like, this is so
I never
boring.
watched
Oh
I never
my
watched
God.
5 after that.
Oh, okay.
But that's the one where they talk about they're gonna steal credits.
Oh yeah, that's
for
right.
an
They're gonna steal
entire
credits.
sector, and we
There's
argued over that. How
some kind of
stupid it
physical
is.
currency that they're gonna steal it, right?
God, the response. Because he never did. They're on episode like 8 or 9. They still have never gone back to the sister. What a fucking dick.
I don't know, and I don't know whatever happened to Cyril because I don't know if he came back up in the new episodes. I think I'm 2 or 3 behind. So
Did Cassian Andor ever find his sex worker sister? I checked out after he gave up and went all Ocean's 11. Okay, the response is Marco says, nah, he grabbed the money and went on vacation with some chick. Then he experienced police brutality, and he'll probably decide to join the rebellion now. I'm
That's
not
hilarious.
making any of this up. I was like, what the fuck?
I have to check that out if that's the case.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody else also said that the mom told him that the sister was probably dead. So just to forget about it.
Big oof. Wait, which mom?
His white savior adoptive mother told him give up. Said she's probably dead.
She comes back into the show? Or maybe it's a flashback.
I mean, did she die? She didn't die.
Yeah, but he's not on that planet. I assume that would be the last time we'd ever see her again.
No, I guess she's back.
Okay.
Doesn't this make you excited to watch it? It's like
Not
they
really.
completely that whole intro was just bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like I was tricked. First 3 episodes are a trick. But we'll see. I'll watch the last 2, see where it goes. Zombie Squad, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 4 months. Says, can we at least agree that HOA should go away?
Hell yeah.
Fucking HOAs.
Yeah, founding
Fuck those HOAs.
homeowners associations, what HOA stands for.
I know. It sounds like, but it also sounds like a Boston person saying whore. These HOAs.
Yeah. HOAs.
We need to get rid of these HOAs. Get these HOAs out of my neighborhood.
I'll go 25 years in prison for starting a homeowners association. How about you, Sitch?
What do you mean starting one?
Or
you're saying you should,
participating
you're not saying
in
you would go for. You're saying people should get.
I'm saying incarcerate people for 25 years for
I
starting a
gotcha.
homeowners association.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Take a dump on the new Hellraiser. I've never liked Hellraiser, so.
Oh, I wonder if it went super woke.
I saw CT put a Hellraiser clip in the video, which was a very good placement.
Oh yeah.
What I was saying, but I've only seen.
I was
the
wondering
first
if
one.
that was CT or you.
I've only seen the first one, so.
What? You haven't seen the one in space where they're on the spaceship?
Isn't that Event Horizon?
Yeah.
Part 2.
No, there is one that literally takes place on a spaceship.
I know, but I'm saying, did that come out after? Isn't that literally just a ripoff of Event Horizon at that point?
It's been a while since I saw it, so I don't remember. And it's been a while since I saw Event Horizon, which I didn't think very highly of as a sci-fi.
Event Horizon's not very good.
Yeah.
No. But a friend of mine, he uses Event Horizon as like his metric for how bad a situation is. So he's like, well, at least it's not Event Horizon.
Oh, really? Like the movie's that bad?
Well, not that the movie's bad, but like the situation they're in is that bad. Like,
okay.
Because they're like in space and they've opened like a hell dimension. Like literally nothing they can do, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just such a terrible situation to be in. But, Michael, thanks so much for being a free will seeker. Lost my place. Guy, thanks so much for the $20. Says, after hearing Sitch's sex ed story, I'm realizing my teacher having the students do a bunch of ERP was abnormal. What's ERP?
I don't know. I'm scared to look it up.
ERP, sex education.
Oh shit! You're going full blown.
Erotic role play?
Oh no!
Wait, what? I hope you're trolling.
That's got to
Guy.
be a joke.
Listen, I hope it's a joke. I hope it's a joke.
I mean, nothing would surprise me at this point. After you see these clips on Twitter, you're like,
oh no! This is like the scene in Your Highness where it's like they're trying to explain to James Franco that he's been sexually assaulted his whole life.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, no, what do you mean? That's just normal. It's like, no, that was not normal.
Playful secrets.
Yeah, exactly.
God, can you make that joke now? I feel like
you cannot. Well, actually, you can as long as it's a guy. So
It's still like serious pedophilia joke.
I think you can. Kenneth Krause, thanks so much for being a 4-month free rule seeker. Says, I've gone to private schools my entire life, and I can say that all the schools had regulations on their curriculum from the State Department of Education.
Wow.
Well, they must have been from... Oh, yeah, from the State Department of Education. I understand. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure private schools, just because they're private, doesn't mean they can do whatever the fuck they want. There's still some criteria, some regulations they have to follow. So, I mean, like, it would be stupid if there wasn't, in terms of, how is a college supposed to look at a transcript for a private school that doesn't follow any regulations or guidelines? Because then it doesn't. Then you getting a diploma from that high school doesn't mean anything. They don't understand what that means. It would actually hurt you in the long run if you graduated from a school that had no known standards whatsoever.
Yeah, how do you work out the accreditation?
Exactly. Fat Brown Buffalo, thanks for $20. It's our favorite Buffalo Chank.
Mm-hmm.
Says, Wise Guy Actual Justice Warrior uploaded a video titled Dennis Prager Destroys Anna Kasparian. But Intellectual Titan Vosh uploaded a video titled Anna Kasparian Crushes Dennis Prager.
Yeah.
Who am I supposed to believe?
Oh, man.
That's funny. I haven't watched either of those. I'll have to check them out. That's interesting to see like both their perspectives on it. So.
I did see the debate between Anna Kasparian and Dennis Prager.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
How was it?
I mean, it was okay.
What was it even about?
Now I'm trying to remember what it was about. I mean, it seemed like it was kind of cordial. I don't know. There was some misrepresentations of Dennis Prager's. They tried to call him out for being political and having a 401c nonprofit or something.
When has he said that this whole thing he's political? When has he said he's not political?
Well, that's the thing. I don't necessarily know. His nonprofit says he can't be political, but I guess he is promoting conservative values.
Oh,
is not
I
considered
see.
political.
I understand. He has a 401c that says you have to be non-political, but it's political. I understand.
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
So the Young Turks were trying to gotcha him on this.
Yeah.
And he was saying basically, no, our videos are not political.
Well, I hate to be on the side of Anna Kasparian, but I didn't realize this. If PragerU is some sort of nonprofit organization supposed to be non-political, that's obviously 100% bullshit and insane, and that should not be allowed. Because obviously you have to be a fucking liar or it's like have brain damage to think PragerU videos are not politically oriented. Like, I don't know how they could get away with that. That's preposterous.
PragerU. I mean, Dennis was basically saying, oh, no, our videos are not political.
Okay,
he's like, we've done...
Fucking definition of political are we?
He's like, we've done over 5,000 videos and none of them are political. I swear he just said this.
No way.
Look, and now I hate that there's not a tab for shorts, because when I go to videos, I don't want to see the shorts. I'm like, YouTube, what are you doing to me?
I thought some could be political and some couldn't.
Honor your parents. That's not political, right?
Okay, here we go. Frequently asked questions about ban on political campaign intervention.
Is that political?
501(c)(3)s. It is required and imposed by the Congress for the privilege being recognized as exempt from federal income tax under 501(c) that they cannot participate in or intervene in, including publishing or distributing statements of any political campaign or behalf of or in opposition to any candidate for public office.
Okay, so all they have to do is stay away from endorsing candidates or endorsing ballot initiatives or anything. Because they have a video like 13 days ago. Why is Hollywood so woke? Which, I mean, obviously is political, but they're not endorsing any sort of campaign.
Right, but so I guess does that mean is they can talk about political issues, they just can't endorse specific candidates?
And I think that's what he said. He's like, listen, we
Right.
didn't endorse Trump. We didn't endorse any of these political he knew what he was talking about, but I didn't necessarily know the particulars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would guess they can even, I mean, if that's the definition, if it's just, well, I guess the question would be, it says you can't participate in, intervene, or political campaign on behalf of any candidate for public office. Yeah, because I mean, I guess depending on how you interpret that, them just complaining about the left broadly, it's like a broad statement. They're not campaigning for a specific person.
Here's one from 2 months ago. Student loan forgiveness scam. That's kind of, I mean, is that walking the line?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they have their lawyers look into it. So.
Senior policy analyst, Independent Women's Forum. Doing a PragerU vid.
Well, anyway.
Maybe you'll do a PragerU vid one day.
There you go.
Did anyone send you? Supposedly you got a shout out on Timcast IRL, I think.
Yeah, someone said, someone asked, I assume they asked in Super Chat, if Tim would have us on. And he said he would have us on and he'd allow me to wear like a mask or something.
Right.
Like, okay.
I have a huge like Donnie Darko mask from the movie.
There you go.
Like the
there
rabbit. You want to wear that? That'd be
there
pretty cool.
There it is. I'll wear the big stupid rabbit from that shitty movie.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Yeah. Andy Clark, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 5 months. Says, can you cover Maggie Mae Fish's Joseph Campbell Part 2 video? Maybe invite Rags or another guest. Add Gusto. A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo! Look at that.
Yeah, I didn't finish it. I watched part of it and I just got so, I'll try to finish it. I got so bored because like the first half of it, it's literally just Joseph Campbell supported Nazis. Joseph Campbell supported Nazis. And it's like, it has literally nothing. First of all, I've seen a lot of counter claims to the claim that he supported Nazis at all. A lot of it seems like weird hearsay. Like I was trying to research it and a lot of it's just like weird hearsay and like these very bizarre sources. Like I heard Joseph Campbell in a room say he didn't like Jews, said like my cousin's fifth uncle. And I was like, oh, okay. But then it's just like it's literally nothing about the hero's journey at all. And it's totally insane to me that in her 2-part series about why the hero's journey is bullshit, both parts are just attacking the guy. None of it's attacking the concept of the hero's journey.
That's all they do. All the left does now is character assassination.
I guess.
That's all they're capable of.
Crazy.
Oh my God.
Sitch should dress like his character on Timcast. I'll just put blackface. Let's put blackface. Can I get away with that?
That's so weird to wear.
Can I get away with like painting my face like it wouldn't be blackface because it would be like literally black. It wouldn't be brown. Like if I painted my face literally black and I wore like
Hi
glasses.
everybody, Dennis Prager here for the Fireside Chat number.
You're killing me with the white glasses, and I taped a big like cardboard mouth in front of my mouth. Would I get in trouble for that?
Yeah, probably you'll get in trouble, but I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea to wear a mask.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, you've been talking about doing a face reveal. Maybe that's the time to do a face reveal.
No, I do want to do a face reveal eventually.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a challenge of me not being so lazy to kind of like set up, have nice lights, and actually,
Well, you won't get nice lights on Timcast.
I know.
You'll just get like.
I understand that.
It will be weird because everyone will be like, "Oh my God, I'm seeing Sitch's face. I didn't imagine. He doesn't look anything like his voice."
Right.
That's
the main thing. Like almost no one ever looks the way you anticipate them to look when you hear them.
It's been so long since I've seen your face.
Do you don't even remember what I look like?
Well, you look a lot like my friend Jeff from high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I remember your face as Jeff's face.
That's
just because
funny.
I saw because I hung out
funny.
with Jeff like every day.
Right. No, but the thing about going on Timcast, and I'm glad, I appreciate that he would have me on and like cover my face. It would be such a hassle to do
Just
that.
put a paper bag over your head.
No, it'd be such a hassle because it's like,
oh God, that'd be so crazy.
I don't know how that would. I'm trying to think. The way to do it would be, it'd have to be that I'm going on, and I know what he's going to cover. I know how he's going to cover it, and I basically just criticize him the whole time or push back on what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because the problem is, like, I've complained about Tim for so long, I like would be obligated to go on his show and like, here's my list of grievances, and like no one wants to listen to that. No one wants me to like unfurl my long, fucking tapestry and be like, let me go through my list of grievances with you, Tim. Like that's no one wants that. So I'm saying it has to be like he's covering some news story that I think he's covering wrong, and I'd have to go on and be like, no, you're covering this all wrong. And even then, what's the benefit of me doing that? I have to fly out to wherever the fuck he lives, go there in person.
Well, we get to drop in on the half pipe. That's the fun part.
Wait, just to criticize Tim, which isn't going to make me friends with anyone who's watching. It's not like it's not like our audience will grow from me disagreeing with Tim on Timcast.
No, we go on and we sound reasonable.
I just do not perceive it as creating any benefit whatsoever.
First of all, I'm not flying 4 fucking hours to be honest.
Well, that's the thing too. Yeah, it's like I don't want to fly out to some fucking place. You have to fly out there, drive wherever the fuck he lives, spend days doing this shit. Like, fuck, I'm lazy.
Don't be lazy.
I would invite like Tim to come stream about some issue that I disagree with him on. Could sit in my fucking room in my chair and talk to him. Like, if I'm gonna go fly somewhere in person, it's got to be a pretty big benefit, pretty big boon to our YouTube show or something. And I don't see it. I do not see it helping me really at all. So,
do you know what would be a big boon to our YouTube show?
What?
More debates.
Maybe.
People want to see you debate people because they perceive.
Why is it gotta be me? Why don't you debate people?
Well, I've debated a bunch of people, but
Okay.
everyone perceives you as like a better debater than me. I know they're wrong. They're totally full of shit, but
that's true. I am the master debater. Yeah.
How it is, yeah. You do
We
the
can debate more
research and
people.
stuff. I mean, I'm ready. I'll jump in and just have a conversation with people on the fly, and a lot of people, I don't care what they think, so I'm down to just talk. There was a lot of people against me on that conversation with Skylar Shithead. And
how would I grow my audience if I go on Tim IRL and it's mostly me disagreeing with Tim? How does that grow our audience at all? Because the problem is, yeah, like even if some anti-Tim people clip that and they're like, look, here's a guy who's pushing back on Tim. Those people are going to watch our stream for one episode and go, I thought these guys were leftists. And then they'll rage quit when they realize we're not leftists.
Of course. Yeah.
So,
we have tons of overlap with Tim's audience.
Right, exactly. Probably fucking lose audience. We went on Tim's show.
Yeah. We our biggest overlap with audience is Steven Crowder. Which is so weird because neither of us even watch Steven Crowder. Yeah. Steven Crowder is obviously a comedian. He does a comedy show. So.
Well, there you go. That must be it. The algorithm has determined, since you put comedy show in the thumbnails for so long.
Right.
We're a comedy show. I mean, I would say Steven Crowder's far more a comedy show than we are.
I think we're a lot
comedic bits and stuff.
I think we're a lot funnier than Steven Crowder, to be honest.
Well, to be fair, I don't think Steven Crowder's very funny, but it's personal taste.
So then you agree with me that we're funnier?
Yeah, sure. I agree. But I'm saying that they do like bits though. They actually like set up comedic bits, don't they?
Theoretically.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think they're very funny, but I mean, do you think Steven Crowder in a dress is? I mean, that's not my kind of humor.
It's a bit though. At least it's a bit. You know, he's doing something.
People wanted me to do the lady parts in Social Justice Detective, and I'm like, listen, I don't put on anything that makes me not look cool.
First of all, I think it's very inappropriate of you, Adam. I don't know how long you've been doing this. You've been doing shadow face this entire time. You bigot. Okay?
I'm getting ready for the Tim Pool IRL podcast. Okay.
You've been. First of all, you're not allowed to just steal ER's appearance. Okay, you're not allowed to do that.
We should have ER on the show. Like,
if you come on, sure. I don't know if he would though. But
I think he would. Why wouldn't he? He follows me on Twitter, and somebody said, "Oh, bring ER on," and he liked the tweet, so I think he would come on.
Okay. If we talk about something in media, I don't know if he'd want to do like a long direct political stream. I don't know. Like, obviously, he makes a lot of anti-woke jokes in his videos. I don't know if he's ever been like made overt political statements though. Beyond that,
yeah.
So
I mean, you can invite him on.
But yeah, I would love to have him on if we do a media thing. So,
once Sitch
bro.
reaches 1 million subscribers on his main channel, we're gonna stream over there media stuff. So
there you go.
Yeah. Should be 6 months.
Ask ER the
now.
Jewish question. ER got in some trouble for that. I don't know if ER got in some trouble with his some of his jokes. Some of the jokes are a little too spicy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't think he's? I mean, I don't want to stream.
That's what
anyway.
got PewDiePie in trouble, don't you? PewDiePie recommended ER's videos, and then PewDiePie got in a bunch of trouble.
Listen, PewDiePie is not a racist. I'm gonna
right.
just,
No, I mean I don't think ER is racist.
ER is making jokes. Yeah, I'm gonna ask.
Right.
Is ER? Do you think ER is like hiding his power level?
I hope not, because I like him. I like his content, so I hope he's not.
Well, we'll bring him on, and you can go full.
Okay.
You can go full Brooks on him.
Okay. No, I don't want to do
You can
that.
investigate.
Yeah, but I actually like his content. I didn't like Brooks' content, so.
I know it's tough, huh? You're like, I really don't want to dig too deep here because obviously, I'm afraid of what I might find. It's true. It's true. Come on. Sometimes
Yeah, we
you just
probably
gotta
gain
lie
more
to
followers.
yourself a little.
We probably gain more followers going on Ricada stream or something than going on Timcast.
Oh yeah.
So that's true.
Once I finally finish this fucking comic,
right.
I'm gonna go on. We're gonna go on Ricada's stream. We're gonna go on as many streams as we can because we want to make like a final push.
Right.
Actually, I think I'm gonna close the campaign out because I don't want to fulfill a bunch more goals.
There you go.
I'm gonna close the campaign out, and we're gonna do like a second chance campaign.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we'll fulfill them all together. So, is Ricade even streaming? Like, I went over to his channel. He hasn't streamed for like 2 weeks or something because
And that's not true. I thought he was back. Wait, did he get rebanned? I thought he got back on YouTube.
He's back on YouTube, but he might have his channel is back. But I think he might have told him, "Fuck off! I'll just stream on Rumble." He may make more money on Rumble for all I know.
I don't know.
Ricada is like a force of nature. Okay, don't.
He's streaming on Rumble only. Says zero fucks.
Yeah, exactly. He knows.
Well, good for him. Good for him.
I saw I was watching something recently, and I saw Zero Fucks in some other chat. I can't remember where it was.
Mm-hmm. He's pulling 10K on Rumble. That's impressive. Wow.
I never see you in any chats. Do you jump in any chats and just
I listen,
socialize?
but I never chat.
Oh.
Because I'm never like watching a stream at my computer, like type like where I can, or if I am, I'm doing something. I'm always doing something when I'm listening to YouTube content.
Yeah, I'm drawing.
So,
but
right,
I do
but I'm like,
jump
I'm
in the
working
chat
or I'm
every now and
editing or
again.
I'm like doing something out in the physical world. as hard as it is to believe that. But
I just jump in the chat and say, yo, hey, what's up? To whoever, and then come on, it's good for the show.
Rotisserie Protocol for $10 says A-Team always returns the shopping carts and saves the cats stuck in the tree.
True.
Also, Sitch, I lied about the wrench fund. I was at 75. This puts me at 85. It hurts, but I am Team Truth. S class is best class.
Where do we get to see the math on this one?
Well, listen, I appreciate that Rotisserie is Team Truth.
Yeah.
So I trust him. I trust him now. So
Yeah.
good on you. Good on you. Listen, I'll reinstitute the wrench policy just for you, Rotisserie. Okay.
Cool. Good job.
Because you told the truth. I appreciate that. Joe the Mig, thanks so much for $2. Says CRT isn't just a legal theory. True. True.
Right. It's a fraudulent theory.
Doofus in the chat says, Sitch, please, I want to build a parasocial relationship with you by conversing with you in random stream chats before I get mad at you because I missed the context of your post. That's like the perfect chat. I feel like that's like 90% of everyone's relationships with a streamer. Oh man.
How?
What do you mean?
How's that the relationship?
That's like people's relationships with parasocial relationships with streamers. They get into like a one-sided personal relationship with them, and then they misunderstand something they say, and then they get very mad at them. So
true. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Destiny does need the copyright. The True is really good. That's a really good one. It's a really good one. It's very contagious.
What is?
Destiny's True.
Oh.
So
I mean, we do that. He stole it from us. What are you talking about?
I think he did it first, but
no.
Okay. Maybe he stole it from us. I mean, I still Hey Now, so
I've been doing it since like 1984.
True.
I don't think he was born yet.
True. He's been doing that since 1984. Iverson Getarex for $5 says, what can really be done as long as when you take the colorblind anti-CRT position in any public or professional sphere, you can lose your normal job. Wait, I can't read this. This isn't making sense to me. What can really be done as long as when you take the colorblind anti-CRT position in any public, or professional sphere, you can lose your normal job. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think that's part of why there does need to be the Stop Woke Act. Because if we live in a world where you can lose your job for taking the colorblind anti-CRT position, I do think there needs to be some. I would feel more comfortable if there was legal enforcement of that position as well.
If you believe the thing that was taught in public schools for 20 years, you can lose your job.
Right.
That's just ridiculous. That's ridiculous. They're coming out and saying the thing we've been teaching school kids for 20 years is racist. It's fucked up, man. I hate these people, Sitch. I do. So evil.
What?
Is it wrong?
Wait. Someone sent me something that distracted me. Anyway.
Why? No, don't answer anything. Come on.
Where was I? Joe the Mig for $5 says the cultural counter movement where people are wholly canceled for being anti-woke. Yeah, hook gif. Yeah, hook gif. There you go. There you go.
Of course.
I'm sorry. I'm saying a hook. I'm tired. Yeah, okay. I'm tired. Okay. It's like midnight.
You don't want to watch his PragerU video?
No.
Look.
CT for 2 Canadian says Pokemon is in the DMs. So I was told that Dale was the name of your Pokemon. Potato, actually, right? Potato got the last Pokemon, your Dale Pokemon.
Really? Nice.
So, what was the name of the actual Pokemon?
Who knows?
It was a little
never
chipmunk
tell.
squirrel that you named Dale.
Yeah. Well, no, I
So-
said it was going to be Dale, and she found a squirrel that looked like Dale. So
It's called a green dent. Oh no, Dale was the extra one. Sticky Fingers was it, or what was it? What'd you name?
I can't
What'd you name it?
remember.
Socket Fingers, Finger Socket,
Oh, Finger Jacks.
Finger Jack. That was Mewtwo. And then
Right.
you called Green Dent Dale.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have a new Pokemon.
This one's Yosemite Lion.
Yosemite Lion. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Should be relatively easy.
There you go. Yeah, you guys will probably get that one.
Yeah.
Sammy's calling me a wimp because it's only been.
Because what?
Listen, you're talking for like 8 hours straight. Okay. I'm not as young as I used to be, you young whippersnappers.
Because it's so early?
I'm an old man.
It's only 9 p.m. here, so.
Yeah.
But I'm usually in bed by 9 p.m., so.
There you go.
Let's watch a little of this PragerU video.
No, fuck you, sir.
229.
229.
No, fuck off.
What?
Finish
No,
your
I
chance.
want to hear what he says.
No.
It's called Fireside Chat. Don't overcomplicate the war in Ukraine. Come on, you're dying to hear this.
Yosemite Lion. Legally blacked. It's a nice name. There you go. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Andrew Clark for $5 says, by the way, you guys need to update your evolutionary knowledge. It is now believed that mutations are not evolutionary positive. Read Lewis B. Carroll. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
Mutations don't need to be positive. They can be neutral, positive, or detrimental.
What's that? Well, I don't know what is an evolutionary positive. I don't know what that means.
It means.
I mean, yeah, obviously mutations can be positive, negative, or neutral. Sure. Whoever said who said that they were only positive?
Yeah.
The thing is that then the theory anyway, is that if there is a positive mutation by chance, that since it's positive mutation, they'd be more likely to reproduce, and then the trait would be passed on, blah, 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 blah. Or if it was a negative mutation, it'd be more likely to be, they would die out. Which I'll be honest, I myself have somewhat of a problem with the strict chance-based version of evolutionary theory. So Andrew Clark continues from $2, says, Sean B. Carroll, endless forms most beautiful.
Yeah, I just tried to look up Lewis, so I was going to ask you if it's Sean B. Carroll.
Endless forms most beautiful, the new science of Evo Devo. It's a 2000
Evolutionary
book.
development.
It's a 2000 book by molecular biologist Sean B. Carroll. Presents a summary of the emerging field of evolutionary development biology. The book's somewhat controversial argument is that evolution in animals proceeds mostly by modifying the way that regulatory genes, which do not code for structural proteins, control embryonic development. In turn, these regulatory genes turn out to be based on a very old set of highly conserved genes, which Carroll nicknames the toolkit. Almost identical sequences can be found across the animal kingdom, meaning the toolkit's genes such as HOX must have evolved before the Cambrian radiation, which created most of the animal body plans that exist today. These genes are used and reused occasionally by duplication, but far more often by being applied unchanged to new forms. Thus, the same signal may be given at different time in development in a different part of the embryo, creating a different effect on the adult body. In Carroll's view, this explains how so many body forms are created with so few structural genes. I'll be honest, I don't know what any of that meant. I don't know what any of that meant.
Well, he's saying that most of the different phenotypes of are based on very few genes, and
Right, some sort of
when they're
toolkit.
turned on and off
Right.
is what is really
Okay.
essential.
Gotcha.
Well, they say this in embryology, like the embryo starts off as like a fish and goes to like all these different forms, which is kind of like the evolutionary tree in forming a human being.
Uh-huh.
So I might check it out. Seems pretty interesting.
Okay.
The making of
Check it out, Adam.
fitness. Yeah.
Endless forms most beautiful, the new science of Evo Devo and the making of the animal kingdom.
Looks pretty good.
You check it out. Get back to me.
Okay.
Andrew Clark for Trailer says Evo Devo says mutations are never positive. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. They're never positive.
They're always
How can
bad,
that be though? I don't understand the theory then. So, well, you read the book, Adam. You let me know.
Here, I'll read it right now.
You do.
And if this is your first, I strongly recommend you binge watch the.
Why do you want to watch this stupid video?
I just want to see his take on Ukraine.
Okay,
you know you're
go to
dying.
Ukraine.
You know you're dying to see.
Go
What
to
do you-
Ukraine.
Look, don't overcomplicate the war in Ukraine. Is
Why-
he
yeah,
gonna?
just
Is
skip
Dennis
down-
Prager gonna say government bad?
Skip down to the Ukraine part.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. What the fuck? Why has he got all this shit in here? Support us at PragerU?
Oh my God! Wait, was like literally. Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? The Ukraine. The last 3 sections are literally the 30 seconds of the video. This is some massive clickbait. What the fuck? This is insane.
I
Wait a minute,
stuff.
this is insane.
The
God,
war-
I can't get over this.
I know it's.
This is the most insane clickbait I've ever seen in my life.
Listen, I think I'm in favor now of YouTube demonetizing you on fucking principle alone here. Prager, you
Holy
cannot.
shit.
You
What
cannot
the
do
fuck?
like the whole video can't be support us at PragerU.com, and the last 38 seconds is
Are
about
3 subjects?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Dennis.
Okay, let's hit it.
Or in Ukraine, the invasion by Russia. I hear a lot. I read a lot. Obviously, many of you do.
Spit it out
make
already.
This thing more complex than I believe it is.
Big tech censorship continues to be a big.
What the fuck just happened?
That's what we like to call getting blue balled, motherfucker.
What the fuck?
We have to watch the full episode at PragerU.com.
Are you kidding me?
I gotcha.
Look, I'm okay. I'm with Annika Perry now. This is a fucking scam. This is the ultimate scam.
Go fuck yourself.
What the fuck?
I'm so glad that you brought that clip up, Adam. That was really
I
enlightening.
know. No shit.
I'm so glad we got literally 5 seconds of Dennis Prager saying, you know, Ukraine's complicated. See the rest at PragerU.com.
That's wrong. If I don't remember if I subscribe to this channel, but if I do, I'm unsubscribing right now.
Do you feel violated?
I do. That was bullshit. That
Yeah,
was
like
the pick. That's a textbook case of clickbait.
Yeah. Yep.
Nothing in the title. Look, I searched through his videos and picked that video out for a very specific reason. I wanted to know Dennis Prager's take on Ukraine. Did I get that from the video? No, hell no.
Well, here's my guess. I haven't seen Dennis Prager's take, but I'm guessing he's pro helping Ukraine fight Russia. If I had to guess, I would assume that he's making a video to push back on the people on the right that are anti-helping Ukraine. That's what I'm guessing this video is.
Okay.
So you can watch it and let me know if I'm right.
Ukraine, what is in America's interest? Dennis Prager writing for the Jewish Journal. Connect, inform, inspire. March 23rd, 2022.
Where was I? Boba Peck. Thanks so much for being a Fruit Seeker for 4 months. Says Sitch and Adam, what are the chances Disney used self-help abomination to call Jordan B. Peterson an abomination based on how Hollywood views him and his audience? No. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that. You're saying, was the abomination character in She-Hulk supposed to be like Jordan Peterson? I don't. That part made no sense to me. So maybe you understood. I literally didn't understand what's happening. In the last episode, She-Hulk finds out that at Abomination's self-help ranch, he's hosting a meeting with all the evil misogynists.
Yeah.
And then he turns into the Abomination. He's giving like a speech. So you think, oh, he's been lying this whole time. But then when the guy like injects himself, when the bad evil internet troll injects himself with Hulk blood to make himself Hulk, Abomination actually protects Jen from him. And he seemed like he didn't really understand what was even happening. And so it wasn't clear to me. Like then it seemed like, wait a minute, he's not part of this. He just thought like these were people that wanted to have a self-help seminar. Like he didn't really understand the context of what was going on. But then at the end of it, he gets arrested like he's a bad guy. So I literally didn't understand what the fuck was going on with his character at the end of that show at all.
And they set it up so none of it
right
really matters because they broke the fourth wall and basically said all of this is just make believe anyway. So
yeah, but what was he in on it? But it seemed like at first you're like, oh, he's in on it, but then it's like, wait, he's not in on it. But then I was like, well, then why is he getting arrested then? Just because he violated his parole by turning into Abomination? That's the only reason he got arrested? Like it was so unclear and bizarre to me and weird. So I didn't understand any of that, but I don't know. I never perceived him as being like a Jordan Peterson figure. He seemed more like a weird new age hippie kind of character, which, you know, he has all the wives and all that stuff. Which I don't think people would generally throw at Jordan Peterson. They view Jordan Peterson as like a conservative.
I think they would unknowingly.
Maybe I didn't perceive it that way. It could maybe there's some subtle thought, process to it, but I didn't perceive it as like a Jordan Peterson thing. And it's also because like he's right in the show. That's what was also confusing. Before the last episode, what he's saying is the writer's presenting it as if he's correct. Well, it also didn't make sense because the guy who was part of the operation to steal his blood is there, but he's not at the meeting. I don't know. Nothing about the last episode makes sense. The whole it's just garbage.
The one guy that she got along best with, and like that was the guy fucking her over.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
You mean the Asian guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
he was nice guying her.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, okay. Oh, I guess that's why they had to throw Daredevil at her, just to like show she's not completely hopeless.
Right.
I don't know. I think Dennis Prager is in favor of helping Ukraine.
I would assume. I mean, he seems kind of like a more older fashioned neoliberal neocon Republican. So.
I've never heard this before. If conservative means America first, count me a conservative. But if conservative means America only, count me out.
Interesting.
That's that's Dennis Prager laying down the law. He's like, listen, conservatism doesn't mean isolationism.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't historically, so.
Of course not. Dirty, dirty neoliberal.
Well, that's what's weird about all the rhino comments, because like people are calling neocons and neoliberals rhinos, and I'm like, these people were Republican before you were. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's weird. It's like you could be Republican and disagree with other Republicans. It's weird to label them as if they're fakers. It's like, okay.
J-Bo Jones
That is effective messaging too.
What do you mean?
The American first versus American only. So.
Yeah, no, that was a great line.
Andrew Clark for $2 says libertarians believe in abolishing the Fed. We should have asked Solidarity about that.
God, abolishing the Fed. If you want to come on the show and pitch abolishing the Fed, you must first explain to me how the Fed works.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the same exercise with a socialist who wants to abolish the police. Like, you got to come on the show and tell me how the police work before you can say abolish the police.
Right.
J-Bo Jones got the Pokemon. It's Intia. Is that right? Intia?
I don't know.
Or N-T-E? Inti?
Entei?
Entei? Is that it?
There you go.
Good job, J-Bo.
CT said in all caps, please mention there's only 1 week left for the Halloween art contest.
Yeah.
There's a Halloween art contest in the Discord.
Yeah, hurry up. Get your submissions in.
Check it out.
Don't be lame.
Don't be lame. Black Hat 0061. Thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 8 months. Says, hey, Sitch, are you pro Scoob or anti Scoob? S-Class is best class.
Scoob?
Yeah.
Like
or
Scooby
Scub.
Snack?
I don't know how you pronounce it. But Scoob or Scub. Listen. This is a difficult question that I've pondered for many years. Many a times. Okay. How do you feel in the Scub question?
Scoob or Scub?
I'm going to start saying Scub because I like Scub better than Scoob.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've gone back and forth on this. I'll be honest. I've gone all the way back and forth on this. And I think at the end of the day, you know, at first I was kind of a centrist. I thought that there was both, a valid argument to both the pro and the anti side. But I think at the end of the day, I'm a pro Scoober. I think I've gone full blown pro Scoob. And I think we need to purge the anti Scoobs from existence.
Really?
I think they're what's standing in the way of, creating a better society.
I mean, we can just incarcerate them for like 25 years, I think.
Right. So, no, I think they need to be purged.
30 years.
So, that's how I feel about it.
Nah. Oh, that's it?
CT says, so the way the art contest works is you have to draw a picture, obviously. Is it a picture of us in Halloween costumes or something, right? You have to draw a picture of us in Halloween costumes, but we don't, and there's prizes. The first prize gets, CT says in the chat, deadline is October 31st. The winner gets $50. Oh my God.
What? Really?
The second place
I'm
prize
entering right
gets
now.
$25, and the third place prize gets Nitro for some amount of time.
Why are you, CT? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Is CT
and
paying like $50 out of pocket? Or
I don't know. And as Sammy says, draw Sitch and Adam in sexy female Halloween costumes. It is the season.
No.
Yes, there you go. I like that. You get bonus points for drawing me and Adam as sexy anime girls. But no, so the winners are not chosen by us. It's everyone that submits. I think there's like a random wheel spin that determines who wins. So
yeah, fate is choosing.
There you go. Fate is choosing.
Although we should do trial by combat. What do you think?
With the pictures?
Yeah.
We could do that. People vote on the pictures.
Well, I guess it could be a vote. Sure.
It's like Champed Up. People, you draw your little pictures and then people vote on it. That's the combat.
Sure.
It's not, all the pictures have to be safe for work, by the way. CT wants me to. What? You can draw attractive female Sitch and Adam, but it has to be safe for work.
Right.
So, how much money do you get if you make Sitch and Adam yaoi? You actually lose money. You have to pay us money if you do that. So.
Yeah, and you're banned from the server for life. So,
right. If you draw a stick figure, I'm not going to count it. If you draw some, it's actually got to be like a drawing you don't give a shit about. It can't just be like something slapped together in 5 seconds. Okay.
Oh no.
CT for 2 Canadian. CT, stop giving us money. Fuck. Says, can we replace an emote with a ragamuffin one? Of course. Of course. If you create a ragamuffin
Ragamuffin comes in on the reg now.
Right.
She's
if you have like a
talkative.
cat face going or something. Like,
she's very talkative.
I'll replace one of them. I don't like Sammy's smiley face emoji after I said what I said about the yaoi art.
Yeah, she loves to troll you.
I know. I don't like it.
Sammy was she came on a Tuesday stream, and that stream was very, very popular.
It was.
Yeah.
People like them some Sammy G.
Yeah.
Lucifer Doman, thanks so much for the 20 Canadian, says, oh shit, there's over 3 seasons worth of drama, mark my words. Oh, I don't think they can make 3 seasons worth of House of Dragon. I mean, last episode was a slog as it was, so I'm very skeptical. Very skeptical. Carl for $2 says, what do you gents think of Matt Lech?
Nada.
Who's Matt Lech?
That's what do I think? I don't know.
Co-host of Left Reckoning, producer of the Majority Report.
Is that him?
Well, is Matt the guy, the co-host guy with Sam? I mean, I don't like him now, if that's the case. So
with Sam Cedar?
Yeah.
Left Reckoning?
Yeah.
I'm on his page. Progressive candidate. Not everything is a damn color revolution. How to do Marxist history, the British Marxist.
So he's not the co-host guy. So I don't know what his specific views are, but I'm assuming if he's on Sam Cedars, he's probably like way farther left than we are. So probably not a big fan of Matt Lech, but I don't think I've ever heard him talk.
Hold on a second here. Read a super chat. I'll bring something up.
It was popular, Sammy. Yeah. You feel like you talk too much? Well, I'm sure it was popular just because of what you were saying, Sammy, and no other reason.
What do you mean? What
people really appreciated the information, the health information. So I'm sure that was the only reason it was popular.
We have, what are we at here?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been talking for 8 hours straight, Sammy. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
Glass houses. What do you mean you talk too much?
True, yeah.
This is the whole game is being able to talk too much. That's like a plus, not a minus.
That is true. That's true. That's why I need Adam here to jibber jab.
All right, I've brought up a Left Reckoning clip here. It's called Jordan Peterson Weak-Minded Morality.
Okay.
51 seconds. So
okay,
ready?
We have to do this. We have to demoralize the youth to be ethical. You have no idea how many people that's killing the world. They're so demoralized.
King of masculinity there. Well, I agree with Peterson, actually, that's not a great way to motivate people. But Peterson is not making the argument that I'm making. Peterson here is making the argument, can't criticize anyone else until you have your own house in order, which is the most cowardly way to interact and walk around the world. That until you become the perfect human being, don't you ever talk about systems. Don't you ever talk about the society that you're living in. It's anti-democratic.
First of all, this fucking editing makes me feel like I'm having a stroke. Jesus.
Yeah, it's just short. Like, this is the thing. You got to understand.
It looks like you're watching what's it called? What's the guy who's like faces in the television?
Yeah, why
from,
couldn't
the 80s?
He couldn't just like
what's the show I'm thinking of?
Max Headroom.
Yeah, it's like Max Headroom with like the editing. It's like beep, 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 beep. I'm like, Jesus, like
I
stop
know
it.
it's terrible. It's
Terrible.
awful. Yeah.
Please don't do that.
Yeah.
I bet you like fucking 2 people know what Max Headroom is, but
Get your house in order
Um,
before you make another editing hatchet job like this.
yeah, exactly. So that's the first thing. Holy shit, this editing. But the second thing is that was never Jordan Peterson's position. He's never said you can't ever go out and talk about anything before you get your house in order, because that's impossible, because your house is never in order, because you're always constantly seeking to improve yourself. His point was that
Don't
before
be a
you go out
dipshit.
and it's like, yeah, before you go out and like demand these like sort of widespread systemic changes of the world, maybe you should see if there are things in your own life you can improve first before you
Right.
just start talking about like fucking, creating a revolution.
Maybe try not to be a dipshit.
Right.
If you can't balance your fucking checkbook, like why are you explaining things about systems?
And it's a weak-minded morality that Peterson is pushing forward. Instead of saying, okay, well, we need to change that kind of personal individualist mentality into something that is
Like he's capping on individualism now.
Right.
We got to get out there and groupthink. That's really going to put us in the right direction. We need massive amounts of groupthink going.
collective and hopeful and actually aims to build a better future for people. Peterson wants to shut it down, put your head in the sand, and completely decouple yourself from public life. We should just be able to...
This is such bullshit. Why do people do this, Sitch?
dominate somebody like that.
Because I don't know why.
Here's what Peterson thinks. Bucko?
Bilbo Balboa says, I thought Sammy seemed like really nice, but I kind of feel like she might kick me in the nuts if I met her. I don't know why.
Oh, really?
Sammy, can I tell the chat your train story? Am I allowed to share that story? That's a funny story.
Did she kick someone in the nuts?
She did not kick someone in the nuts, no. But it's related to that. Lucifer the Doorman for 2 Canadians says, Sitch has a good take for once. All my takes are good takes.
No,
okay?
not true.
You, Lucifer the Doorman, have a good take for once. For finally acknowledging that I have a good take. So, Carl, thanks so much for being a free will seeker, for joining the free will seekers. Thank you, Carl. Fat Brown Buffalo Shank for $5 says, speaking of Kanye being all over the place, he was recently spotted repping Hassan merch. Is that true? That's so funny. Wait a minute.
Who?
Kanye West Hassan merch. Is that true? Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Why?
Kanye West spotted wearing Hassan Piker's new merch. Is this
No
a real
way.
picture or is this fake? No, this is fake. That's funny though. That's really funny. He should do that as like a troll.
No, it's bad enough that he's like all up in Candace Owens' business. Here's a video. Right-winger James Lindsay wrong on founding fathers.
Oh, Jesus. Todd Sullivan, thank you so much for the $5 and the bus emoji. Not bus emoji, sorry. It's a controller saying try again. Okay, there you go. Silence You Idiot for $5 says, YouTube is so fishy with that message, with the messages I can tip. I don't know who's triggering it to fail, but I sent you a DM, Sitch, for funsies.
What?
Did you send me this link? Destiny debates college students talking politics on Omegle? Is that what you sent me? Says, IRI calling you guys out by proxy.
Who's that? Who called us out?
I don't know. I don't want to play it on stream because it's unlisted. So
How dare they call us
without
out?
knowing what what is going to be said before I play it.
Just play it on your stream. And I'll play another thing.
Oh, this is you, yeah, because you have the same avatar. Lucifer, the IRI links, yeah. What is it? What is in the clip? What does he say?
Yeah, tell us.
Just a really short clip.
Spit it out already. Don't
What's he
mess
say in the
around.
clip? It's naked yoga. That's fine.
Oh, it's naked yoga? We'll bring it up.
Yeah, exactly. That's allowed on YouTube for some weird reason.
It's been a while since I searched naked yoga. Here, let me.
His name is I'm Really Important. And he says centrist or ignorant. Okay, we'll watch that.
Is he coming out? Oh, he's coming out against the centrists?
Right.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just so unbelievable.
I know.
Like, search naked yoga on YouTube.
No, I know. It's crazy.
And it's like
yeah, I don't. It's weird. I don't know why.
Full frontal nudity.
It's
like
very strange.
Legs spread in your face.
It's very strange. Yeah.
How is this possible?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
It's just a small joke towards you guys, not real drama. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, let's see the joke.
I didn't know that we didn't have a national database for bad cops. I didn't know about a lot of problems, or I didn't know how bad no-knock warrants were. I mean, a lot of these things were brought to light because of the 2020 protests. Are you a moderate? I'm tired of most people on here being cuckoo. I'm not a moderate. I'm a liberal. I'm on the left. I think if you're like a centrist, well, I guess moderate can be used in a positive way, but I think if you're a centrist, you're just ignorant. You would easily be able to pick a side if you knew enough about the issues. Like anybody who claims to be a centrist, I think is sadly needs to do some more research.
How dare. How
and
dare.
Chat removes my messages when I smile emote. I see your message.
I see you in the chat there.
And I'll give you the last word on that for the response. Go for it.
So, are you saying? Well, I know you said I get.
As he's watching a video with some of the most ignorant people on the planet.
I know.
That's hilarious.
Was there any more to the clip? Oh, look, he gets the terrible adult dating site chats too. Not just us.
Oh. Awesome.
Great.
Get the last word.
But yeah, go.
Who's this guy?
There you go. I see you in the chat. Sounds you idiot. It says IRI calling out Switch. Look at you. Switch and Adam. I'll have to inform them. And consider us informed. So there you go.
Good for you. Yeah.
His channel's name is I'm Really Important. I'm not familiar with his content. So
right. Must be ironic.
Not gay. Lucifer Doman, thanks so much for the 2 Canadians. Says 100K views in 12 hours. Good job, Sitch. Yeah, thank you. That's probably one of my best videos, except for my my Game of Thrones video that went crazy. So yeah, thank you.
Let's hope it goes to 1 million.
That would be incredible.
It'd be great. Well, I've seen a lot of these She-Hulk videos do have 750,000 views, and I was wondering why none of ours have. So
I know. So see it.
Maybe that'll change. This is good.
Not Gay Ben, our favorite super chatter. Thanks so much for the 8 months being a free will seeker. Wait, why is it? It's weird. His wrench in his name is not blue here. You see that? That's bizarre. I don't know why it's like that.
What's going on?
On the super chat, his wrench is like gray colored. That's bizarre.
I can't see the super chat.
Okay, well, don't worry about it.
Searching naked yoga.
IRI is the white kid and pretty fly for a white guy. There you go. Why did Sitch stop making videos? Sitch is making videos again. And by making videos, I mean CT is making videos for Sitch. So thank you. It says, Not Gay Ben says, you may be a master debater, Sitch, but I am the master baiter. I love fishing, and I'm not gay. FYI, in case you forgot. Also, I lied. I don't fish.
Hilarious.
There you go. There you go.
So you just mean like masturbation, basically.
No, he does have not gay Ben does have a real wrench though. That's why I don't understand why it looks fake in the super chat. Fruges, thanks so much for the 5 yen. Says, have you ever done a poll of your audience, left, right, libertarian, other? I bet you have more left-leaning fans than you think. I don't think we've ever done an official poll on that. Maybe we do. Maybe
I mean,
we
we've
do.
done other polls that lead me to believe the audience
we
is.
Don't.
What do you mean?
That we have a mostly right wing.
Yeah,
audience,
exactly.
Generally from our poll.
Three-quarters. It seems like 3/4 is right wing and
right,
and 1/4 is left wing, and 1% is centrist.
Adam is
It's
Adam
hard to
beating
be a
off under the
centrist.
table.
Me?
Yeah, are you looking at yoga videos, whacking it? Is that what the laser eyes mean? Is it like a metaphor?
No, come on, I'm not being. Yeah.
Sitch, why don't you do political content on your main channel anymore? Well, I'll tell you why. I want you to open
It's
up
called,
my
It's called money.
open up my channel. Adam gave you the short answer. Let me give you the long answer. Open up my channel. Look at the views for my media content.
Right.
And look at the views for my political content.
Yes.
And then so there's your answer to the question. Also, my new media content is far less labor intensive, not just because CT is doing the bulk of the editing, but even from like, if I was to do what CT was doing, it'd be so much less labor intensive than what I used to do. So unfortunately, it's like, the amount of labor I put into my old videos was not anywhere worth the amount of money I got from them. So.
Right. Yeah.
That's the sad reality of the situation.
We've kind of, I mean, I feel like we've capped out on audience size for the kind of political stuff that we want to do. The only way to really go larger audience is to be overtly partisan. And I don't feel like either one of us really want to be overtly partisan.
Well, I don't agree yet. I don't think we're capped out. I think.
You think so? You think there's
there's
more?
lots of people that don't know about us.
Come on. It's just Tim Pool claims to be a centrist, but let's be honest. Like, he's not.
No, I understand that.
Right.
I don't agree with you. There's just lots of people that just don't know about us. I think that politically we will always be, we'll never blow up politically because we're not partisan. But I think we can definitely be bigger than we are now.
Okay.
So I don't agree with that assessment. But.
Well, then we should go on Tim Pool.
Well, you can go on Temple if you want to fly out to fucking. Where does he live? Like Virginia,
and by we, I mean you.
Maryland or some weird place.
And by we, I mean
Tennessee. He lives in some weird state.
He's on your coast, so you have no excuse. It'd be like an hour flight for you. I would do it if it was an hour flight for me. I would totally.
It's not an hour flight. Fuck. It takes an hour by plane just to get out of Florida. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I forget. I always forget about that. You're right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Florida's like as long as California.
Right. Well, not quite, but
yeah.
Old school. Thanks so much for being a Thrill Seeker for 6 months. Says 6 months, Sitch. When are you gonna watch or do a video on The Expanse? S-Class is best class. I mean, I've never seen The Expanse, so I was never planning to do a video on it. But, maybe I'll check it out. Andrew Clark for $2 says, so Adam, will you abandon the Fed or libertarians?
The whole thing about, you guys are so triggered over the Fed and you just don't understand it. It's the same thing as dumb lefties being triggered over the police when they just don't. I mean, the police serve a purpose. The Fed serves a purpose. The Fed isn't there just to fucking fuck with you. It's really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You
I
get
read
it.
some Expanse books.
You
They were good.
understand.
I understand.
You know the Fed serves a purpose, right?
Of course the Fed serves a purpose.
Yeah. A
Right.
purpose that I like.
Being in control of the money supply.
Yeah. Well, price stability is awful nice.
Well, that's true too.
Who would be fighting inflation right now if we didn't have a Federal Reserve?
Yeah, I know. I didn't watch it. I saw Sean was watching live some of the Waukesha trial. Apparently, like it's totally like what's his name? Brooks is acting totally. It's like unhinged, which I guess is par for the course. I mean, you have a guy who drove through a crowd, killing dozens of people, who is now representing himself. I mean, did anyone expect it to be anything but some like ridiculous, unhinged show trial at that point?
Did you see him call witnesses that were like
dead?
The one lady had her kids run over by him, and he's questioning her on the stand.
I did not know.
Dude, it's brutal.
Ugh.
I'm serious. Like
What is he even asking? What's the ask these people?
Dumbass questions like, "Are you sure you got a good look at the guy that ran you over?" It's like ridiculous. This one woman, he's asking her about whether or not she reported injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "No, I didn't tell anyone about my injuries." And he's like, "Well, why didn't you tell anyone about your injuries?" And she finally gets around to the fact that they're like emotional injuries.
Right.
Which he doesn't seem to get. Like everyone is just so pissed at him for going down this line of questioning. They're whatever the maximum sentence is, he's getting.
Oh yeah, but that's why it's like it's so bizarre because the whole thing is, it's like you're right. He's setting himself up to get the worst possible sentence he could ever get.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the point of that is. It's very bizarre.
He was complaining about someone on the jury flipped him off.
Yeah.
And I mean, I could see that happening. I mean, I can't honestly say that if I wasn't on the jury, I wouldn't be flipping him off. I mean, I probably would be.
Right. I mean, he's going to get annihilated. So
so on Monday, they're supposed to do the jury instructions, and there's like 100 pages of jury instructions that she has to read.
No, that's why. It's the point.
I know.
Those people are gonna come back in like 5 fucking minutes. Like it's gonna be like such the turnaround on that jury is gonna be like whiplash. It's gonna be like a cartoon. They're gonna walk out and then like a second later walk right back in. Like, oh, we already like wrote guilty on the pieces of paper. Like we need to have to deliberate.
I know. It's gonna be 5 minutes might be long.
Right. They should just put a revolving door for the jury when they just walk right back in.
Your Honor, can we just give our verdict now?
I mean, I don't know what all the charges are. Are there any like weird charges that would have to be debated, or are they all is it just like, murder or whatever?
Oh, I don't know.
Daryl Brooks charges.
I went to look up to see if Wisconsin had the death penalty.
Holy shit. Okay, maybe it won't be. He's being charged with 76 things.
Yeah, because it's all...
Is it all the
assault
individual...
with a deadly weapon.
Oh, I guess. How many people did
he
he
ran
hit?
over 60 people and killed 6.
So I assume it's going to be like the same charge, but like just repeated 60 times.
Sure, yeah. He ran over 60 people and killed 6 of them. And one of them is like some kid. Like he must be like 10 years old. Or 7 years old or whatever.
He's claiming the sovereign citizen line. Yeah, of course. He wasn't driving when he ran those people over. He was traveling.
Did you? Yeah. So the sovereign citizen thing is you don't have jurisdiction over me.
I know.
What kind of argument is that? Like, okay. So because the state of Wisconsin doesn't have any jurisdiction over you, you can go ahead and murder 6 people in cold blood.
I guess that's the argument.
I mean, fuck you. Seriously, I went to look up whether or not Wisconsin has a death penalty because I want to see this guy burn.
I don't think they do.
They don't.
Right.
But the thing is, like I just typed in does and immediately. Wisconsin have the death penalty pops up, so you know like 1 million people are watching this and searching.
Yes, right.
Like, type in "does WI" and watch what comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this guy's the worst. What a piece of shit.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
I think he might call his mom as a character witness on Monday too, which talk about pathetic.
Right. Well, even with all the charges, I still think the jury's going to be like 10 minutes. Like they're gonna get into that jury room and be like, "Is there a check all?"
Yeah, exactly.
They're like a check all. Like he's just guilty. I'm not even gonna look at it. He's just guilty for everything. Put whatever you want on that paper. Just hit him with it all. I mean, if there's no death penalty, it doesn't matter. He's obviously going to serve life in jail forever with no.
Well, the
parole,
thing is,
so.
I think the contention is there is what they're arguing over whether or not it's intentional.
Does it matter in terms of sentencing?
I don't think it does. That's the thing. Like, even if it's unintentional, even if he just lost his mind and decided to run over 60 people, it doesn't. Like, at what point does it become intentional, though?
Because he kept going. It's not like
I know.
It's not like he turned a corner and then drove into someone and it stopped. You'd be like, "Oh, it was an accident." No, he fucking drove through those people.
Yeah.
Like, it's horrific. Yeah. So no, I mean, what do you mean accident? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
He called witnesses of the parents of people he ran over.
Nice.
Which
nice
is
guy.
just, why would that be the witness you call?
Because he's a fucking crazy person or he's an idiot. I don't know. He's doing like performance art. That's why this whole thing is bizarre.
No, he's an idiot. He's definitely an idiot.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Someone said Ricada linked the Crying Witnesses GoFundMe and they got a bunch of money. So that's nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
The woman.
Right.
Throw it in the chat.
Wisconsin was the first state that got rid of the death penalty. Really interesting.
Yeah, back in like 1805 or something. I don't know.
He called the state of Wisconsin as a witness.
That's, yeah, a sovereign citizen thing. Is the state of Wisconsin sitting in this hotel, in this courtroom right now? What a dipshit.
I can't wait to see the hashtag where people are calling for his court trial being a showcase for racism on Twitter. Well, what do you mean by that? I don't think anyone woke will defend Daryl Brooks. I would be shocked. If anyone defends Daryl Brooks.
That would be a tough sell.
Though I'm curious because when he ran over the people, there was speculation that he was racially motivated. Has any of that come out?
Well, I
in the
think
trial
he's
or
implied. I think he's implied that everyone's racist against him.
Of course, but I'm saying, has any of his fucking motivations ever like come out? Do we ever even know, like understand what was going on there?
No, not explicitly, but I think we're operating under the assumption that he had a disagreement with his girlfriend or something, and
I thought he was fleeing from another scene or something.
he got in a disagreement with his girlfriend,
Mhm.
slapped her around. Some other guy stepped up and like was gonna fight him, and he ran. So he's fleeing from a fight.
I thought he was fleeing from the police.
That guy he actually called to this stand. The guy that he was
right
in the altercation with, and that guy just destroyed him. Was like, "Yeah, you're a fucker," basically. Yeah.
Is this like this guy feels horribly guilty and so he's like intentionally sabotaging his own case? No,
he's a dipshit.
He's just like insane, just delusional.
He is obsessed with people. Like, he sees the situation a certain way and other people see it a different way, and he's
What's
obsessed.
the way that he sees?
Well, he sees it as, this guy tried to fight me and I was scared and I ran, and it's
What does
not
that
my
do with
fault
running
that-
people over?
I don't know. I like the mind of a crazy person. I don't know.
Okay, okay, gotcha.
None of this stuff has come out.
Right. People said the motive hasn't been discussed in the trial.
Right.
So.
Yeah, like I said, we're kind of piecing this together. He called a guy to the stand that evidently he had an altercation with before this incident took place.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the guy also spoke to reporters after he took the stand and left, saying, I feel guilty because I feel like this is my fault. Like, I feel like I threatened him and he got in the car and I'm the one that caused this. That's what the guy said. So,
right.
Yeah. The guy.
Oh my God. The woman that he impregnated was 15 and he was 25 at the time. Jesus. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Yeah. That's statutory rape, I think.
Yeah, that's 100% statutory, right?
Yeah.
Guy for $5 says, Sitch, do you know about Max Headroom television hijack? No. I don't. What's that?
Sounds fascinating.
I've only seen like 2 episodes of Max Headroom. Max Headroom signal hijacking occurred on the night of November 22nd, 1987, when the television signals of 2 stations in Chicago, Illinois were hijacked, briefly sending a pirate broadcast of an unidentified person wearing a Max Headroom mask. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Where's there's video of it somewhere? Do you want to see this video's lame? I can't believe someone oh my God. So I can't believe this. Someone in 1987 hijacked 2 radio stations, and this is a guy wearing a Max Headroom mask. And it's just like 2 people that obviously don't know what they're doing. They're just kind of like fumbling around.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them at one point, he bends over and he spanks the other one. He says, they're coming to get me. And then he spanks him. I just like, you'd think if you're going to go through like the effort to hijack a television signal, wouldn't you, I don't know, have something planned out that's like cool that you're going to do? You're not going to just hijack a television signal and then be like, spank my butt.
What's the matter with a little spanking?
I don't know. It just sounds weird. Like, it's just like, why would you do that?
That's what they're going for. Weird is their thing.
That's stupid, though. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, I don't know. If be planned to have something prepared if you're going to hijack a TV signal. God.
Yeah. You should have like naked yoga or something.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go.
Go for it.
This was the most famous incident of pirate TV. Really? I never heard about it until just now. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, are you a libertarian?
I don't know. No one will tell me.
You're not a libertarian.
Why won't anyone tell me?
Because you're not a libertarian. People will tell you.
Stop being mean to me. Just tell me, am I a libertarian or not? Look, you guys know. You guys have my positions clear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in favor of incarcerating anyone who tries to start an HOA. Okay? Like, does that make me a libertarian? I don't know. Just tell me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think CRT should not be taught in schools. And I'm willing to incarcerate people for 25 years for attempting to do that.
There you go.
Yeah. I think racism is evil. Especially when it's against me. That makes me doubly angry.
Mm-hmm.
But Adam, you're white. You can't be racist against white. Fuck off. Okay? Does that make me a libertarian? I feel like it does. I feel like it should.
There you go. Oh, here we go. I was about to say I'm shocked that they haven't tried to reboot Max Headroom. And here we go. July 22nd,
AMC announced a plan to reboot Max Headroom.
Ick.
I mean, you know it's going to be awful, right?
Hey, I'm really important's DMs are open. You want me to DM him and say, hey, listen.
Not
I heard
really.
you were talking smack about.
No.
I heard you say centrists are dumb. Did he say dumb or stupid?
He said ignorant.
Ignorant.
It'll be the most boring conversation. I can already play the entire conversation out in my mind.
Why you say that? How about why you say that?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay. I hear you say centrists are ignorant. Why you say that?
You know what's the problem is going to be? They're going to reboot Max Headroom.
Boom.
And you know they're going to make Max woke, right?
Of course. Look, the future is all characters will be woke.
Right. But the whole point of his
Stop trying to
character
fight it.
The whole point of his character is the character is supposed to be like talking, insulting the current power structures or the current system. It's going to be super woke because it's going to like view this. I bet you they're going to make Max super woke essentially.
Why would you My Dumb Movies? Why would you say that?
Wait,
why would you type that into your computer machine and hit send?
What did he say?
Don't say that. Did you finish reading the super chats?
But I haven't read the Streamlabs at all.
Do your job. What?
You're the one starting online drama with some boring person.
What? You did not even.
Well, Solodor said I could skip off his. So.
Okay.
The Surfs. Hey, look, it's The Surfs. Our good friend Lance. For $2 says, Sitch claims that systemic racism is BS. He doesn't believe that any system have ever in the history of the world fostered unequal racial outcomes. If you like this tweet, please like and retweet.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I see. Listen, Surfs, you got a little confused. You were not on Twitter. You were sending Streamlabs, but I understand that you could be confused, by all the windows and boxes. So, but thank you, Surfs. I appreciate the $2. He must have thought it was weird that he had to pay $2 to send a tweet.
I know. He's like, well, I thought Twitter was free.
Exactly.
He's probably blaming Elon Musk for this right now.
Magor for $5 says, last night I had a dream that I called into Hassan's stream to debate him and I was losing. Then my dad started debating with me and wouldn't acknowledge that I was talking to someone else. I woke in terror and turned trolling.
This sounds like a nightmare.
Jeez. That is a nightmare. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. I've had those where you have some like nightmare, but it's about something like kind of realistic. And when you wake up, you're like, oh, I'm so relieved that was not real. Like, thank God. Oh, man. That's funny. Dr. Diller for $2 says, guy on the right accusing Chris of centralizing power. Chris said this was already the case, and then the guy accused him of supporting the status quo. Pick a bad argument, pal. Get him. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, every time you start arguing broadly with libertarianism, some libertarian in the audience yells, that's not true libertarianism. At some point, you people have to understand that everyone has some blend they prefer. That's true. Well, I mean, I guess that's also par for the course of being libertarian, right? There's not going to be a central ideology of libertarianism.
Shit. Oh, my God.
But that's true.
That's so evil.
What? It's
just that, you guys can't even get together on what libertarianism is.
Right, but that's part of the, that's obviously baked into the ideology. How are a bunch of individuals going to get together to determine and define individualism? That's kind of ironic, we could say. So, yeah, it's just par for the course. Dr. Diller for $2 says, imagine if you heard your average Democrat explain their position and all the conservatives piped up with, that's not liberalism. There's no way to make all these people happy, and I find trying to a waste of time. True. That is true. Dr. Liverno $2 says Kanye's whipping up another wave of racism with the Black Israelite crowd, and leftists are already scrambling to explain how Black people unambiguously racist to Jews isn't racism. Really? I should go. Someone send me a Twitter thread of people defending Kanye if you've seen one. I'd be curious to see that.
I do feel like that's going on, and it's not good.
I'm sure. I just haven't really seen it.
Like it's a
Though
horrible
I would think it would be
situation.
more not people defending Kanye because he's Black. I think it'd be more people that are just anti-Semitic saying Kanye's right. Fuck the Jews. That's what I assume most.
Yeah,
of
that's what's happening.
Right.
That's exactly what's happening.
I assume. So.
Oh man.
See, now Nick Fuentes is happy he's been a Kanye fan this whole time. It's really cashed in for him now. He was prophetic. He saw something in Kanye so many years ago. He could feel a connection there. Like he saw a kindred anti-Jewish spirit.
Kanye, Nick Cannon or Kanye? Oh, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, he's been a big Kanye fan for a while. So.
Oh, did you know that?
I did know that. Yeah, but
interesting.
I haven't seen his reaction to all the recent stuff, so I'm assuming he's very happy about it.
That's so lame.
Dr. Zero for $2 says Daniel Tosh had a joke in one of his stand-up specials that this celebrity suicide note started, "Dear Jews," and that's all I have written. But it's good, right? Kanye didn't even write a note. That's a good joke. I love Tosh.
That's hilarious.
Does he still do stand-up? I haven't seen him forever. He was one of my favorite stand-ups. Token fan, thanks so much for the $2. Says, okay, Rings of Power and Token's work. Sauron was originally a lower angel who valued perfect order. He did try to redeem himself, but was told that it required facing punishment by high angels. It was a much better message. Well, I mean, none of that's explained in the TV show whatsoever. But that's part of the problem with the whole TV show itself. Nothing about the nature of Gandalf or Sauron is explained, so it's very confusing. Like in the show, Gandalf comes out of the sky and lands in a crater. And now I understand that he's like some kind of like angel deity, but most people don't know that. Like I was talking to my parents about Rings of Power the other day, and I had to explain like the whole like Gandalf was like an angel thing. They just thought he was like a human with magic powers or something. Like most people don't understand know any of the lore, and it's insane that a show about the lore doesn't explain the lore. And I understand that part of it's because they don't have the rights exactly.
Is that what's going on?
That is what's going on.
Because that's so stupid.
That is, yeah. They don't have the rights exactly to the Silmarillion. And I don't really understand the complicated legal rights that they do have and that they don't have. But I mean, I would say either A, don't make the show. If you can't make the show, don't make the show. Or B, figure out some way to explain what they are, even if you can't use the exact. I mean, you could still explain the concept without using exact words, probably. So I don't think that's an excuse for them.
Nothing in the show is explained satisfactorily.
Right.
Like you don't have any confidence that you know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Why did the evil non-binary ring race think that Gandalf was Sauron?
Yeah, you don't know. Who knows?
That didn't make any sense. Because they were like, oh, you're Sauron and your mind is confused because someone cast a spell on you when you came down from like heaven.
Right.
But I was like,
they
wait a
don't
minute.
know what Sauron looks like.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is that Sauron has been on Middle-earth for 1,000 years already. He came with Morgoth to fuck shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they think that this guy who just landed in Middle-earth was Sauron now?
Oh, yeah. They showed up
right
at the crater.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So, I don't know.
Don't think about it.
And didn't one of the non-binary ladies come in a crater too for some reason? Which I I don't even know what they are. They didn't explain what they were either. They were like ring race or something. Which I don't know how the fuck they're ring race because there's no rings.
Dumb.
I don't know. Nothing about it makes any sense. Anonymous Jew for $2. Thanks so much. Says, I unfortunately have Jewish digestion like you, Sitch. What are your go-to meals and snacks now? I usually eat every meal with dairy, but now that is not looking possible. Also, are you streaming for the 30th? What do you mean?
Is it like New Year's Eve?
Is there like a Jewish holiday on the 30th?
New Year's Day is on a Sunday. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, we might not be streaming on New Year's Day. What do you mean the 30th? Like November? Because of Halloween? Is that what you're asking? Let's see. Yeah, it's the day before. Halloween's on the 31st, right?
There's no... I don't see any. We're streaming on the 30th.
Next week?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Why would we not stream on the 30th?
Look, we like hanging out.
We do.
We like trolling people on the internet together.
That's true.
Look.
But to answer your question, I would cut out dairy completely.
Oh, that's so painful.
Cut out dairy completely. It's not as painful as you think.
I drink fucking half and half every day.
Okay.
It is painful.
If you're not a degenerate like
What are you talking about?
who doesn't just fucking drink half and half like a disgusting animal, it's not that bad.
God,
okay.
I fucking love half and half.
Cut out the dairy completely for like 2 weeks and see how your digestion is afterwards. Because if you're lucky, that will be the bulk of your problems, if not your entire problems, which will just be the dairy. And you got to give it like 2 weeks of being off of it because it like remains in your system for a while. This is what I would do. Cut out dairy whenever you're eating alone or your normal meals, whoever you're eating your normal meals with, completely dairy free. But occasionally, when you go out, don't get fucking ice cream or something. But if you're getting something that has milk in it, as long as if you get the little lactate pills and you take a bunch of them and you eat it occasionally, you're usually okay. As long as you don't eat it regularly. So that's my experience. So that's what I would recommend, doing that first.
So I got a bunch of messages from people after the half and half thing saying that I am not alone, Sitch.
That's disgusting.
Other people love
other
to
disgusting
drink
degenerates.
half and half.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you, Adam.
Yeah.
CT says she's S-class now. See? There you go.
Good. We didn't want you anyway.
Oh, no, she's S-class because you said Halloween is lame. Wow,
Oh.
that's... How dare you?
Oh, yeah. Are you a big Halloween fan?
I mean, I like the concept of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a
But,
bunch of different Halloween costumes?
As
and
an
stuff?
old man, it's not like I, dress up anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You go out and trick or treat with the kiddies.
Right.
Yeah.
Sammy G says dairy has a lot of fat in it. Cutting it out will drop weight and clear your gut bacteria, most likely. That's the other thing I was going to say. If you're still getting kind of sick from even when you cut dairy out, a lot of it might be, you want to cut down on like greasy foods and really fatty foods. You're going to want to cut down on that too. And you might, see what's much worse than being lactose intolerant is trying to cut out gluten. That's much more difficult and annoying to do. So, but I would start with milk. Start with milk first and then see where it goes from there because that's easier to cut out. COVID left me with a dairy allergy. Really? That's weird. Never even heard of that before. And so you're not even lactose intolerant. You have an allergy. You get hives when you drink milk. That's strange. Wow. Isn't Sitch always in costume because it's always Halloween? That's true.
Don't wow
That's
me.
fair. That's true. Sammy says people who don't like Halloween are weaker humans. That's true.
What?
That's true. You are weaker.
Who doesn't like Halloween?
You.
What? No. I love Halloween.
Uh-huh. Okay. Look at this weather vane over here.
What are you talking about?
Look at this.
A-Team is all about Halloween.
Uh-huh. But we had the conversation. This was part of the debate with Rags and Mahler. What's a better holiday, Halloween or Christmas?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you were on the side of Christmas.
Was I?
Pretty sure.
Oh, I forget.
You and Rags were on Team Christmas, and me and Mahler were on Team Halloween, I thought.
Look, I get moody, okay?
Okay.
Sometimes I change my mind.
Though to be fair, I said it's not really really fair for me to be part of that
says she's
conversation.
A-Team now.
There you go. It's not really fair for me to be part of that conversation since they literally don't celebrate Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
But the official S-Class for $2 says, Papa News. Maybe you mean Papa needs. Papa needs a new pair of shoes, so time to shill the porn bot on my own show. Adult cam pictures and movies. XXX cam XYZ has millions of explicit compromising images with Adam friended cam model.
What?
18 plus leaked naked girls. XOXO. A is greater than S.
All right.
There you go. Is that true, Adam? Is there
That's
compromising images of you on the
That's
internet?
the A-Team Hoa channel. We started our own Hoa.
There you go.
Yeah, we risked it, but check it out.
Some weird guy for $2 says, all right, Sitch, if you're so smart, can you explain how the shaman calls down the lightning from the sky? Can you? Listen, I can explain that, okay? I can explain that in great detail. As someone who's played a shaman in World of Warcraft, okay? Basically, what is happening
In a video game.
In a video game. No, this is what happens in real life. It's the same principle. I don't know if you know this. WoW is based on history.
Oh, sure.
I don't know. Yeah, World of Warcraft isn't fiction. It's based off of the real history of Earth. Basically what happens is the shaman is they basically meditate to a point where they can elevate their energy to a higher frequency so that they can perceive the spirits that exist on a higher plane of existence than we do on this physical realm. And they communicate with these spirits, and these spirits exist in all forms of nature. So they exist in like the dirt and the ground and the water and lightning. And so the shaman is communicating with the lightning, and he's asking the lightning to come down to the earth and to strike his enemies with a knockback effect that will knock them off the ledge when they're carrying the flag and thus reset its position. So that is how the shaman calls down lightning. Now, very stupid barbaric people, thousands of years ago, foolishly thought it was like a god up there throwing lightning bolts, which we all know is preposterous. So now here in our enlightened times, we understand how, spirits are called upon to enact their will on the physical realm. So yeah.
Is this story almost over? Or?
Adam doesn't like science, so.
That's science? That's not science.
I know.
That didn't sound like science to me.
Adam doesn't like science.
That sounded like a lot of garbagely gook.
That's true. As someone said, actually, the short explanation for how shamans call down lightning is they hit their macro. That's true. That's the real answer. Thomas Harrington, thank you so much for being a fuel seeker for 6 months. Says Kendrick Lamar justified putting a rapist of a minor on his latest album by sitting. Wait, what? Kendrick Lamar? Isn't his name Kendrick Lamar?
Yeah.
No, it's just a mistype. Kendrick Lamar justified putting a rapist of a minor on his latest album by severing ties to Black Hebrew Israelites. Hate to see this as a fan of hip hop. Oh, really? I didn't know about any of this. Kendrick Lamar rapist. What happens if I Google that? Kendrick Lamar gets backlash over Kodak Black feature. Fans bring up rape allegations.
Sounds awful.
He In the wee mornings, Kendrick Lamar's latest release, and it was remaining a trending topic as fans analyze and dissect and share their favorite moments from the record. Features including a bunch of people, but it was Kodak Black's edition that sparked controversy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about this. Kodak was previously accused of raping a teenage girl in a hotel and biting her during the alleged altercation.
Wow, this is
Jesus.
a long, really long super chat.
Look at this guy whining.
I mean,
look at this guy whining.
That's like the longest super chat I've ever heard.
Beep, 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 beep. How dare you look up and be interested about this? Beep, 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 beep.
That wasn't
My
a
name
super
is
chat?
Adam Friendly.
I thought that was a super chat.
Should I be like Kanye talking to Pierce Morgan?
I just sent you a picture.
La 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 la.
Wasn't it great when
La 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 la.
Wasn't it great when Piers Morgan did the same thing to him? Did it back to him? La la la. I was like, Piers.
That's pretty funny.
Piers must have children.
Kanye was like doing a British accent. It was so like weird, and he's acting so childish. He's like, "Oi, I'm Pierce Morgan, mate." It's like, what are you doing, Kanye? He's doing a British accent. He's going la 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 like he's a kid.
Look at this.
This is a clusterfuck.
I found a picture of Booksmarts being a white nationalist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I sent it to you in DMs. Did you know Booksmarts is a white nationalist?
I didn't know that. No.
How do you feel now that you know?
Is that the guy? That's the guy. The IMI guy?
Yeah.
Right? Is that how you found this picture?
Yeah, I was looking at his Twitter timeline.
Oh my God. I can't believe Booksmarts is a white nationalist. Wow.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
I wonder why he's doing that.
Why do you think he's doing it?
To troll people, I guess. What's
No,
going
'cause
on with
he's-
Booksmarts? I
'cause
haven't watched
he's-
any of his content in a million years.
He's white. That's why he's doing it.
Is he even around still?
Look, he's in this picture
Booksmarts.
drinking with.
What's going on with Booksmarts? He's still around.
What
Still
are you
doing
Googling
things.
that?
Drama? What drama? Just good times.
This must be from TwitchCon.
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, he has a video here on his timeline with Chud Logic.
Exciting. Oh my God. Chud Logic, his moderation in that conversation between Mr. Girl and Stardust was horrific. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was awful.
It was terrible. I mean, he was like memeing, I understand, but it was like really bad. It was like,
What do you mean?
So, like some of what he was saying was just memes, but it was just like, God, his moderation was just dog shit. I couldn't believe it.
He's definitely not world's best moderator.
No. It was really bad.
Takes a lot.
Shocking bad. It's bad, Chud Logic. Bad.
Well, I like Chud Logic. He's a great guy.
I do too, but that was some terrible moderation.
Right. Yeah, he kept jumping in and saying things like, so Mr. Girl, they just called you a pedophile. What do you think of that?
I don't remember specifically, but like he was taking Max's position on something that I was like, he was so wrong about. Or he was attacking. No, he wasn't. He was just attacking Stardust on something she said that was, I thought, very reasonable. And I was like, what the fuck?
Right, yeah.
I don't remember what it was, though.
This was the power play conversation, right? Oh, you're just a power player. And then he did this stream with Destiny where they were kind of going through the fallout of that. And then he gave some example about how he was dating somebody and wanted to get an STD test, or they wanted him to get an STD test. So they agreed they'd both get STD tests. And he didn't want to show the results to the person and got
Are you
mad.
talking about Chud Logic or Max?
Max.
Right.
And got mad because the person didn't.
They wanted to see the actual test. Yeah.
Right.
So it's
Which, come on now. Like,
yeah, I don't see what the problem with that is.
if the test comes back that you have something,
Mhm.
of course you're gonna like hide it. You're not.
Well,
Oh,
I would hope
look, it
not.
came
Holy
back
shit.
and it said I have like 16 different venereal diseases. Here, let me show it to you, right?
Right.
So it just makes perfect sense that if you and how a normal human being would understand this, like if you say, "Nah, I don't want to show it to you," they're gonna think you've got something, right? Look,
I
if
mean,
I
yeah, sure.
if I do this with a girl and the girl says, "Nah, I don't want to show it to you," I'm thinking, yeah, she's got AIDS. That's why she doesn't want to show it to me.
Right.
I'm
I wouldn't
thinking,
be
I'm
thinking
thinking
positive
like,
things.
yeah, I'm thinking like, okay, no thanks. Like the
Mhm.
whole point was for us to get, undeniable evidence
Sure.
that you're clean.
Sure.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, the dog ate my homework. I don't have my undeniable evidence. But trust me, I saw it and it was perfectly fine. Also, I mean, there's the whole option, like you could be lazy and just not want to get it. Just be like, I didn't really get it, so I don't really have anything.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Don't say it.
You don't want me to say it?
Don't say. I don't know what you're gonna say, but don't say it.
Okay.
Dr. Diller sent me a story about two incidences where scientists were working with like nuclear shit, like fucked up and died.
Good.
In 1944, three men they entered a transfer room and they were working on a tube that consisted of two concentric pipes with liquid uranium hexafluoride circulating the space between them in a high pressure stream. One was kneeling on the floor with a Bunsen burner, what a nerd, and worked to free the clogged tube. Without warning, there was an explosion. The tube shattered, and the liquid uranium hexafluoride combined with the escaping steam and showered the two engineers with hydrofluoric acid, one of the most corrosive agents known.
This is a horrible fucking horror
within
story.
minutes, yeah, both suffered third-degree burns all over their body and died. The other guy was burned and near death, but I guess he didn't die. Jesus. The explosion ripped through the transfer room of the Naval Research Laboratory's Thermal Diffusion Experimental Pilot Plant. The battleship USS Wisconsin berthed not more than 200 yards away. Sailors on board were never made aware that they'd been exposed to a cloud of uranium hexafluoride, nor were the firemen and others who responded to this scene.
So they got radiation poisoning.
Well, no, it says it's not radioactive, but it's still highly toxic. So that was like the craziest part in what was this? Remember the TV show special that came out about Chernobyl? Was it, or I guess it was called Chernobyl, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch that?
No.
Oh, the craziest part about that was like, and I don't know if this is real or for the TV show, but in the TV show, if it was like real, in Chernobyl, like people didn't understand radiation very well. So like people just walking around like picking up these like radioactive fucking cylinders, and you're just like, no,
yeah,
stop. You're like, stop it. It's like,
gamma
like,
rays,
oh,
like
shit.
turning your cellular material into Swiss cheese.
Yeah, I was just like, holy fuck. I'm like do people not understand like what radioactive was and like back when this happened? Like shit, I assume people understood back then. So I don't know. That show was pretty crazy. It was very tense. Very tense.
Oh, wait a second. Looks like he debated Robert Knorr. He's supposed to come on our show.
We never scheduled anything with Robert, did we?
Not yet, but
yeah.
He's going to come on. School board violence debate.
Exciting. Anyways.
Oh, what?
You were all like, I want to get out of here. Stop reading this information about Kendrick Lamar. And now you're like, let me go dick around for another 10 minutes, Sitch.
Look, you're playing You're playing me here. You were already done with the super chat.
Anyways, thank you all for coming.
You're totally playing me.
Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations.
Of course. Yes.
They're very generous donations. And thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. And we hope I missed some. What did I miss?
Oh, shit.
I didn't miss anything, Andrew. What are you talking about? Oh, wait, I did miss something.
Andrew's totally fucking with us again.
No, I did miss one.
What?
Andrew Clark Futuro says they only have rights to the appendices regarding Rings of Power.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Sorry.
What? That makes absolutely no sense. I'm more confused.
It is
now.
very strange. I don't understand that. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. I hope to see you all on Tuesday.
Mama!